Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Throned as the New All for One. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. One more photo. Dad, you already took at least 2 dozen. Izuku protests. And besides, I don't want to be late. School doesn't start for another hour, Hisashi mutters, but he reluctantly lowers his camera. He's only taken 30 photos. But Izuku is leveling with a look that is rather reminiscent of Inko. I'm so proud of you, Izuku. Izuku sniffs and hugs him, and Hisashi savors the feeling. Izuku, his little boy isn't so little anymore. He's a teenager, ready to leave and make his mark on the world. And Hisashi just can't quite believe it. When did you get so tall? He asks as they separate, and he can't help himself. He adjusts his son's tie for what is probably the 10th time that morning. Oh, Izuku, your mother would be so proud. The sadness he feels is familiar by now. He doesn't think he'll ever stop missing Inko, and a part of him feels guilty as he looks down at their son. She deserves to be here far more than him. He can picture her now, sobbing her eyes out. But she would be smiling, too. She would be absolutely beaming, so incredibly proud of their brave, kind, intelligent son. I know, Dad. Izuku sniffs and attracts a box of tissues from the coffee table. Hisashi isn't ashamed to admit the action brings tears to his own eyes. Because Inko might be dead, but she's not gone. She is probably watching them both, proud of her son and, hopefully, her husband. Or maybe not, he admits to himself. She probably isn't too pleased by the fact that her only son has chosen a career that is not the safest. Although at least the mortality rate for heroes significantly decreased for some mysterious reason Hisashi knows absolutely nothing about approximately a decade ago. Thinking about Inko reminds Hisashi of his brother, and he can't help but wonder what Yashido would say. He would probably be proud of Izuku, yes, but it irritates that old wound deep in Hisashi's soul to imagine his brother smiling down at Izuku, and then turning to Hisashi with that same old smile, that twinkle in his eye. Then Hisashi's thoughts drift to far pleasanter matters and he has to smother a rather villainous cackle. If the dead holders of One for All are watching him, he's fairly certain they're in shock. Hell, he's probably caused at least one heart attack. He hopes it was Degoro. He really liked that suit. Right. He clears his throat as he quickly turns his thoughts back to more socially acceptable matters. He isn't entirely sure why he's so emotional. Izuku is only going to school for a few hours and will be back for dinner. It's not like he's leaving the country or going off to war. You should probably go. Don't want to be late on your first day. Yeah, Izuku sniffs and then hugs him again. Kurajiri, here you go. Their resident mode of transportation emerges from the kitchen, carrying a plastic box. Now, when you're done, text me and I can get lunch at the cafeteria. I thought you might want to share some cookies with your classmates. Kurajiri shrugs. Of course, if you'd rather. You're wonderful and I love you. Izuku snatches the box before the warper can change his mind. Oh, and I love you too, Dad. I know, Izuku. Hisashi smiles. I love you too. And we're all so proud of you. Izuku grins. Then he glances up the stairs, takes a deep breath and calls out, "Bye, Makia." A loud, not quite human wail answers him, and Hisashi sighs. Gigantomasia's devotion to Izuku is unquestionable, and something he encouraged, but, unfortunately, their resident bodyguard never quite accepted that Izuku going to school means he has to stay home. True, it probably wasn't helped by that time Izuku got abducted in primary school, but still, he'll get over it. Hisashi assures Izuku even as he pulls him into one last, final hug. I know, Dad, Izuku sighs. Just be good. Hisashi rolls his eyes as his son steps through a warp gate. He isn't entirely sure what Izuku thinks he can do in the few hours he's going to have. Taking over Japan is not something that can be accomplished in an afternoon, and certainly not if he has to also cover his tracks. There is absolutely no way he is risking hugs for something as inconsequential as world domination. Then Hisashi glances up the stairs himself and winces. He isn't entirely sure Gigantomasia has quite grasped that Izuku is going to be taught by heroes. And Hisashi suspects, well, it would probably not go over well if Gigantomasia killed one of Izuku's teachers, even if it's an accident. Kurajiri, he turns to the warper. Open a gate to somewhere in the countryside, uninhabited, as far from other people as possible. Gigantomasia will need to get this out of his system. Izuku takes a deep breath as he stares at the door to his classroom. This is his first step towards becoming a hero. Izuku adjusts his back, takes another deep breath and opens the door. Insist you show the appropriate respect to this noble institution. Izuku almost slams the door closed again. He doesn't, because he is going to be a hero. And also because, terrifying or not, Tenya is his best friend. So he takes another deep breath, plasters on a smile and enters the battlefield, ready to save his fellow classmates from the worst of Tenya's well-meaning nagging. Hi Tenya. He greets his best friend. Izuku. The taller boy spins around, a wide smile on his face. How responsible of you to arrive so early. I was slightly concerned, since you were not responding to my messages, and I was unsure whether Kurogiri would be allowed. He dropped me off just outside the gates. Izuku interrupts his friend. And I turned my phone off last night, just in case someone decided to wake me up way too early. Again, I was concerned you might oversleep. Tenya, I live with Kurogiri, Izuku points out as he drops his stuff off at his desk. I really don't need to wake up at 4 in the morning. I suppose. Now come on, I've got cookies to share. Izuku grins as he opens the box. Bribery is the perfect start to a meaningful relationship. Momoye Arazu. The girl sitting behind him introduces herself. Thank you so much. I'm Izuku Midoriya. And the cyborg here is Tenya Ada. Izuku gently nudges his best friend. I know he can be a bit intense, but he means well. Don't mention it. A voice booms, and Izuku turns to find himself face to, well, chest, with perhaps the largest teenager he has ever met, Tenya included. It's great to see someone with so much passion. Please keep your voice at an acceptable volume. Tenya, be nice, Izuku hisses once he has recovered from his shock. Seriously, is this guy related to Makia? Oh, God, Izuku should not have thought that. Now he has to try and not imagine Makia having sex. Here, have a cookie. And you too, Inasa Yurashi. The big guy grins as he takes a cookie. I'm so stoked to meet everyone. Right, Izuku slowly nods. Then he spots a familiar teenager behind Yurashi and decides this is the perfect opportunity to escape. Oh, hey, Bakugo. Want a cookie? Whatever, Bakugo growls, grabs one and bites into it angrily. Fuck, this is good. Please do not use such vulgar language. Fuck you, 4 eyes. Izuku sighs, makes a mental note to interrogate Shoto on the subject of Katsuki Bakugo, and then drags Tenya off to stand by the front door. They manage to greet about 3 people. Then Yurashi starts getting excited and Tenya rushes off to reprimand him. Izuku closes his eyes and prays Shoto will arrive soon. Hey, are you alright? Someone asks him. Quite alright, he assures the girl and then realizes she's invisible. Oh, want a cookie? Thanks. I'm Toru Hagakure, by the way. Izuku Midoriya. So, did you bake these yourself? A well-built guy with rather odd lips asks. Actually, Izuku tries to think of a way to describe Kurogiri that won't make him sound posh or rather odd. Then he spots a teenager hurrying in their direction with a very distinctive hairstyle. For just a second he stares, astonished. Then he laughs and shoves the box in the direction of Hagakure's clothes. Sorry, but I have to go. Could you watch these? Thanks, Tenya. Tenya, Shoto's here. Thank goodness for that. Tenya exclaims as he hurries over. I was beginning to grow concerned something may have happened. It is most irresponsible of him to arrive so. He trails off as he catches sight of their friend. Sorry I'm late. Shoto gasps as he comes to a stop. Taoya insisted on seeing me off, only he got caught up in an incident. I had to stop by the station on the way. And then he wanted photos and… What is it? Your hair, Izuku breathes. Oh, Shoto flushes. He glances over his friend's shoulders to where several of their classmates are staring at them and winces. Could we maybe talk about this somewhere else? Of course. Tenya recovers quickly. Our apologies, Shoto. It is only to be expected you would not wish to discuss personal matters in such a public place, which is why we are moving to the loos right now. Izuku interrupts his friend. Hagakure, could you take over giving cookies to the new arrivals? Sure, the invisible girl agrees easily. And your friend's hair is awesome, by the way. With his responsibilities appropriately discharged, Izuku grabs Shoto and drags him off in the direction of the nearest bathroom, Tenya close behind. Alright, let's get this over with. Shoto sighs just outside the door. I want my cookie. I must apologize profusely. Tenya immediately bows. I have often criticized your excessive use of hair dye. And whilst I meant well, I can now see why your actions were entirely justified. I can only assure you that my criticisms, whilst misguided, came from a place of genuine concern for your well-being. Apology accepted, Shoto sighs, but there's a faint smile on his face. So, cookies. So you're not going to dye your hair anymore? Izuku asks. He feels almost sad. He's gotten used to Shoto's ever-changing hair color, although, well, considering his real hair color is even more unique than he imagined, he understands why it was necessary. Aren't you afraid? Shoto takes a deep breath. I think I'll always be a bit scared. But, now that I'm going to be a hero, I don't want to hide from Endeavor anymore. That is incredibly courageous of you. Tenya nods. And, should you or your family require assistance, you need only ask. Exactly. Izuku smiles. We're a team, the 3 of us. Shoto laughs and relaxes just the slightest bit, but he's still tense. And as Izuku glances back towards the classroom, he can see several teenagers staring shamelessly in their direction. Shoto has never been the most outgoing of their trio, and so Izuku decides a few more minutes won't exactly hurt. So, who do you think will be our homeroom teacher? Izuku asks. He's been racking his brain for weeks and has at least a dozen theories. And besides, it's a subject his friends will probably be interested in. Unlike speculating about the mechanics of Hagakure's invisibility, it will most likely present Mike or Eraserhead. Tenya shrugs. What? Why? Izuku frowns. He considered them, of course, but ended up deciding it was unlikely. Because of your aunt from Okinawa, Shoto answers. Is Auntie Ray from Okinawa? Izuku frowns. He could have sworn she told him she was born in Tokyo. And anyway, what does that have to do with their teachers? I mean your Quirk. Shoto hisses, glancing around suspiciously. Aunt, from Okinawa. Get it? Oh, perhaps we should think of an appropriate codename, Tenya suggests, to avoid further confusion. Yeah, but what? Ants, frolicking, apples fucking. Perhaps something shorter and less vulgar. Tenya winces. I was thinking perhaps Pokémon would be a suitable codename. Why? Izuku frowns as he tries to figure out the connection. Then he decides it's probably a pretty good suggestion. He doubts anyone would think there is anything connecting the terrifying villain All For One and adorable little Pikachu. Well, I was thinking about it, and we switch, don't we? Tenya smiles. Shoto and Izuku nod in understanding. So I thought it might be an appropriate codename. All right, Pokémon it is. Izuku grins. Right, have we sorted everything out? Shoto asks just as the bell rings. Cause I want my cookie. Yes, we should return to class. We do not wish to leave a bad first impression. All right, Izuku laughs. Not for the first time, he's grateful they're all in the same class. This is how they imagined themselves as children, side by side, fighting the forces of evil and prevailing because good and justice and all that other stuff little kids believe. And sure, in the near future they'll probably be battling more English assignments than villains. But it'll still be great, he's sure of it. U.A, here we come. Tenya, obviously satisfied and eager to get back to class before they are all expelled for tardiness, spins round and Izuku and Shoto roll their eyes behind his back. He only gets about 2 steps down the hallway before he stops and, in a voice his friends know only too well, exclaims, Mr. Eraserhead, whilst I am delighted to see you and am certain you shall prove an excellent teacher, I must protest. Your behavior at present is not at all befitting a member of staff here at UA. The yellow caterpillar lying in front of the door slowly rolls over and sits up. And for just a second Aizawa stares at them. Hi, Eraserhead. Izuku smiles and waves. Aizawa groans. Yes, how may I help you, Mr. Yagi? All Might smiles down at the woman. From Might Hero Agency. I believe you were informed I would be coming. Oh, yes, the woman nods. I have the files you requested here, but Midoriya isn't in any trouble, is he? I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to say. Toshinori shifts awkwardly. Is it possible that, before his death, All For One infiltrated? I suppose so. The woman sighs as she leads him over to a table. Only, he's such a generous man. Goddammit. A man at a nearby computer swears. It's crashed again. As he watches her hurry off, All Might wonders whether he's wrong. But if so, he'll just confirm that Hisashi Midoriya really is the upstanding citizen everyone believes him to be. All Might takes a deep breath and opens the file. There is nothing glaringly suspicious about Hisashi Midoriya. He has a fire-breathing quirk that got him into trouble when he was younger and apparently went through something of a delinquent phase. Nothing particularly suspicious, some minor vandalism and one very pathetic attempt at shoplifting. The owner of the store chose not to press charges after finding out young Hisashi had just lost his father, and his mother promptly moved them to Tokyo, most likely hoping for a fresh start. And it appears to have worked. Midoriya graduated with decent grades and entered the corporate world. And since then his only real contact with the police was, hang on, young Midoriya was kidnapped. All Might stares down at the page for a minute. Then he shakes his head and reaches for Inko Midoriya's file. She is even less suspicious than her husband. Toshinori pauses when he realizes her mother was quirkless. But her own quirk, attraction, fits with what he observed during her son's entrance exam. There is slightly more information about her than her husband, but it is almost all reports by social workers. And as soon as she aged out of foster care, she promptly vanished until she filed her marriage certificate. And then, of course, her son was born and a few years later her husband received her death certificate. Izuku's file is shorter, but that's to be expected. As he scans the page, All Might calms down. Sure enough, Izuku's registered quirk is attraction. His only real run-in with the law is a minor caution received a few months prior. The only oddity is a note to contact an officer Tsukachi for any inquiries. But then Midoriya is a wealthy CEO. It is not completely unheard of. Tsukachi is probably a friend of the family. All Might leans back in his chair with a sigh. Looks like he'll have to track down the boy with the white hair. Shoto yawns as he follows his classmates. He wishes he'd slept better, but unfortunately, he got woken up way too early by a slightly hysterical Tenya. No, Kurogiri will make sure Izuku isn't late. He probably forgot to charge his phone. Yes, Shoto is awake and about to get dressed. No, if Izuku had been attacked by mutant squirrels, Makia would have destroyed the neighborhood and they'd have seen it in the news. Sometimes, Shoto wishes his friends were sane. And, speaking of insane friends, up ahead Izuku turns away from the girl he's been talking to and waves Shoto over. Shoto lets out a long-suffering sigh. If Izuku is planning something, he really needs to demand another cookie. What is it? He asks as he joins his friend, resigning himself to. Well, if Izuku's involved, probably his impending death or at least being grounded for a month. Then he gets a proper look at the girl and frowns, because, hey, aren't you Achako Uraraka? She introduces herself. Thanks for saving me at the exam. And, sorry, I didn't recognize you earlier. With your hair. It's pretty cool, though. Don't mention it, Shoto shrugs. My name's Shoto Yukiyama. Oh, wow, she giggles. Yukiyama, that's so funny. What's funny? A nearby guy with spiky red hair asks. 'Cause he's got a nice quirk. Uraraka explains. He froze that massive robot during the exam. It was amazing. Shoto would be lying if he claimed not to smile at the exclamations that follow that statement. Alright, settle down, Aizawa sighs. The hero looks like he's not slept in several days, and Shoto can't help a brief twinge of sympathy. After all, it's doubtful the hero will get to sleep anytime in the next 3 years. We'll be conducting a test of your quirks. A what? But, what about the entrance ceremony? Shoto groans as Izuku's eyes light up. At least Uncle Hisashi will be happy. Shoto only knows 2 people who can get excited over whether hawk's feathers are structurally similar to regular feathers or whether they should be classed as appendages more similar to fingers. Which, does that mean Hawks has hundreds of fingers? No time to waste if you want to become heroes. Aizawa shrugs, although he does glance over at Izuku for just a second. UA is known for its freestyle education system. That applies to us teachers as well. Izuku starts bouncing up and down like an overcaffeinated chipmunk. I presume you all did the standard no quirks allowed gym tests in middle school. But it's not rational that this country still insists on prohibiting the use of quirks when calculating the averages of these records. You, Bakugo, how far could you throw in middle school? 67 meters, the blonde answers as he looks around hesitantly. Shoto almost feels sorry for him, because everyone is now staring at him. Then Bakugo's gaze lands on an excited Izuku and he straightens. Great, Aizawa tosses him a softball. Now try it with your quirk. Do whatever you need to, just don't leave the circle. Bakugo stretches his arms. He takes a few deep breaths as his eyes once again seek out Izuku and then stray to Shoto. And his expression morphs into one Shoto is familiar with, and Shoto smiles right back at the clear challenge in his eyes. Bakugo turns, takes up his position, leans back, swings, and DAKU. Izuku's fingers are twitching, a sure sign he is desperately analyzing Bakugo's quirk. But as their classmates exclaim in excitement, Shoto and Tenya exchange worried glances. Bakugo did apologize for bullying Izuku when he was younger, but still, if there is one thing Shoto has learned, it's that Katsuki Bakugo can be unpredictable. Well, no use in overthinking things. If Bakugo ever tries to hurt Izuku, he will become very familiar with hypothermia. Awesome, you say. Aizawa interrupts the general excitement. You're hoping to become heroes after only 3 years here. And you think it'll be all fun and games. The teacher shakes his head. Right, I think you should know. The student with the lowest score across all 8 events will be judged hopeless, and will be expelled. Shoto sighs at Eraserhead's dramatics. What? Why? But that's so unfair. All right. Izuku flushes as everyone turns to stare at him. What did I say? A valid point. Tenya, ever the valiant knight, comes to the rescue. Of course there is an inherent risk that comes with our chosen career path. Since the goal of our teachers is to prepare us to not only survive but also to rise above those challenges, it only makes sense to throw us in at the deep end. Far better to learn of our limitations now, in a safe setting, rather than in a life or death situation. I would expect no less from UA. What he said, Izuku points at his friend. Alright, the big guy grins. I agree, Ida. This is a test of our burning passion. Let's do this. Plus ultra. Well, he's insane, Shoto whispers to Izuku. But the big guy has his uses, he reflects as he waits for his turn. Izuku is keeping his quirk a secret for reasons, and anyone who can distract from him is a positive. And Shoto will do his best to add to that distraction, if he happens to get a decent score, too. Well, Shoto is a good friend and will just have to make that sacrifice. And Izuku barely does anything when it's his turn. He just steps up to the start line next to Yaoyorozu, and when the pistol goes off, he coughs, splutters, and then steps over the finishing line. Shoto takes a swig of water to try and help with the itching in his throat and ignores Tenya's judgmental stare. If Aizawa didn't want Izuku switching quirks, he really should have made that explicitly clear at the beginning. Thanks, Shoto. Izuku hurries up to him. As Shoto passes the water bottle, their fingers brush and Shoto feels half hot, half cold settle back in its rightful place. He doesn't mind switching with Izuku, but there's something special about his own quirk. He wonders whether Tenya feels the same. He wonders whether he'd feel this way if he'd never met Izuku. But as he's taking his place next to Urashi, he's excited because he's trained and pushed himself under the watchful eye of Uncle Hisashi, and the entrance exam was only the beginning. Sure, it was flashy, but this is the moment he proves it can be versatile, too. This is the moment Shoto Yukiyama gets to announce to the world that he has arrived. Then the starting pistol goes off, and a huge gust of wind throws Shoto backwards. He hits the ground hard and tastes blood, but the wind is still pushing him backwards, whilst at the same time sending sand blasting at him. He's pretty sure it's scraping his skin raw, and desperately he tries to throw up an ice wall in front to protect himself. And then, thankfully, the relentless assault stops and Shoto collapses back onto the ground with a groan. Shoto, are you alright? Idly, Shoto wonders what it says about his life that getting assaulted by the wind even warrants that question. Then he remembers that pretty much all his friends and family are absolutely insane. Insane but wonderful. He reflects as he feels the familiar itchy, scratchy, tickly sensation of Izuku's healing quirk wash over him, chasing away his aches. They are absolutely wonderful, and I am so sorry, Yukiyama. Please accept my apologies. Carefully, Shoto sits up. He looks up at his giant classmate and frowns, puzzled. Why are you bleeding? He almost facepalms, because it comes out squeaky and high-pitched, and he turns to glare at Izuku. Of course he forgot. Whilst Izuku's healing quirk doesn't have a downside to him, it has an unfortunate tendency of tightening the vocal cords of the patient. There go his hopes of making a great first impression on his classmates. Urashi, you need to be more careful, Aizawa sighs. Whether you stay here at UA or not, control needs to be one of the areas you focus on. And you, Yukiyama, do you want to try again? Yes. Shoto flushes as he scrambles to his feet. He hurries back to the starting line with clenched fists and tries to ignore a few muffled giggles. He can recover from this. Urashi is careless with a quirk that could injure people. Shoto can beat him. Shoto can show him just how vital control is. Shoto is 0.8 seconds slower than Urashi. Really, Shoto doesn't expect to do better than Urashi when it comes to grip strength. The guy is built like a brick outhouse. He does feel a twinge of guilt when he's so distracted preparing for the long jump. He sends Izuku crashing into Tenya. He almost screams when it turns out Urashi is surprisingly quick on his feet for his size. The ball throw doesn't even count, because of course the guy with a wind quirk is better suited, and he obviously works out, so he beats Shoto at upper body training. In fact, Shoto only manages to beat him at the seated toe touch. By the time they've all finished, Shoto is pretty sure he hates Urashi. It's not a pleasant feeling, true. Both him and Bakugo have flashy quirks, and their rivalry was the stuff of legends in their school. But some of that was because they were pretty evenly matched. And at least for Shoto, it was enjoyable, because Bakugo helped push him to do better, to be better. With Urashi doesn't even seem to notice him as he laughs with the spiky redhead. But at least his early embarrassment and feeble attempts to salvage his reputation will have distracted everyone from Izuku. He tries to comfort himself. He glances over at his friends, both relatively relaxed. Some of that is no doubt due to their decent performance, and some of it, I was lying about expelling someone, ... is due to being all too familiar with Eraserhead's eccentric views on childcare and education. What? He totally wasn't, Izuku mutters a little too loudly. All of his classmates turn to stare at him. Tenya looks like he's torn between rescuing Izuku and going to comfort their teacher, who is probably about 3 seconds away from quitting. Of course it was a lie. Yaoyorozu frowns. It wasn't terribly hard to work that out. No, see, Izuku flushes. He does this regularly. Like, last year he expelled a whole class. How'd you know that, man? Izuku is incredibly knowledgeable about heroes. Tenya intervenes. After all, they represent what we are all striving for. So he studies them extensively, to learn as much as he can. And naturally Eraserhead is a shining example of a successful underground hero who maintains a healthy balance between. So basically you're a hero nerd. A blonde guy interrupts Tenya's monologue. Pretty much. Shoto nods, even as Tenya huffs, offended. That's so awesome. Urashi explodes. Midoriya, I had no idea you were so passionate about heroes. That's just what I was hoping to see here at UA. I didn't even recognize Eraserhead, but you. Anyway, passion or not, we're done here, Aizawa interrupts. You can find all the documents you need back in the classroom. Not you, Midoriya. Principal Nedu would like to speak with you. We will collect your things and meet you at the front gate. Tenya immediately turns to his friend. I feel it is only right we commemorate our first day at UA in some meaningful way. Junk food it is. Izuku grins and sprints off before Tenya can correct him. Shoto laughs as his friend sighs, defeated. and doesn't comment on the small smile on his face. Instead, he glances over at Bakugo, already heading back to the building, and then he looks back over at Urashi, who seems blissfully unaware of how most of their classmates are avoiding him. It feels like he has a decision to make now. Shoto reminds himself that he's survived 15 years being related to Natsuo, and almost a decade of friendship with Izuku and Tenya, and makes up his mind. Hey, Urashi, he approaches the taller teen. I didn't really introduce myself earlier, did I? Shoto Yukiyama, and thanks for what you said to Izuku. Great to meet you, Yukiyama. Urashi grins at him. He's not that different than Makia. Shoto tries to reassure himself after he's had too many muffins. And I really meant it. It's great to see others with such burning passion. Yeah, Izuku and heroes. You probably won't find many other people with such a burning passion, Shoto sighs. Then he shudders. Or quirks. I really don't understand, Urashi frowns. It's absolutely wonderful to witness, especially since they are such important subjects. For just a second, Shoto considers being magnanimous in defeat. Then he remembers the humiliation, and decides that he's a teenager and therefore allowed to be a little petty every now and then. And besides, he's pretty sure Urashi has never met a passion quite like Izuku's. Ask him about Hawk's wings tomorrow. He smiles sweetly. Then you'll see passion. Izuku grins as he lets himself into the teacher's lounge. He hesitates. Part of him doesn't want to keep Principal Nedu waiting, but the other part wins out. And so he makes a quick detour towards the two adults sat in a corner. Hi Midnight. Hi Present Mike. Izuku. Present Mike grins as he sits up. It's great to see you. Have you seen Hitoshi? No, Izuku shakes his head. He's just noticed the pile of used tissues at the voice hero's feet and is starting to regret his decision. We're not in the same class. And, didn't you see him this morning? He did, Nimuri confirms with a groan. I've been on babysitting duty for the past hour, because apparently Mike here doesn't understand teenagers don't have to be walked to their classroom. But Nimuri, he's so handsome. Mike sniffs and pulls out another tissue. And what if the other kids are mean to him? What if they bully him? Mike, you're a teacher, Midnight sighs. You need to at least pretend to be impartial. And Hitoshi won't thank you for embarrassing him on his first day. Yes, but, Izuku, just head in. Nimuri manages a small smile. This is going to take a while. As he takes the opportunity to flee, Izuku makes a mental note to apologize to his dad, and also to call Hitoshi. His friend will probably appreciate the opportunity to vent. Also, he should probably bake Nezu some cheese scones. Izuku. The principal beams when he enters the office. Wonderful to see you. Tell me, has Aizawa expelled anyone this year? Nope. Izuku smiles as he sits down. Nobody. Well, that's a relief. Principal Nedu chuckles. It will be such a nice change not to have to deal with overzealous parents this year, especially with everything else there is to deal with. Yeah, Izuku sighs. His smile slips from his face, because he is all too aware of what the principal is referring to. Dad told me you know. Technically speaking, Principal Nedu does not actually know the whole truth. But, since Izuku isn't exactly keen on seeing his father locked up in Tartarus, he is willing to keep up the charade that Hisashi Midoriya is all for one's biological son. Besides, it's not like they'll be actively hurting anyone by keeping his dad's identity secret. Izuku has made it quite clear that any villainous activity will result in an immediate cessation of hugs and he will run away from home. Which, he realized later, is probably not terribly effective when the person looking for you practically ran the Japanese underworld for a number of years and likely still has many contacts. But then again, Izuku is barely 15 and his father was all for one. He is at a pretty big disadvantage. Yes, Principal Nedu nods. He doesn't stop smiling though, and it's reassuring. I wish to reassure you that no member of U.A. staff will judge you for your quirk. We are here to help you grow and reach your full potential. So I hope you will not feel you have to hold back during training. Right, Izuku nods. Thank you. There's a sudden wail from outside the door, and Nezu sighs. And that brings me to the other matter I wish to discuss. He shakes his head. I decided to place you in Eraserhead's class because he is already aware of your quirk. And your father agreed that I could explain your family's situation to him. But I also understand if, due to your friendship with his son, you feel unable to approach him about certain matters. Our guidance counselor, Hound Dog, has been informed of your situation, and if you ever wish to discuss anything at all with someone impartial, I encourage you to turn to him. Or, Recovery Girl, Present Mike, Ectoplasm and I are also aware of your family history. We are always willing to help if needed. Thank you, Izuku nods. He wonders whether he should start keeping a list. Something like people aware I'm related to a terrifying supervillain. Then he decides it's probably not a good idea. If his dad found it, he'd probably end up moping for days. Is there anyone else? Aware outside of school? Only Officer Tsukachi and Ingenium. Nezu smiles. I suggested All Might, but your father was pretty insistent about not telling him. Izuku can't imagine why. Is this seat free? I am afraid not. Tenya responds with his usual enthusiastic politeness. We are saving it for a close friend of ours. Yeah, Shoto adds, not looking up from his soba. His name is Hitoshi, in class 1 degrees Celsius. Do you know him? You guys suck. Hitoshi sighs as he sinks into the seat opposite them. He ignores the traitorous smile tugging at his lips as Shoto finally looks up at him, a mischievous twinkle in his eye, and Tenya looks disapprovingly at his lunch. Then he glances to his right, at the final member of their group. What's he doing? Shoto groans as he shakes his head, and Tenya takes a deep breath and then pokes Izuku in the cheek with his chopsticks. It would have to be determined whether it's his hands that control it or if perhaps it is simply force of habit. Oh, hi, Hitoshi. Izuku beams when he notices the new addition to their table. He grabs a notebook and pen out of his bag and leans over. What can you tell me about your classmates' quirks? They have them. Hitoshi answers hesitantly. He glances over at their friends, but the traitors are just watching them as they eat. He wonders in passing whether he should have sat with his classmates instead, but, well, I need you to keep a close eye on them. Izuku pushes the notebook over. I've already written down a few general questions that can help you with initial observations, although the more information the better. And the sooner I know about their quirks, the sooner I can begin planning appropriate countermeasures. What countermeasures? Hitoshi asks. He wonders briefly whether Izuku is planning on taking over the school. Okay, Hitoshi is more than willing to help with that, but he isn't entirely sure how the assorted quirks of class 1 degrees Celsius factor into the plan. He can't exactly picture his fellow classmates manning the barricades as they attempt to hold off whatever odd group Izuku has recruited for the sports festival. Izuku exclaims, I told you, didn't I? We need to get you into the hero course, and the sooner the better. Exactly. Tenya finally joins the conversation. The longer it takes, the further behind you will be, Hitoshi. Although of course we shall endeavor to keep you aware of everything we cover in classes that general studies does not. Rest assured, I will be making copies of my notes every day for you. And if you have any questions about the subject, I will try my best to explain it. Hitoshi can't help it, and he thinks Izuku understands, just a little, as he wordlessly produces a box of tissues for him. Because whenever he remembers those pointed whispers, the repulsive suggestions, and the ever-present V-word, this is what makes it better. The knowledge that he doesn't need those idiots. He has friends that believe in his dreams and are willing to go out of their way to help him succeed, and he wouldn't trade them for anything. So, what's it like being a UA student? Shoto asks. You know, with your parents as your teachers. Oh God, Hitoshi groans. You guys are so lucky. I'm terrified if I say anything bad, I'll get someone expelled. I am quite certain Eraserhead is more professional than... No, he isn't. Hitoshi rolls his eyes at Tenya's naivete. He'd just make their lives a living hell until they'd quit. It's Mike that's the problem. We had English class earlier, and I was terrified he'd try giving everyone the shovel talk. Try bribery, Izuku suggests with a sigh, mixed with a little blackmail. It's what I do with Dad. You could threaten him with, I don't know what would work on Mike, though. Is he a hugger? I'll try that. Hitoshi manages a smile. Then he almost ducks under the table, because Mike has just stood up and is looking around the cafeteria. But if he is going to be a hero, he has to be brave and courageous, and so he looks over at Izuku and asks, how's your dad? He's fine. Still. Izuku shrugs and then yawns. Still a bit iffy about the whole hero thing, but he's getting used to it. They spent all night talking about quirks, Shoto explains. Pretty sure they've written research papers on at least half our class already. And Tenya has already told me off for not getting 8 hours of sleep. Izuku rolls his eyes. And I don't have enough information. Oh look, it's Urashi. Wow, Hitoshi has no trouble noticing the big guy, or the slightly shell-shocked expression on his face, especially when he notices Izuku waving at him. Why does he look like he's met Makia? He asked Izuku about Hawk's wings. Shoto smiles, which you of course had nothing to do with. Hitoshi snickers. He wanted to see passion. The teenager shrugs. So I suggested he ask Izuku about whether Hawk's feathers count as fingers or not. It's fascinating. Izuku huffs. All his friends just look at him dubiously. If Tanya ever goes on a date with Hawks, do you think he could borrow a feather for us? You are not setting my brother up just because you want information about a quirk. I never mentioned setting him up. Just, if he's going to be a member of our family. Oh yes, Hitoshi reflects. He has perhaps the best friends possible, even if they're plus ultra insane. Dad, why are you dressed like a flasher? Tenko. All Might spins around and sweeps his son up in a crushing embrace. Crushing being a rather unfortunate descriptive. One of the first lessons he had to learn after adopting Tenko, alongside making hot chocolate and deciphering cryptic artwork, was controlling his strength. Oh, it is wonderful to see you again, my boy. You too, Dad? Tenko sighs, but Toshinori can hear the smile in his voice. You are wearing pants, aren't you? All Might huffs as he sets his son down, because Tenko really should have more faith in him. But he can't help his smile as he looks over the young man. His hair is a little longer and his skin a little more tan, but other than that he looks almost exactly like when All Might waved him farewell 2 months ago. Which begs the question, what are you doing back in Tokyo? Toshinori asks with a frown. He notices Tenko's battered old suitcase and backpack and wonders whether he forgot about a visit. Not that I'm not delighted to see you, of course, but Yoroi got injured, Tenko sighs. Nothing serious, but they're scaling back operations for a while. And, since I wanted to get more publicity, I figured I might as well come back and explore some of my other options. Well, if you need. I am not working for you, Dad, Tenko cuts him off. Besides, I've already had a few good offers. Really, do tell. Maybe we could discuss this somewhere that is not a random-ass bush. All Might considers the suggestion. He's been hiding for the past 3 hours, hoping to catch a glimpse of the white-haired boy. Unfortunately, he has not had much success. He was forced to abandon his post at one point when he spotted a racerhead heading in his direction, and whilst he caught sight of a few teenagers with white hair, none of them had more than a passing resemblance to the boy with the ice quirk. That sounds like a wonderful idea. Toshinori laughs. He can come back the next day. And if that fails, he'll have to call Torino. Come on, burger time. My treat. Thanks, Dad. Tenko grins. So, tell me, All Might prompts as they set off in the direction of their favorite restaurant, Tenko dragging his suitcase behind him. What's your plan? What are these offers? Well, Idaitan are still interested in giving me a go, Tenko shrugs. Might be cool to be part of a big team. The Pussycats suggested a collab, but they're scaling back their day-to-day, cause of some family emergency. Hawk sent me a decent offer, but I'm pretty sure it's more about the clout than cause of my skills. Oh, and Snipe suggested trying for a position at UA. As a to tide me over, I'm going to visit tomorrow. Really, an idea starts to take shape in All Might's mind. Mind if I tag along? It's been a while since I've been to UA. It'd be great to have a look around, see what's changed. Oh, sure, Tenko laughs. Going soft in your old age. Huh, cool Ingenium cosplay. Tenya groans. He considers ignoring his friends and walking away, since that would be the mature, dignified course of action, but, well, being mature and dignified is only enjoyable when he can occasionally let loose. And besides, you're one to talk, he remarks as he slips on his helmet. What's that supposed to mean? Have you looked at yourself? Shoto smirks. You look like your dad. Yes, all that is missing is the correct hair color, Tenya adds. I am sure Shoto would be more than willing to assist. Haha, Izuku huffs. Very funny. Seriously, you guys are so unoriginal, Shoto laughs. I'm the only one with an original costume. Oh, is that why your cufflinks look like penguins? I hate you both. Tenya just laughs as Shoto storms off, indignant. He glances down at his costume and then makes to follow, but realizes Izuku has sat down on the bench and is tugging at his jacket sleeves, an anxious expression on his face. Izuku, we should join our classmates. Yeah, I guess, Izuku answers, but doesn't get up. Tenya sighs. He doesn't want to hold up their class, but, oh, he will simply have to apologize to Aizawa. Izuku is far more important. What's wrong? He asks as he sits down next to his best friend. It's dumb. It does not matter whether it is dumb or not, Tenya shrugs. We are friends. If you wish to talk about it, I am here for you. Yeah, Izuku sighs. Do you think it's silly? What, your costume? Tenya frowns. Not really, no. I don't know. I just realized how weird it is that I based my costume on Dad. Izuku sighs. And, I'm not sure I should keep it now. I don't think it is weird, Tenya smiles. You based your costume on your hero. True, he might not be a hero with a license, but, if anything, it speaks of the love and respect you feel towards your father. And, after all, it is also fairly practical. If you need to blend in, its current design will not stand out. And if, in future, you have to make changes, they should be fairly simple to implement, unlike my costume. I guess, Izuku sighs, but the corner of his lips is ever so slightly quirked upwards. It still feels really weird. Izuku, I am certain you shall be able to make it your own. Tenya shrugs. I do not wish to hurry you, but, yeah, I know, Izuku chuckles. Oh, my mask. Why do you have a mask? No reason. By the time they rejoin their class, Aizawa looks distinctly unimpressed. Tenya immediately bows, a string of apologies on the tip of his tongue. I'm sorry, sir, it was my fault. It is undoubtedly Izuku who speaks, even if his voice is distorted by his mask. Tenya straightens and turns to stare at his friend as Izuku soldiers on, staring down at his cuffs as he fiddles with them. I was feeling a bit anxious about things, and Tenya stayed to talk me through it. Fine, Aizawa sighs. But if this happens again, tell me earlier. Are you all right to participate in today's exercise, Midoriya, or would you prefer to sit it out? No, I'm fine. Just, what is today's exercise? You'll be split into teams of 2, eraserhead size. One team will be heroes, the other, villains. The catch is, you'll be facing off indoors, so think carefully before you fire off some overpowered blast. We do not have time here at UA to waste on idiots who will collapse a building on themselves. Tenya can't help but glance over at Bakugo. The villain team will enter first. They will be hiding a nuclear weapon. The hero's goal is to either secure it or capture the villains. There will be a time limit, though, so the villains can win either by protecting the weapon until the clock runs out or by capturing the heroes. Any questions? No one is quite brave enough to speak. Alright, teams will be decided by drawing lots. Not Bakugo, not Bakugo, not Bakugo. Tenya almost groans when he ends up in the same team as Bakugo. The blonde does not look pleased, either. In fact, when he spots Tenya looking at him, he snarls. Maybe Tenya will at least not have to pretend to be a villain. The first round will be between. Aizawa pulls out 2 pieces of paper and stares at them for a minute before looking back up at them. Team A and Team D. Bakugo, you two are the villains. This time, Tenya does groan as he follows the blonde into the building. Well, he'll simply have to try and channel Alt 41. And this will be wonderful practice for when he is a hero. After all, he won't always be able to work with Izuku or Shoto, and might in fact have to work alongside heroes he does not like. And besides, he and Bakugo shall be in the same class for the next 3 years and may have to work together once they go pro. Tenya may not agree. Okay, Tenya may feel a strong personal dislike towards Bakugo, but that does not mean they cannot move past that. They are, after all, mature young men well on their way to adulthood and should not allow childhood prejudices to color. Alright, 4 eyes, let's get one thing straight. Bakugo snarls once they reach the room with the fake bomb. Don't think you can boss me around like Midoriya. Oh, this is going to be wonderful. Alright, you're Raka. Izuku grins at his teammate. I think we should go for a 2-pronged attack. You try and locate the bomb, and once you have, I'll draw them away, and you can rush in and secure the bomb. If you think you're about to get caught, let me know. Okay, sure. The girl smiles, then she frowns. But, are you sure it's okay for me to leave you to face them on your own? Oh, it's fine, Izuku chuckles. I have a trick up my sleeve, after all. And so I believe we should take a proactive approach, rather than, fuck you, Bakugo snarls, his hands letting off weird pops, and Tenya eyes them nervously, because he isn't entirely sure what sort of quirk requires grenade-shaped gauntlets. I told you, you're not the boss of me. I am not trying to boss you around. I am simply pointing out I am quite familiar with the way Izuku thinks, and this strategy is likely. Fuck you. I think I'm getting close, Uraraka whispers. I can hear a lot of explosions coming from up ahead. What do you think they're doing? I have no clue, Izuku frowns. They can't be fighting. Not Tenya. I am wondering whether you even belong here in the first place. Tenya yells. What did you say, you bastard? You heard me. Tenya flounders a bit as he tries to come up with an appropriate insult. Deku, Bakugo screams. Midoriya, separate them now. Aizawa screams into the microphone. He can hear several of his other students screaming, but his eyes are fixed on the screen. Come on, Izuku, summon Tenya. Bakugo chokes on some weird black goo. The bastard seems to be vanishing, but it doesn't matter. He won't forgive him for this. He snarls as he brings up his hand and pulls the pin out, because so far none of his blasts have left a trace. But suddenly, he's not looking at the armored bastard anymore, and it's too late. Katsuki Bakugo has fucked up again. Now, Dad, what have we agreed? I'm not allowed to brutally murder the Bakugo brat. And I'm not allowed to set Gigantomachia on him. And I need to consult you before I do anything that might affect him. Hisashi sighs. Good Dad. Izuku grins and finally deigns to hug his father. I'm pretty sure every hero I ever defeated is laughing at me right now. Hisashi rolls his eyes. Just where did he go wrong, that a 14-year-old boy is able to boss him around like this? And I'm pretty sure Mum is very proud of you for not killing the boy she regarded as family. Izuku shoots back. Okay, that was a low blow. Did it work? Yes, Hisashi sighs and ruffles his son's hair. He can't help a small smile as he looks down at his little boy. You've gotten very good at manipulation, Izuku. Is that a good thing? Ask me that again after you've talked down your first jumper, Hisashi shrugs. He can't help but worry just a little as he looks over his son, though. When he got the call from Nezu, he practically ran out of his office and had Kurogiri warp him straight to Recovery Girl's room. Izuku was already pretty much patched up, but the minute he laid eyes on him, he burst into tears, and any thoughts of murder fled Hisashi's mind as he sat down next to his son and hugged him. Of course, once they got home and he thought back on it, Hisashi realized he had been played. Which, alright, fine, Izuku earned both that extra helping of dessert and an extra day for Katsuki Bakugo to live. Positive reinforcements and all that. But now, Hisashi never worried about Izuku being a hero before. He always thought he would be able to keep him safe, and it just makes it clear that there are things he cannot protect Izuku from, things that might slip through. Hasashi cannot be there every minute of every day, and he wishes he could just keep Izuku safe a little longer. You know, you could stay home from school. Dad, I'm going to school. Izuku hisses. Now, behave yourself, all right? Yes, Izuku, Hasashi sighs. And don't do anything illegal. I won't. Love you, Dad. I love you too, Izuku. Hasashi smiles and waves as his son vanishes through a warp gate. Then he levels Kurogiri with a look. Because he kept the whole of Japan trembling in fear for decades and he deserves some respect, damn it. Which reminds him, do you think you could bake me a dozen muffins? He sighs. I think I need to apologize to Yatsubashi. Seriously, his life was so much simpler when he was a villain. He could just murder the balding little upstart and be done with it. It feels great to be back at UA. Izuku doesn't mind the noise as he changes his shoes, or ducking out of the way of other students as they rush to class. In fact, he likes it. It's so easy to pretend that he's just another student, that he has no concerns other than school, and a slightly odd family, and his quirk is just one of many, that he hasn't just spent the past several hours actively preventing a murder, and that there isn't a part of his mind that is absolutely terrified he'll slip up and send his father to Tartarus. He grins as he stops outside his classroom and slides the door open. Then he steps inside, and immediately regrets not staying home. Midoriya, Kirishima exclaims. Man, are you all right? You sure you should be back so soon? Gyro frowns. Oh my gosh, Midoriya. Uraraka rushes over. Are you all right? I'm so sorry I left you like that. I tried to visit you, but it's fine. Izuku rushes to assure everyone. Seriously, Recovery Girl patched me up in no time. And anyway, I came up with the plan, so really, you don't have to feel guilty, Uraraka. Yeah, but still, Ashido huffs. That Bakugo really overdid it. I mean, picking a fight with his own teammate. He's not gonna last, Zero sighs. Izuku glances around the room and realizes that only one person is missing. Bakugo. Well, sorry, Uraraka, I need to talk with Tenya. Oh, sure, Midoriya, the girl nods. It's so great to see you're feeling better. Yeah, thanks. He grins at her and then hurries over to his friends. Shoto treats him to a small smile. Tenya, I am so sorry. Tenya immediately jumps up and bows. Yesterday was entirely my fault. I should have maintained my composure. I should not have allowed Bakugo to provoke me. Hey, it's fine. Izuku hisses. Dad patched me up. What the fuck happened between you and Bakugo? Well, I'm not entirely sure, Tenya frowns. Neither of us were happy to be partnered together, but it looked like you said something right before he went apeshit. Shoto interrupts him. Well, that can't be it, Izuku sighs. I mean, no offense, Tenya, but babies are better at insults than you. Yes, I admit I could only come up with Deku. You didn't, Shoto groans. Please say you didn't. What, huh? Tenya freezes mid-sentence. I am an idiot, aren't I? No arguments here. I'm pretty sure I'm siding with Bakugo on this one. Izuku sighs. I shall apologize to him as soon as the opportunity presents itself, Tenya declares, and Shoto and Izuku exchange looks, because they'll probably have to be present for that in case Bakugo decides to finish what he started. The opportunity does not, thankfully, present itself before Aizawa arrives. Their teacher looks even worse than usual, and Izuku can't help the twinge of guilt as he takes in the man's bedraggled appearance. He also can't help but worry as he stares at Bakugo's empty desk. His dad probably isn't behind this, but there's always that remote possibility. Or could Bakugo be skipping? He didn't come to check up on Izuku, but they're not friends, so that's not terribly surprising. Or maybe he's sick. All right, settle down, Aizawa sighs. Then he seems to notice he's missing a student. Oh, Yukiyama, do you know where? As if on cue, the door slides open and Bakugo slinks in. Never mind. Then the teacher sighs again. Bakugo, stay after class. Right, on to more important matters. It's time for you lot to pick a class president. Any volunteers? Me. I'd like to do it. I want to be a leader. Pick me. Let me do it. I would like to volunteer. It is probably a miracle that a fight doesn't break out. As it is, Aizawa stares at them for a minute until everyone quiets down, uncertain. Then he pulls out his sleeping bag. You have 10 minutes to decide amongst yourselves. Don't wake me up. Oh, by the way, we no longer accept representatives selected through death matches. That's oddly specific, Gyro frowns. Yeah, there are a lot of rules like that here at UA. Izuku winces. Don't turn people's trousers into butterflies. Don't force Vlad King to perform Hamlet. Don't freeze over training ground beta. Don't try and figure out how fast Ingenium can go after you dose him with caffeine. Don't bribe Present Mike to perform karaoke in the cafeteria, singing What Time Is It from High School Musical 2 to try and get all the students to join in a flash mob. You are both very knowledgeable in regards to school regulations, Yaoyorozu remarks. And, how should I put this? You seem familiar with Mr. Eraserhead's general weirdness, Izuku suggests. You said it, not me, Kirishima grins. But, you do. Izuku hesitates, because he probably shouldn't admit to why he knows so many specific rules. He glances around at the curious faces of their classmates, and Izuku's father is a friend of Principal Nedu's. Tenya swoops in to save him. And, as such, he was kind enough to allow us to make use of some of the facilities during the holidays. And, admittedly, we are also close friends with Mr. Eraserhead's son. Hang on, Eraserhead has a son. Seriously, he doesn't look like he could keep himself alive. Is he a single dad? Who's the mother? Spill. I don't think this is a good place to talk about it. Shoto interrupts them, pointing to where Aizawa's eyes are peering at them from behind his desk. The assorted students want to take one look and make the sensible decision that perhaps they should get back to the task of choosing a leader. But, Ribbit, how do we decide who should be president, though? I vote for Midoriya. Everyone freezes. They all slowly look towards Bakugo, who is glaring down at his desk. Hey, Bakugo, you all right? Kirishima asks hesitantly. I mean, he knows the teachers and the rules. Bakugo ignores him. He's smart and will be a great hero. He understands quirks. Can you think of a better fucking candidate? Well, that kind of makes sense. We need to elect a sensible vice president, though, Shoto sighs. Someone who won't get us all expelled in a week. I would never. Good point, there's the weekend. 8 days. Just for the record, I'm looking for new friends, Izuku groans. Applicants can start handing in resumes. Bakugo, you interested? Are you fucking insane, Midoriya? That's not a no. Izuku grins. They end up electing Yaoyorozu as vice president, after Tenya's candidacy provokes a 3-minute argument between Bakugo and Shoto. But once Aizawa finally stands up, cutting Bakugo off mid-rant, Izuku can't quite seem to focus on the lessons. Bakugo looks, well, like crap. His school uniform is messy, and from what little Izuku saw, he hasn't slept at all. He doesn't even seem to move during their breaks, and most of their classmates don't seem keen to interact with him. There's something about him that seems familiar, something that reminds Izuku of someone. ... Tauya. The realization hits Izuku like a freight train, and he freezes. And in that moment, he knows he has a new mission ahead of him. He groans. Bakugo, wait up. It's kind of funny how the blonde freezes up when he hears Izuku call after him, and Izuku grins. He hurries up to catch him, and treats him to his most adorable smile. I thought we could eat lunch together. Wouldn't you rather eat with Frosty and Four Eyes? Their names are Shoto and Tenya, and they're going to introduce Hitoshi to everyone. Izuku shrugs. Who? Hitoshi. He's, well, you know, he's Eraserhead's son. Izuku turns to grin at Bakugo. And besides, I want us to get along. You know, be friends. You're fucking insane, the blonde chokes out. Yeah, I get that a lot. I hospitalized you yesterday, and Recovery Girl did a spectacular job patching me up. I bullied you. We were only 3 years old. Your mother was fucking dying and I called you a crybaby. Yeah, that was pretty mean, Izuku admits. But you have come a long way since then. So, Katsuki Bakugo, I have decided we are going to be friends. Bakugo stares at him for a minute. Then he lets out a scream and storms off. Izuku takes a moment to lament his lot in life. Then he takes a deep breath, squares his shoulders, and, Bakugo, wait up. All right, Chronos, if you'd like to join us. Oh, I'll just wait here. All Might smiles as he takes a seat. Good luck, Tenko. Thanks, Dad. Tenko lets out a long-suffering sigh. Midnight looks a little uncertain, but really, there isn't much Toshinori can get up to in the teacher's lounge. And besides, he is the #1 hero, so she shakes her head and ushers his son off towards a conference room. As he watches them depart, Toshinori tries to ignore his crushing guilt. This is for the best. If he is wrong, there is no point in worrying Tenko for nothing, or worse, dredging up unpleasant memories for Torino. And if he is right, he thinks he understands Nana a bit better now. He almost backs out more than once as he waits for the room to empty. But Midoriya and the white-haired boy are both too young to have been conceived before Nana's death, and All Might is the latest person entrusted with One for All. If All for One somehow survived, it's All Might's duty to stop him. If All for One found a successor, it's All Might's duty to stop them. And if, God forbid, one of the boys is All for One's son, it's All Might's responsibility to save him. So, once the room is empty, Toshinori takes a deep breath and stands up. He almost chickens out, but he takes a deep breath and creeps over to the door to the principal's office, glancing around furtively. He almost expects someone to jump out at him as he tries the door to the office, but nothing happens. It is simply unlocked. So with a silent apology to Nezu, All Might lets himself in. Then he looks around and tries desperately to decide where he should start looking. Of course, UA keeps records of all their recent applicants. Once he has located them, he should be able to narrow down his search and find the name of the white-haired boy. And once he has a name, he can run a background check and find the connection to All for One. But as he looks around, he realizes the massive flaw in his plan. those records are most likely electronic. And Principal Nedu is no fool. His computer is likely protected by a password that is slightly harder to crack than All Might's own. Feeling despondent, but unwilling to back out now, he moves around the desk and breathes a huge sigh of relief. Nedu left his computer unlocked. Even better, it's open on the exact directory All Might needs. He immediately begins narrowing down his search. He doesn't know the boy's registered quirk, but he's male and likely received at least a few rescue points. Then the screen locks and an alarm goes off. All Might jerks back, startled, and accidentally rips the mouse cord out. The screen tips over, and All Might lunges forward, barely catching it in time. And as he is standing there, frantically searching for an escape route, the door opens and Principal Nedu enters the room. Honestly, Hashi, we've talked about this. The teacher trails off. For a second, they stare at each other. Then All Might summons his trademark smile. Hello, Principal Nedu. He booms and waves, with the hand holding the computer mouse. All Might, what are you doing in my office? Hawks is having a good day. No, not a good day. A stupendous, wonderful, fantabulous day. His agency just got paid. He's got several sponsorships lined up that he's excited about, and best of all, he's got a date with Yukiyama. And sure, the policeman probably only agreed out of pity, but a date is a date. So Hawks has come up with a brilliant plan. He will sweep Yukiyama off his feet. He's booked a private room at one of the best restaurants in Tokyo, with a wonderful view of the skyline. He'll meet Yukiyama at the station when he gets off from work, and they can stroll along casually to the restaurant. Then they can stay in there and talk and watch the sunset. And then, if he plays his cards right, Yukiyama might agree to let Hawks take him flying. But of course the universe hates Hawks and wants him to die alone. So he really should not be quite so surprised when he hears the fucking scream. He almost shrieks himself and whirls around. And sure enough, there's a winged figure rapidly gaining altitude despite the person struggling in its grasp. Hawks, he kind of just stares at the sight for a second as his brain tries to process it, because this has to be the most bizarre kidnapping ever. Fuck my life, he groans once his brain has rebooted. He doesn't exactly have a choice. He's pretty sure Yukiyama would be madder if he didn't step in than if he's a few minutes late. Hey, you with the wings, put him down. In hindsight, it's probably fortunate that it doesn't obey, cause the impact from the fall would almost certainly hurt the kid, but it's still annoying when the creature just spins around, shrieks at him and takes off. Hey, get back here. Hawk screams in frustration and takes off after them. For a freaky mutant kidnapper, the thing is surprisingly agile. Hawks rounds a corner and ducks under a bridge. Then he turns again, desperately trying to keep up to the thing. He doesn't dare use his feathers, because there's no telling how injured the kid will be if he's dropped at this speed. The thing suddenly swerves. Hawks follows, narrowly avoiding a headlong collision with a bus. Then they've emerged onto a busy road, scattering pedestrians. Cars swerve left and right as people scream. The thing ducks out of the way of Mount Lady's fist. And then they're going up, up, up. It's not perfect, but Hawks prepares to take his shot. The minute the thing lets go of the kid, he'll catch him with half his feathers. And then the thing howls in pain and lets go. Hawks is so surprised he almost doesn't react in time. He dives forward and just manages to catch the kid's outstretched hand. His shoulder is almost ripped out of its socket and the kid cries out in pain, but then they're hovering in the air 200 feet above street level, watching the creature dive for a dark alley and vanish amongst the trash bags. What the hell was that? Hawks asks. He can't quite make sense of the thing he saw. That can't have just been a quirk that made someone look like that, can it? I don't know, the kid answers. A beat of relative silence passes between them. And then, could we land? Oh, right, sure. Hawks scans the ground below and locates a nice, empty street for them to land on. It's a little awkward, considering his cargo, but he finally manages to bring them low enough that he feels comfortable letting the kid drop the last foot or so. And then, because the universe hates him, his phone rings. Oh, fuck. Hawks scrambles to get it out of his pocket and almost drops it. He takes a deep as he answers it and glances over at the kid, because at least he has a decent excuse, and pauses as he realizes the uniform is surprisingly familiar. How dumb was that thing, to try and abduct a freaking UA student? I don't know why I agreed to this. Hawks whimpers, because Yukiyama does not sound happy. He checks his watch and winces. Even if he abandons the kid and doesn't file a report until later, he won't make it to the station until he's at least 30 minutes late. Yukiyama, I swear I can explain. Hawks, are you going to be here in the next 5 minutes? I'm going home, Yukiyama sighs. And, look, Hawks, just leave me alone. I don't want to date someone who can't even respect me enough to show up. And then he hangs up. Hawks kind of wants to cry. It's not fair, he did the right thing. And if he could just explain, surely Yukiyama would agree. But he's also pretty sure the policeman won't be terribly impressed if Hawks ambushes him with the incident report tomorrow morning. Is everything alright? Oh, yeah, great, my life has just ended, but apart from. Hawks trails off as something occurs to him. He slowly looks up, and the boy takes a step back as Hawks examines him in silence. You're from UA, aren't you? Yeah. Do you know a Yukiyama? Hawks asks. It's a desperate plan, but. Okay, Hawks is very desperate. He's a first year in the hero course. His first name is Shoto. He loves cold soba and strawberry muffins. His first word, okay, you don't need to know that. He should probably stop talking, because he's starting to sound like a creepy stalker. Yeah, I know Yukiyama. The kid answers, wide-eyed. Why? Could you tell him what happened? Please, I swear, I will make it worth your while. Please, I am begging you, I don't want to die alone. What's that got to do with Yukiyama? The kid asks as he slowly pries Hawk's hands off his shoulders. I had a date with his brother. Only I kind of stood him up. Not on purpose, but, well, you were being kidnapped. I didn't have a choice. And now Yukiyama hates me. But I mean, he'd hate me even more if I turned up on time and said, you'll never guess what I saw. This weird creature grabbed a kid off the street. So, what do you want to drink? He probably would. The kid snickers. Hawks levels him with an unimpressed look. Because he's still the number 2 hero. No, he probably doesn't have a leg to stand on when it comes to commanding respect. I'll mention it to him. The kid agrees. Hawks could cry because there is still hope. If baby Shoto is anywhere near as intelligent and kind as Yukiyama makes him out to be, surely he'll see the injustice in this and intervene. And surely Yukiyama will listen to his beloved baby brother. Kid, you are wonderful, he smiles instead. Then he groans, because they probably should go report this. Come on, we'd better get you to the nearest police station. Can you walk? Think you're going into shock? I'm fine, the boy shrugs. Trust me, this isn't the weirdest thing that's happened to me. It's not, Hawks asks, because holy fuck, what sort of upbringing are kids getting nowadays? He's pretty sure the normal response to almost being kidnapped by a weird creature and then coming face to face with a hysterical pro-hero is something like tears or maybe fainting. You have not met my family, the kid sighs. But what's so great about this Yukiyama guy? Anyway, like, couldn't the famous Hawks do better than some random no-name? Briefly, Hawks considers being offended. Then he decides the kid owes him. He really doesn't want to walk to the station in awkward silence. And he has yet to pass up an opportunity to extol the virtues of Officer Yukiyama. Well, first off, he's hot, he sighs as they start walking. Like, he should not be allowed to wear a uniform. And he's smart. He can explain really weird quirk stuff in a way even my dumbass understands. And he's so kind, and he glances over at the teenager, and he's actually paying attention. Seeing that, Hawks takes a deep breath and continues. He has this smile, he admits softly. Like, he goes on about his family so much it should be obnoxious, but he has this spark in his eyes. And you can see how much they mean to him. And I guess I just want him to look at me that way, just once. What are you doing? Calling my family, the kid shrugs. I figure I should tell them what happened, especially if I'll be home late. Good point, Hawks sighs, despondent. Why does no one ever want to listen when he's telling them how wonderful Yukiyama is? Not the random kid he saved. Not his sidekicks, not the head of the Hero Commission. Oh, they can meet us at Hoth Police Station. Hey, Tanya. The kid takes a deep breath. Look, I almost got kidnapped by some weird thing. Don't worry, I'm fine, Hawks saved me. Yes, Hawks. Yes, he's still here. We're heading to Hoth Police Station. Yes, I know. Look, do you want to talk to him? Yes, you should probably do that. Yeah. No, I'm not going to hold his hand. Look, I'll see you there, okay. Right, bye. The teenager hangs up with a groan, and Hawks chuckles. Older brother, he guesses. The name is vaguely familiar. Doesn't he have a secretary named Tanya? Yes, that's probably it, he decides with a shrug. Yeah, the kid sighs. He worries way too much. Hawks just laughs. He wonders whether Yukiyama is a worrier. He probably is. He probably frets over his beloved siblings, especially baby Shoto. Hawks thinks it might be nice to have someone worry about him. Hawks squawks and almost ducks under the desk. Yukiyama, he asks, not quite believing it as he turns to find Yukiyama with a black eye and large bandage wrapped around his head, holding. I'm so sorry for earlier. His crush bows and then presses the bar of chocolate into his hands. I know it's not an excuse, but I has a pretty awful day at work, and, look, I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for saving Shoto. I don't know how. Shoto, Hawk squeaks. He glances over Yukiyama's shoulder to where the kid is watching them with a cheeky grin. As in baby Shoto. Like, you're Shoto. Yes, didn't he tell you? No, he did not. Hawks glares at the kid and decides a little revenge is in order. He doesn't look much like his photo. You know, that time he dressed up as All Might for Halloween. Well, the kid isn't grinning anymore, but Hawks has just realized he probably shouldn't be pissing of someone who possesses blackmail material. Did he say anything particularly embarrassing? Should he consider bribing baby Shoto with an internship to keep quiet? You actually remember that? Yeah, Hawks can't really bring himself to be worried when Yukiyama is actually smiling at him. Do you want to get something to eat? Oh, the policeman glances over his shoulder. Shoto can come too. My treat. Hawks grins. He is perfectly alright with baby Shoto tagging along if it means he finally gets to buy Yukiyama a meal, especially while Yukiyama seems to actually be pleased with him. I'll pass. The teenager rolls his eyes. I'll call Kurogiri to get me and crash at Uncle Hisashi's. I'll be perfectly safe there, Taoya. Kid, I love you. Hawks grins. Hey, do you want an internship? I'll definitely pass. I have issues with heroes. MPH. Hawks mumbles around his mouth full of ice cream. He looks over at Yukiyama, who is staring down at his hands as he plays with his spoon, his bowl of ice cream empty in his lap. It might not be the perfect date Hawks envisioned, but he can't find it in himself to complain. They bought a big box of fried chicken, several tubs of ice cream and cans of soda, and then traipsed back to Hawks' apartment to lounge on the floor. Somehow, getting to be a part of Yukiyama's routine for bad days feels 100 times better than a fancy meal. I just thought you should know. The policeman sighs as he runs his hand through his hair. My sperm donor was a hero. Only, he was kind of terrible. Like, he only really wanted the fame and not to help people, not really. I guess. I just assumed you were like him, especially when you didn't show up tonight. Hawks considers this information. Well, in hindsight, Yukiyama's reluctance makes a lot more sense now. And his reputation, his public persona, probably didn't help those initial assumptions. He wonders briefly whether he knows Yukiyama's father professionally, and then frowns. Quite a lot of the photos Yukiyama keeps in his locker feature a tall guy with white hair. Since all of Taoya's siblings apart from baby Shoto have white hair, Hawks just assumed he was the father. But maybe he's a stepfather. It's entirely possible. Who's the guy in the suit? Oh, that's Uncle Hisashi. Yukiyama chuckles. He hesitates and glances over at Hawks and offers, he helped us leave. Hawks silently digests this new information. He can fill in the gaps far too easily, and suddenly Yukiyama's devotion to his family takes on a new light. He wonders how many others know this about the officer. Wonders how long it will take for him to truly earn Yukiyama's trust. Well, he might as well start now. My birth name is Keigo Takami. He offers. Well, it's a long story, but I gave it up when I became Hawks. There's more there, of course, much more, but it seems like a decent start. And Yukiyama seems to agree, because he offers up a small smile. Thanks. Hawks decides that they've probably reached the limit of how far he should push Yukiyama, especially on their first date. So he sets his bowl down and grins over at the man. So, like you said, this is your ritual for rough days. We've had fried chicken, we've had ice cream, what's next? Oh, Yukiyama hesitates, and he's actually blushing. And Hawks doesn't think he's ever seen anything more adorable. Well, now I normally settle in for a movie. Really, Hawks doesn't think he could smile any wider if he tried. What's your favorite movie? I've got the TV ready to go, so just My Neighbor Totoro. Oh, Hawks desperately flounders around, searching for an appropriate response. So you like traditional animation? It's not that, Yukiyama groans. Just, look, it's dumb, you pick the movie. Hawks stares at him for a minute. Then he makes up his mind and turns his attention back to the TV. Hey, I told you to pick the movie. Yukiyama exclaims as he selects the icon with the weird, gray blob creature. I've never seen it before. Hawks shrugs. And besides, I'm interrupting your crap workday ritual. So we're watching Totoro. Oh, God, you're worse than Natsuo. The policeman groans, but when Hawks glances over, he's smiling. Just fair warning. I always start tearing up when they get the telegram. Oh, it's an emotional movie. No, Yukiyama sighs. He hesitates and then closes his eyes. It was the first movie we watched as a family after we left, all 5 of us together. And just whenever we get to that scene, I remember looking down at Shoto and I felt like we were safe for the first time. So, Hawks winces. He glances up at the screen, suddenly feeling incredibly shitty. Sorry for overstepping. I'll pick another. No, I don't mind watching it with you. Yukiyama offers him a small smile, and Hawks almost melts. Besides, I could never date a heathen who has never watched the cinematic masterpiece that is My Neighbor Totoro. You've convinced me. We're watching it right now. Why did you do it? Aizawa hisses. I am sorry, Eraserhead, but I cannot tell you. Aizawa barely resists the urge to scream or punch the blonde fool in the face. Instead, he fixes All Might with his most disapproving glare, and is pleased to see the number 1 hero flinch. All Might, please, Principal Nedu groans. We have been here for hours. I would be perfectly within my rights to have you arrested. Now please, tell me why you broke into my office. I cannot say anything in front of Eraserhead. You forced us to evacuate half the school. Nezu finally snaps. Half the heroes in the area were dispatched. The media will be all over this. It could be a scandal. The symbol of peace convicted of a crime. All Might. Do you have any idea how that would look? I need to know. Why did you hack my computer? I didn't hack it, All Might insists. It was unlocked. Aizawa activates his quirk just to shut the fool up. He almost wishes he could ask Hitoshi for help, in case brainwashing could force the hero to answer. He suspects he knows the reason. And if he's correct, Hitoshi can't know. Is it related to All for One? He asks and prays he's wrong. The way All Might flinches confirms his worst suspicions. No, Nezu breathes. Please, no. All Might, did you break into UA? Because of All for One. Aizawa insists. He doesn't want this. Izuku deserves to live a normal life and not dragged into some ridiculous, long-gone conflict between adults. The three sit in tense silence for a few minutes. Then All Might sighs and nods, and Aizawa's heart sinks. How much? The blonde hero clears his throat. How much do you know about All for One? Eraserhead. Everything, Aizawa snaps. He wants to get this conversation over with. He wants to go home as soon as possible, and he wants to beg for Midoriya's forgiveness for not keeping Izuku safe, and plead with the man to still allow Hitoshi to spend time with him. Because Aizawa might have failed Izuku, but Hitoshi doesn't deserve to suffer for his father's mistakes, and Aizawa promised himself he'd never fail Hitoshi again. Everything. All Might gasps. But, Nezu, All Might, Eraserhead is Izuku's teacher, the principal sighs. It's only right he know about his quirk. Izuku, All Might frowns. As in Izuku Midoriya. He's the student with 2 quirks. The mug of coffee Aizawa was holding slips free, but he can't seem to care about it as he stares at All Might in horror. Because All Might didn't know. And they told him. They failed as Izuku's teachers, and Aizawa doesn't have to look over to know Nezu is equally horrified. If it were any other student, Aizawa would be pissed, but this is Izuku. Izuku, who Hitoshi adores more than anyone else in the world, who dumped fatherhood on Aizawa with one well-meaning act of kidnapping, who is related to a villain and yet is one of the kindest, most heroic people he has ever met, who has changed so many lives for the better just by virtue of being himself. Izuku, who did nothing to warrant the look of absolute horror on All Might's face. And just like that, any shreds of patience Aizawa had are completely gone. Get out, he hisses. Eraserhead, what do? I said get out, you bastard. All Might, please leave, Nezu growls. I will call you tomorrow to explain everything, just, please leave now. All Might stares at them both, wide-eyed, for a long moment, and Aizawa almost wants him to refuse. He wants to have an excuse to punch the fool, symbol of peace be damned, and is almost disappointed when the blonde nods and stands up. All right, All Might nods. But, I would like a full explanation tomorrow. And with that he leaves, and Aizawa buries his face in his hands. God, how am I going to explain this to Hisashi? Nezu groans. How are we going to explain this to Izuku? Aizawa counters, and tries to ignore the feeling of utter helplessness. Everyone at UA knows Izuku and his friends to some extent, even if just in passing, and nobody aware of his connection to All for One would ever believe him to ever even contemplate becoming a villain. Hell, if All for One were still alive, Izuku would do everything possible to bring him down. But All Might doesn't know him like they do. The sound of his phone ringing breaks Aizawa out of his spiraling thoughts, and with a sigh he answers. He won't make it home tonight, but he kind of just wants to hear Hisashi's voice right now assure him that everything will be all right. Hisashi, he frowns. Hisashi, slow. Shoto almost what? It was awful, Shoto sighs. I'm pretty sure I've been traumatized. I can see that, Hisashi remarks as the teenager helps himself to another muffin. You poor thing. Detective Tsukachi just chuckles. What are you doing here, anyway? Hisashi turns his attention back to the man. Don't you have some detecting to do? I needed to ask some follow-up questions regarding yesterday's incident. And Hawks isn't answering his phone, the policeman shrugs. And besides, you always have excellent coffee. It is official, Hisashi's reputation is dead. Not just dead, it has been buried, dug back up, set alight and its ashes have been scattered at sea. Wonderful, he snaps. I hope you're happy, Izuku. I'm not quite sure how, but I'm certain you're responsible for this. Izuku, the impudent little ray of sunshine, just laughs. All right. Tsukachi reaches for a muffin himself and Hisashi groans. The report says you were attacked by a strange, winged creature. Oh, you mean the flying zombie bat monster. Hisashi groans and buries his face in his hands. The flying zombie. It needed a name. Izuku shrugs. What do you think? That's not a name, that's a descriptive. Hisashi hisses. Where exactly is Izuku getting this from? Was he this unimaginative when he was 14? All right, fine. All for One was not the most terrifying name he could have come up with, but still, he made it work. Branding is everything to a competent villain. I'm not sure it'll fit in the report. Tsukachi frowns. That's what you're concerned about. It's probably good we didn't go with super freaky, batshit insane pedo with wings. We are having a talk about naming things, Hisashi sighs. Maybe he should talk with Nezu. Third year might be a little late for something as important as villains and their ways of thinking. Hell, if Hisashi were responsible for this attack and he found out he was being called the flying zombie bat monster, he would probably stage a devastating attack just to establish that he should be taken seriously. Pissing off villains is a terrible idea, since they tend to have very unhealthy ways of venting their frustrations. Why do heroes never seem to grasp that? Tsukachi, the freeloading bastard, just laughs. He shakes his head and looks back down at the report and frowns. Unfortunately, the officer in charge of the report doesn't seem to have filled it out correctly. Apart from the wings, was there anything else that stood out about this villain? Well, I don't know, Shoto frowns. I was kind of busy not falling to my death. Any detail could be helpful. Well, I could see its brain. Hisashi chokes on his tea. Its brain, Tsukachi repeats slowly. Yeah, Shoto nods. It was like it was missing the top of its skull. The brain was just there. I think I owe Sansa an apology. Tsukachi looks back down at the report. Its brain. Okay, Hisashi isn't entirely sure what the creature was, but he seriously needs to keep abreast of this case out of morbid curiosity. He can only presume the creature was some lab-grown creation. He's fairly certain most rational people aren't dumb enough to walk about, their brain exposed. Did the person responsible for this never hear of helmets? I have to wonder, though, why you of all people are handling this case. He frowns as something occurs to him. And why you're here alone. Should I be concerned? Or, alternatively, is there anyone that he needs to incinerate before they could possibly threaten Izuku? Perhaps it's time to bug the police department again. There have been a few unexplained disappearances over the past few months, Tsukachi sighs. It took us a while to notice a pattern, but Yukiyama matches the profile we have of the victims. You mean the flying zombie bat monster has been flying around, kidnapping kids? Shoto asks, wide-eyed. What does it want with them? That's just it, Tsukachi sighs. We've not found a trace of the victims. It's like they've vanished into thin air. You're the first to get away. And our only lead. Are you sure you don't just need better detectives? Hisashi frowns. It sounds to me like modern villains need higher standards. Dad, Izuku hisses. Excuse me, but somehow I'm not trembling with fear at the notion of flying zombie bat monsters kidnapping random teenagers, especially if the things are so damn conspicuous. Hisashi rolls his eyes. Honestly, whoever is behind this had been doing so well. Whatever possessed them to go after a student at UA? Of all places. And why the hell did they not check the area for high-ranking heroes? He's certain that back in his day. Oh god, he's getting old. Dad, so you don't have any suspicions as to who might be behind this, Midoriya? Oh, would you look at the time? Izuku jumps up and treats them all to the most insincere smile Hisashi has ever witnessed. Come on, Shoto, let's go. We don't want to be late. But muffins, shove some in your pocket and let's go. Izuku hisses. Bye, Officer Tsukachi. Love you, Dad. Be good. Thanks for letting me crash here. Hey, let go. Izuku, you'll tear my sleeve. Izuku does not, in fact, let go of his sleeve. In fact, he practically drags Shoto out of the room. And Hisashi glances over to find Tsukachi staring after them, mouth agape. What was that about? Oh, Hisashi finally realizes why Izuku rushed off and pulls out his phone to text his son an apology. Izuku hasn't told the boys about All For One the villain yet. Oh, Tsukachi winces and helps himself to another muffin. Poor kid. That can't be easy. No, I suppose not, Hisashi sighs. Then he looks back up at the policeman. But since we are alone, you don't have to hold back anymore. I'm guessing you're here to ask whether I believe All For One was involved in these disappearances. Close, but no cigar. Tsukachi actually looks embarrassed. Actually, you were our prime suspect until yesterday. Me? Yes, the prime suspect. ... Yes. Hisashi stares at the man for a second, then he bursts into laughter. My dear detective, he finally manages to get out. If I were responsible, I would not be utilizing anything as conspicuous as strange flying creatures when I have a human teleporter. And I would not be foolish enough to target my own nephew, especially since he's Izuku's best friend. Exactly how desperate for leads are you? I know, Tsukachi groans. It's just, all the missing teenagers had powerful quirks, but that's the only thing they had in common. And we don't know if it's a local thing or a national problem, cause none of the other prefectures are communicating with us. And the only villain that would be interested in quirks is All For One, but he's dead. And if you're not responsible, then I have no clue who might be behind this. I don't suppose you had a brother or something. As far as I'm aware, All For One only ever had one child. Hisashi frowns. Yes, this fits what he would do if he were still a villain. But is it possible there is someone else who might be interested in quirks? In which case, he almost knocks over the table as he jumps to his feet. If someone is collecting powerful quirks, then The ability to take quirks. Midoriya, calm down. Tsukachi grabs him by the arm. Izuku's true quirk is not recorded anywhere, and I have already contacted Nezu to warn him. He will tell all the students to be vigilant. Yes, of course, Hisashi nods. Izuku is at UA, surrounded by heroes. He will be safe for a few hours, and he'll go with Kurogiri to pick the boys up, because Rei will probably appreciate it. Everything will be absolutely fine. He almost runs out of the room when his phone rings. Nezu. He snatches it up. Could Izuku be hurt? Could the flying bat thing have come back for a second attempt? Could Bakugo have tried to finish the job? What's wrong? And then his jaw drops. All Might did what? You named it what? The flying zombie bat monster, Izuku repeats himself. What do you think, Tenya? It took us hours to decide on a name. We tried to get your input, but you weren't answering your phone, Shoto adds. So we went with the majority vote. It was after midnight on a school night. Tenya groans and rubs his forehead, and Izuku frowns. Why does no one appreciate the name? And besides, 2 out of 4 is not a majority vote. It is exactly half. I voted for it too. Hitoshi shrugs and then glances over to the final person at their table. By the way, what's Sparky Boom Boy doing here? How the fuck should I know? Bakugo snarls from where he has been glaring at them for the past 5 minutes. I was fine eating lunch on my own. Oh yes, Izuku sighs. He has bigger problems than weird flying kidnappers, which will probably turn up dead the minute the police identify them. Unfortunately, said problems cannot be solved with brute force alone, and frankly managing his dad's overprotectiveness is a piece of cake compared to ensuring Hitoshi doesn't make Bakugo walk off the school roof. His name is Bakugo, and I want us to be friends, Izuku informs his friend, ignoring the pops coming from the corner of the table. Bakugo may be loud, but he's not dumb enough to pick a fight in the cafeteria against Eraserhead's son. Probably, hopefully, just in case, Izuku crosses his fingers. And besides, he looked kind of lonely. Didn't he almost kill you? Yeah, well he was aiming for Tenya, Izuku shrugs. After all, Bakugo kind of was provoked. Everyone makes mistakes, especially when emotions and quirks are mixed together. I just happened to summon him at the worst possible time. So it was an accident. And didn't he used to bully you? He apologized for that, and besides, if he hadn't, I'd never have met Tenya. Izuku frowns as something occurs to him. I should probably thank him for that. Thanks, Bakugo. You're insane. Bakugo shakes his head. You're fucking insane. Look who's talking, Hitoshi mutters. What did you say, you purple? Alright, that's enough. Aizawa suddenly materializes out of nowhere with his mysterious ninja powers and levels Bakugo and Hitoshi with an unimpressed look. Then he takes a deep breath and closes his eyes. Midoriya, I'm afraid you'll have to come with me. Something serious has come up. And just like that, Izuku can't breathe. What could this be about? Could Dad or Kurogiri have been hurt? Could they be in hospital? Or, oh God, Tsukachi visited them that morning. Could the police think his dad had something to do with the flying zombie bat monster and want to question him? Or could they have arrested Dad? Or could they have figured out All For One didn't die at the hands of Nana Shimura? Mr. Eraserhead, should one of us grab Izuku's things? Tenya asks, already halfway out of his chair. No, the teacher shakes his head. Mike should have grabbed them by now. I'm afraid Izuku won't make it to this afternoon's classes. That's bad. That's very, very bad. And Izuku can't figure out what is going on. The police, they won't arrest him, will they? No, surely not, but he knew about his father's identity but didn't tell them, so maybe he committed a crime. Will they? They'll only arrest his dad, right? They won't. Surely he won't fight All Might and die, and, hey, Izuku cries out as someone slaps him hard. But, as he raises his hand to his cheek, he realizes it helped. He can kind of think straight again. And his vision isn't so blurry anymore. I don't know what's going on, but get a fucking move on. Bakugo growls. And don't start hyperventilating again. For a second Izuku stares at the blonde, surprised. Then he manages a weak smile. Thanks, Bakugo. TCH, whatever. His classmate grabs his tray. And if you need to talk to someone, I'm sure these useless extras will be happy to listen. And with that, he turns and marches off, leaving 4 very confused teenagers in his wake. Hang on, was he being nice? Hitoshi asks. Like, actually nice. Izuku. Oh, right. Izuku snaps out of his confusion. I'll talk to you guys later. As Bakugo said, if you need to talk with someone, we will be here for you. Tenya smiles. Remember, we are your friends, Izuku. Yeah, Izuku manages a smile. Thanks. He follows Aizawa out of the cafeteria in silence. Because he might want to know what this is about, but there is a very real chance this concerns All For One. It probably does, because surely Aizawa would have told him what happened otherwise, right? Unless it's something serious, and Izuku, his homeroom teacher, pauses once they've reached an empty corridor. Just remember me and Mike are here for you, too, if you need someone to talk to. Thank you. Izuku tries to control his breathing because this has to be really serious. And Aizawa turns to him. You're your own person, Izuku. And you're a good kid, so just don't worry about your grandfather, alright? Yeah. Izuku nods just as a warp gate appears next to him. He hesitates for a second and then dashes forwards and gives his homeroom teacher a quick hug. Thanks. Then he takes a deep breath and steps through the warp gate. He almost collapses from sheer relief when the first thing he sees upon emerging in his living room is Dad, sitting on the sofa. Izuku can't help himself. He bursts into tears. Because if the authorities knew his dad was all for one, they would have arrested him already. Or worse, they would not send Izuku home if the house were about to be swarmed by heroes, right? So, oh God, has Makia died? Oh, Izuku, his dad sighs as he stands and pulls Izuku into a hug. Everything will be alright, I promise. What? Izuku hiccups. What? What's wrong? Is Makia alright? He's fine, Izuku. His dad chuckles as he produces a box of tissues. And so is Kurogiri. Then, what is it? Izuku asks and then blows his nose. Well, Dad sighs. All Might has found out you're connected to All for One. He's what? Izuku almost collapses. His dad grabs him at the last moment and gently pushes him to sit on the sofa. This is bad. This is so far past bad. Izuku can't think of a decent descriptive. Any hero would be better than All Might, because what if he figures out Dad's old identity? Oh God, Izuku doesn't want All Might to kill his dad. It's not fair. All Izuku wants is a nice, quiet, average life. Izuku, it will be fine. His dad crouches down in front of him. I'll handle this. I've spoken with Nezu, and we've agreed I'll meet with All Might tomorrow. I'll tell him I'm All for One's son. But how? Izuku sniffs. And what if he figures out you're lying? Izuku, there's no way for him to find out the truth. His dad smiles. Asashi Midoriya is squeaky clean. Any similarities between me and All for One can be easily explained by us being related. And Nezu believes all my quirks were given to me by my father. And besides, All Might wouldn't just be calling us liars. There are at least a dozen well-respected heroes that will back up our version of events. It will be alright. Alright. Izuku manages a watery smile because Dad's right. He put so much thought into this, after all, so everything will be fine. Izuku just needs to trust him. Just, how did he find out? His dad doesn't answer him. In fact, he looks away, and Izuku feels his heart sink. Dad, how did All Might find I'm related to All for One? Izuku, His dad takes a deep breath. Izuku, it wasn't your fault. I don't blame you for anything, because you didn't know. What happened? All Might saw you use both summon and attraction during the entrance exam. Izuku gasps in horror, because he led All Might straight to his father. Hi, Uncle Hisashi. Hisashi groans. He has not been looking forward to meeting All Might. It certainly doesn't help that Izuku insisted he wanted to come. This, however, hi, Tensei. Izuku smiles and Hisashi decides Ingenium is a godsend. What are you doing here? He asks with a sigh as he turns to the young man. Don't you have heroing to do? I figured you guys could do with some backup. The hero treats them to his winning smile. And besides, it's been too long since we last saw each other. Yeah. Izuku deflates a bit and Hisashi winces. Izuku, we talked about this. It's not your fault. No one blames you for what happened. He smiles at his son. I don't blame you for what happened. Yes, but still. Hey. Tensei ruffles Izuku's curls. It'll be fine. I mean, it's not like you're a villain. And anyway, you've got like a dozen heroes backing you up. More if you count Kurogiri's fan club. Not to mention a team of highly competent lawyers. Hisashi adds, okay, first rule of the day, don't bring up your lawyers, Tensei sighs. It just makes you look suspicious. In fact, maybe you should let me do the talking. You have a nasty habit of saying incredibly terrifying things. I had a terrible role model, Hisashi retorts as they start walking again. And I'm a CEO. It's highly likely I exhibit a few psychopathic traits. So, could you maybe just stay quiet and let me do the talking? Absolutely not. Hisashi turns his head to glare at Tensei. All Might deserves everything he gets. And frankly, if a few words are enough to scare him, he has no business being the symbol of peace. Izuku shifts anxiously next to him. I wish I brought popcorn. Tensei grins. Hisashi shakes his head at the young man, but there's a part of him that's glad he'll be present. Because, like it or not, Izuku is determined to be there when they speak with All Might. And All Might has always been Izuku's favorite hero. It will be difficult enough to face him now, at least this way. At least this way Izuku will know he has the support of his second favorite hero. Izuku, you know. No, Dad. Izuku takes a deep breath and looks up, determined. I want to do this. For just a moment, Hisashi considers forbidding it. He considers sending Izuku home and dealing with the matter himself. But he can't protect Izuku forever, not only from villains, but from All for One's reputation. All right. He smiles and then presses a quick kiss to his son's forehead. I love you, Izuku. Then he takes a deep breath and opens the door to the conference room. Hisashi. Nedu greets him with a smile. Right on time, as always. I'm guessing you'll have your usual. Izuku, would you like some tea? Just some water, please. Same here. Tensei grins as he takes a seat next to Eraserhead. Hey, Chronos. Good to see you again. What's Ingenium doing here? Tenko Shimura, well and truly recovered from his antisocial teenager phase, stares at them, wide-eyed. Ingenium is a family friend, Hisashi sighs, and tries to ignore the way the hero beams at the title. I am Hisashi Midoriya, and this is my son, Izuku. I know you, Mr. Yagi, but I am afraid I am not familiar with your friends. I am his sidekick, Sir Night-Eye, the beanpole in a suit supplies, and this is Gran Torino, a close personal friend. And I'm Chronos, and I would like to know what's going on here. Shimura Yagi huffs. Hey, are those muffins? They're triple chocolate. Izuku perks up as he opens the lid of the box, and Hisashi decides he likes All Might's son. My mom's old recipe. What the hell is all this about? Toshinori Torino, the meddlesome fool, finally speaks. And how the hell does this guy know you? All Might doesn't answer, he just keeps staring at Hisashi. It's all rather complicated, Hisashi admits as he accepts a cup of tea from Nenzu. But, well, I suppose there's no point beating about the bush. I'm all for one son. What? Torino jumps to his feet. Tenko Shimura Yagi chokes on his muffin. Sir Night-Eye's jaw drops. Tensei bursts out laughing. And even Izuku and Aizawa smile. You gave me parenting advice. Yes, I remember, Hisashi nods. How the fuck did All for One have a son? Torino exclaims. He's glaring at them all. And it brings back so many pleasant memories. Hisashi has to take a sip of tea to hide his smile. I never asked him about the specifics. He shrugs once he's gotten his face under control. Frankly, I'm not terribly interested in the details of my own conception, especially considering the parties involved. Tensei lets out a loud snort and buries his face in his hands. Then he quickly lifts it again. But, I mean, Shimura Yagi frowns as he helps himself to another muffin, and Hisashi gives him another point on the heroes I won't murder scale. Why tell us? Like, oh my god, Dad, is this why you broke into UA? Apparently, your father saw my son using more than one quirk and grew concerned, Hisashi sighs. Although he has no need to worry. I am perfectly content with my life as Hisashi Midoriya and have no wish to follow in my father's footsteps. And Izuku here has been dead set on becoming a hero from the age of 3, which Ingenium can confirm once he has finished having a fit. You gave me parenting advice. Yes, we have already established that. So, like, Tenko glances between Hisashi and Izuku. You've both got All for One. Oh yes, Hisashi treats the young man to a charming smile. Was Shimura this nice? She's quickly becoming his second least hated one for all user. Would you like to see it? Yes, please. No. TNKO. Fuck no. Tensei lets out a rather worrying sound and collapses onto the table, and Hisashi wonders whether they should start getting ready to perform CPR. Then he decides that since he never asked him to come, Tensei can look after himself, and grabs a muffin. Experience has taught him that baked goods never last long in the presence of teenagers. Izuku, how about you take Chronos to one of the training grounds and show him All for One? He suggests magnanimously. That sounds like a capital idea. Nenzu beams. Eraserhead, how about you accompany them? I really don't think. Dad, it'll be fine. Shimura Yagi rolls his eyes as he stands up. I mean, look at the kid. He's harmless. Like a complete cinnamon roll. Hey, sorry, green bean, but it's the truth. Tenko shrugs and then turns his attention back to the 3 adults on his side of the table. Besides, Eraser will be there too. Or do you think he's been recruited by All for One? Oh, if Shimura was anything like her grandson, she deserved the honor of defeating All for One. Hisashi is starting to regret killing her. Your son is a charming young man. He smiles at All Might. How about you boys take the rest of the muffins with you? Hey, Tensei recovers from whatever medical emergency he was suffering to grab a muffin. Oh, you're still alive. Dad, it'll be fine. Izuku, Hisashi smiles at his son. I've got Tensei and Nezu. And besides, weren't you curious about Decay? Tenko, don't say anything. Dad, he's just a kid. Tenko groans. Seriously, I'm so sorry about him. It's okay. Izuku lies. It isn't terribly convincing. And Shimura Yagi seems to pick up on it, because he treats his father to the dirtiest look Hisashi has ever witnessed. Hisashi makes a mental note to look into some sponsorship deal with Chronos. The lad is a national treasure. He maintains his pleasant facade until the door shuts behind the 2 young men. Then he frowns and leans forwards. Whilst I understand your concerns, I would appreciate if you could at least attempt to be civil in front of my son. Izuku has more than enough to worry about as it is. What were you doing at Nana's grave? All Might glares at him. Were you waiting for me? Don't flatter yourself, Hisashi sighs. My wife had just passed away and was buried nearby. All for One warned me to avoid certain heroes such as Shimura and your elderly friend there. When I saw her name, I recognized it. It was not hard to guess how she died, and as the son of her murderer, it seemed only proper I pay my respects. Proper? Torino glares at him. How the hell do we even know you're telling the truth? For all we know, the kid isn't even your son. Oh, honestly, Hisashi sighs. Tensei, could I please borrow engine for a minute? I promise I'll give it right back. Oh, sure, Uncle Hisashi. That's not what I meant. Torino screams. How the fuck do we know you're not actually following orders from All for One? Hisashi sighs and examines the man in silence for a minute. He's thought long and hard about this, and he's come to an unfortunate conclusion. There is nothing I can say that will get you to trust me. He admits with a shrug. You do not know me. However, I can assure you that my only desire is for Izuku to live a long, happy, healthy life. But I would like to point out there are several heroes, 2 of whom are present in this room, who have known both me and my family history for a number of years. If I am, in fact, a villain, they are either spectacularly incompetent or I have not done anything to warrant the slightest suspicion. When I last met your son, he was sobbing in a graveyard. All Might frowns. Care to explain that? He had just found out his grandfather was a fearsome villain capable of destroying society as we know it, and his favorite hero's Quirk exists solely to kill said grandfather. Hisashi counters. Frankly, a mental breakdown is to be expected. Nedu suddenly develops a cough. What I would like to know is why you didn't think to inform All Might that there are still people possessing All for One. The beanpole finally speaks. Well, since All for One was long dead, I felt it only fair to leave the final decision up to Hisashi. Nezu smiles. I made sure beforehand he was not remotely dangerous, of course, and have been keeping an eye on him since. Since he did not pose a threat, I felt it best to respect his wishes. And that's not suspicious. Literally the only reason your Quirk exists, All Might, is to end the threat of All for One. Hisashi rolls his eyes. Excuse me for not feeling comfortable confiding in you that both me and my young son happen to possess All for One. Yes, but again, how do we know that kid is really your son? Torino glares at him. Hell, how do we know your wife really died from cancer? The cup in Hisashi's hand shatters. I think you has better leave. Nezu scowls, his pleasant demeanor gone. We're not going. Who was this Inko, anyway? Torino continues. She's some villain, too. Get out, Hisashi hisses, and suddenly every hero in the room finds it hard to breathe. You have 3 seconds to leave, and then I will make you regret ever being born. And then they all gasp as the oppressive atmosphere vanishes as suddenly as it appeared, and Hisashi looks down, disinterested, at his bleeding fingers. If you really have to know, she was the most wonderful person ever, he remarks calmly, and I would trade my life for hers in a heartbeat. So, what's it like, being related to All for One? Izuku frowns as he looks over at Kronos. The young hero has been examining him in silence for the past few minutes, but it doesn't feel threatening. Well, what's it like being related to All Might? Good point, Green Bean, the hero chuckles. Tell you what, you answer my questions and I'll answer yours. Deal? Deal. Izuku can't help his enthusiasm. All for One or not, this is the perfect opportunity to learn about a new quirk. Right, Kronos hums. Seriously, though, what's it like being related to All for One? Especially considering I'm hoping to become a hero. Izuku sighs. Weird, kind of terrifying. Like, I don't think I'm evil, but I dunno, You don't want to be compared to him, Kronos suggests, and Izuku stares at him, wide-eyed, because you want people to see you as your own person. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt. Imagine 3 years at UA as All Might's son. Yeah, Izuku smiles. That's got to suck. I mean, I didn't mind it that much. The hero hesitates, then he hunches his shoulders. Look, don't tell my dad I said this, but he only adopted me cause my grandmother was his mentor. And sometimes when he or Torino look at me, I think it's like they're not seeing me in that moment. Yeah, Izuku sighs. My dad, he's kind of like that sometimes, too. I sometimes feel like I'm a replacement for my mom. Not all the time. He's a great dad and all. Yeah, Kronos nods. It feels strange to stand next to the son of the current holder of One for All, adopted or not. Particularly as when Izuku looks over, he can't help but feel a strange kinship with the young hero. Like, weirdly enough, he can actually relate. Look at us. Kronos suddenly laughs. Our grandparents killed each other, and here we are, getting along. Life sure is weird. Yeah, Izuku smiles. It's nice to have someone who understands. So, Green Bean, you had some questions about Decay. I don't trust that Midoriya bastard. Tenko seriously considers just walking out the door. He's pretty sure he could find a hotel for the night or, failing that, a former classmate with a spare futon in an empty corner. But, like it or not, this is his family, so he sends a silent prayer to his grandmother, grabs that bottle of sake he got as a farewell gift, and then joins the 3 so-called adults in the kitchen. He must have brainwashed Nezu. There's no other way around it. Torino growls. We need to immediately find his hideout, and And what? Tenko interrupts the old man before he can get too worked up. He notes how the hero's hands are shaking and wonders whether age is finally catching up to him. Storm it. Arrest him for being related to a villain that's been dead for years. Don't forget he has a son who probably lives with him. Exactly. His dad exclaims. We need to save young Midoriya. Dear Lord, how did these idiots successfully raise a child? Tenko wonders what fool decided to approve his adoption. Then he realizes they had probably been bribed with limited edition, signed merch. From what, exactly? He asks with a sigh. Homework, being grounded. None of you actually know anything about him. Look, I talked with him, and he's not afraid of his dad. At all. And how do you? Torino trails off and looks away guiltily. I'm not suggesting you trust the guy. Tenko does his best to ignore the Mount Lady-sized elephant in the room. He is a hero. He can power through this. But don't rush into anything. Do some digging. Check his story. If he is a villain, you'll need solid evidence. You can't just smash your way into his house and abduct his son. Tenko has a point, Uncle Night Eye admits, and Tenko almost cheers. Midoriya may not be famous, but he's well-connected and widely respected. And Aizawa and Nezu are both firmly on his side. We cannot act rashly. I suppose you have a point, his dad admits, and Tenko grins and starts wondering what to do about dinner. If he has Uncle Night Eye on his side, it's only a matter of time before his dad folds, and I still don't like it. Grandpa Torino growls. Two people walking around with all for one. And Nezu didn't warn us. Well, to be fair, one of them is still a child. It doesn't matter. He's dangerous. Torino. All Might snaps, and Tenko doesn't have to look over to know all three men are staring at him. And suddenly he just feels exhausted. I'm pretty tired, so I'm just gonna head to bed. He tries to smile at them. It feels forced and dirty, but he doesn't have the energy to try for anything more convincing as he turns and runs away. His bedroom has evolved over the years. There's All Might merch, of course, but also family photos, and a few posters of his grandmother Torino somehow acquired. Most of the time Tenko treats it as motivation to push himself, to become a hero worthy of the Shimura name. Tonight it's too much, so he collapses onto the bed and buries his face in a pillow. Dangerous. So cool. He's scary. That's so awesome. Tenko, Midoriya, Izuku's not dangerous, Tenko declares as he rolls onto his back. He wonders briefly what grandmother would say if she could see him now, defending her murderer's grandson. And then feels a weight lift off his shoulders as he remembers how incredible she was. He's just a kid. Tenko, I appreciate you like him, but he is not. He insists as he sits up and glares at his father. This is the hill he will die on. Tenko, my boy, I'm not a child anymore. Tenko yells, and suddenly the whole day is too much. He doesn't deserve to have his life ruined because his dad. I don't know. He collapses onto his back, grabs a pillow and screams into it. This isn't about All for One, is it? Tenko considers telling his father to fuck off. But then he remembers Izuku's bright eyes, his innocent smile, and sighs. He's like me, he admits softly. He doesn't deserve to be dragged into this whole one for all for one mess. Tenko, his father chuckles as he settles on the side of the bed. He's nothing like you. That's because he's not broken. Yet, Dad, please just trust me on this. Tenko clenches his fists. Don't act without thinking. If Midoriya isn't a threat, hell, even if he is, there's no better place to keep an eye on Izuku Midoriya Jr. than U.A. He takes a deep breath and pulls out the big guns. Nana would want you to give him a chance. Do they bite? Chronos, they're teenagers. Yes, but do they bite? Tenko hisses as he anxiously adjusts his respirator for probably the 100th time that day. 13 looks at him as if questioning his sanity, and then sighs and turns away, and Tenko takes the opportunity to stick his tongue out at the hero. After all, 13 has an unfair advantage. They're a teacher, and would be perfectly within their rights to expel all the snot-nosed brats if they so much as look at them funny. Plus their costume is probably reinforced steel, or something. The kids would just break their teeth if they tried biting them. They're here, the hero exclaims as the large doors open, and Tenko takes a deep breath. They're just kids. He can do this. He can. WHOAA. Is this Universal Studios Japan? Look, it's the space hero, 13. Ooh, I love 13. And, hey, is that Chronos? 13, the traitorous bastard, steps aside, and Tenko hastily straightens up and tries not to look like he was hiding. Hello, everyone. He summons his best I was raised by motherfucking All Might smile and waves. The assorted teenagers don't look like a bunch of psychos. But you never know. Midoriya Sr. does not look like he is related to a supervillain. Uncle Night Eye doesn't look like he could kick the asses of most highly ranked heroes at a moment's notice. Appearances can be very deceiving, Tenko has learned. Chronos here is considering joining the staff at UA, so we thought it might be beneficial for him to observe today's class. 13 informs the students, especially since today we shall be focusing on his specialty, rescue training. Tenko finally spots familiar green curls next to an Ingenium cosplayer and has to resist the urge to wave at the kid. There is no official reason they should know each other. After all, he does wonder briefly whether Midoriya has figured out the real reason he is joining UA as staff. He probably has. He seemed pretty smart. Before we begin, though, I have 1 or 2 points. Or 3, 4. Oh, Danso owes him. As I'm sure many of you are aware, my quirk is called Black Hole. It can suck in and tear apart anything. And you've used it to save people in all sorts of disasters. Midoriya finally explodes, a bright smile on his face, and Tenko smiles because he apparently is enthusiastic about all quirks. Oh yes, this cinnamon roll is evil incarnate. Indeed, however, my powers could easily kill. I've no doubt there are some among you with similar abilities. In our superpowered society, the use of quirks is heavily restricted and monitored. It may seem that this system is a stable one, but we must never forget that it only takes one wrong move with an uncontrollable quirk for people to die. Tenko winces, because he knows that better than anyone. During the physical fitness test, you came to learn of your own hidden potential. Through battle training, you experience the danger that your respective quirks can pose to others. This class will show you a new perspective. You will learn how to utilize your quirks to save lives. Your powers are not meant to inflict harm. I hope you leave here today with the understanding that you're meant to help people. That is all. I thank you for listening. Tenko remembers his first rescue training all too well. He scans the group, wondering which of the kids have dangerous quirks. Probably not the cosplayer, or the kid with the tail. Great, first off, excuse me, sir, but I think I should sit this out. Everyone turns to stare at some blonde kid, and Tenko frowns. Bakugo, the racerhead straightens up. What do you mean? The kid takes a deep breath. My quirk, it's dangerous, not suited for rescue work. So that's precisely why today's lesson is so important. 13 speaks up. To give you a new perspective. Yes, but I'm scared. I don't want to hurt someone. I'm dangerous. How about me and Bakugo? Stay back and watch you guys. Tenko finds himself speaking up. I'd probably just get in your way. And who knows, maybe we'll figure out some way for Bakugo to use his quirk. Chronos. 13 starts. Alright, Bakugo, you can stay back with Chronos. Aizawa cuts him off. Pay attention to what your classmates are doing, and ask Chronos if you've got any questions. He came top of his class in rescue training. See, this is why a racerhead was always Tenko's favorite teacher. The rest of you head over to the urban disaster zone. I will pick 4 of you to act as casualties, so think about how you'd use your quirks. I expect a detailed argument as to why I should not select you. As the assorted teenagers head off, Tenko takes the opportunity to examine his new charge. The kid doesn't look like a murderous psychopath, so that's a plus. In fact, as Tenko looks him over, he realizes there is nothing whatsoever to point towards a quirk. The kid isn't even wearing a costume, just his gym clothes and boots. So, your name is Bakugo? He asks, because he has no idea how to talk to teenagers. Yeah, Tenko stares at the kid, waiting for him to say anything else. The kid stares after his classmates. Oh god, why couldn't the kid afraid of his quirk be nice and friendly like cinnamon roll? How is he supposed to talk with him? How did his quirk therapist get Tenko to open up? So, what's your quirk? Bakugo finally looks at him, almost as if he's surprised by the question, and Tenko wonders whether he's dumb. Look, you're here to learn, right? He smiles, desperately trying to look approachable. I may not look it, but I'm pretty smart. If I know what your quirk is, maybe I'll be able to think of. It doesn't matter, the blonde interrupts him. I'm going to transfer out of UA. For just a second, Tenko stares at Bakugo. Then his brain finally reboots and he remembers words are a thing. You're what? Okay, wonderful. It looks like Tenko somehow, with his super great luck, stumbled onto the single human more traumatized by their quirk than him. His identity as the most angsty, damaged, brooding hero is officially under threat, and his legions of adoring fangirls may turn and abandon him. What is this Bakugo's quirk that he can stake a claim on Tenko's title? Some sort of Death Note thing. This is not what Tenko signed up for, and his dad owes him big time. But, have you talked about this with Aizawa, or Hound Dog? He asks, because he is an adult and mature, and holy crap, they are more equipped to handle this right now. Somebody come save him. Deep breaths, remember to breathe. I know there are other hero courses, but I'm not going to be a hero. Bakugo cuts him off again. I'm not cut out for it. Part of Tenko wants to wash his hands of this whole mess. This is not what he signed up for, and he is not equipped to deal with someone having an existential crisis. But at the same time, he can't run away, because you're drowning, he mumbles. What? Look, kid. Tenko takes a deep breath. It isn't that different from running into a disaster zone. And it's strange how that thought soothes him. He can hear his respirator thundering in his ears, feel the ground under his shoes. He's calm. He can do this. He's not a monster. I don't know what you did, but I've been there. I still am there sometimes, but that guilt you're feeling, It's an anchor. It drags you down, deeper and deeper, until you can't breathe, until you can't struggle anymore. But if you give up now, that guilt is going to destroy you, I guarantee. You don't. I don't know. Tenko laughs bitterly. He can feel 5 figures behind him, 5 specters that follow him into every disaster zone, and he clenches his fists. I killed people. I killed my family. And it may have been an accident, but I have to live with that for the rest of my life. I have to save people with the knowledge that in their last moments, to my family, I was a villain. But I've also realized that I need to move forwards. And being a hero means my quirk can save people. It means I can try and make up for what I've done. So just don't give up quite yet. Talk to Hound Dog. Talk to Eraserhead. Make an appointment with a quirk counselor. Try not to drown. All right, Izuku hums as he looks around at his classmates. Landslide zone, landslide zone. Shoto, you should be on standby in case of another landslide. You can use your quirk to block it. Gyro, Kota, you can use your quirks to locate survivors. He really is a quirk nerd, he hears Kaminari mutter. You should see him with his dad, Shoto snorts, especially during the sports festival. I'm pretty sure they've written scientific papers during the intervals. Izuku sighs and starts considering his remaining classmates. Yaoyorozu needs to focus on making medical supplies. Kirishima can be on the excavation team. Midoriya, there's something that's been bothering me. Izuku frowns. He's still trying to figure out how to best make use of naval laser when he turns to his classmate. What is it, Asui? Call me Tsuyu. The girl tilts her head. Your quirk is very confusing. Oh crap, this can't be good. What do you mean? He tries to summon his most nonchalant smile. On any other day, he could manage, but the confrontation with All Might is still fresh in his mind. He is not ready to come out to his classmates about his frankly rather creepy quirk. Yeah, Asui, what do you mean? Zero, wonderful Zero, asks. He's got some weird teleportation quirk. You saw it during battle training. Yeah, but I could have sworn you healed me during the entrance exam. Uraraka speaks up. I mean, you have, like, 2 quirks. Oh crap. Non. Aoyama shakes his head. He had a levitation quirk. I am Tres Sir. Holy fucking shit, no wonder All Might found them. Izuku is absolutely the worst son ever. It is therefore completely understandable that you had a panic attack. Tenya, do me a favor and never comfort me again. Izuku groans. It comes out rather muffled, since he is attempting to suffocate himself with a pillow. After all, if he's dead, he won't have to face his classmates tomorrow. Then again, if he's dead, half of Tokyo is likely to be wiped out. Being a hero is exhausting. On the plus side, it'll be a while before anyone asks about your quirk again, Shoto mercilessly adds, and Izuku wonders just how hard it would be to murder his friends. Dad could probably give him a few tips. He probably shouldn't. Auntie Ray would be sad if Shoto suddenly vanished. I hate you both, he sighs as he removes his pillow. Is there any way we can help though? Tenya, well-meaning meddler that he is, asks. You have been acting strange for some time now. Is everything all right at home? Would you like to stay with me for a few days? Yeah, Shoto nods. Why'd you leave school early? Is everyone all right? Izuku carefully considers his answer for a minute. Then he realizes he's tired of this. He's tired of hiding things from his friends, of lying to them, of asking them to help with his deception without explaining why. They deserve better. Tenya, could you call Hitoshi and ask him to come over? If Aizawa asks, tell him it's about my grandfather. Sure, Tenya slowly nods. He hesitates for a second, then he shakes his head and leaves the room. Izuku, what? There's something I need to tell you guys, Izuku admits. Something important. This sounds like a muffin conversation, Shoto decides. I'll go ask Kurogiri. Izuku watches him leave, then he sighs, grabs his pillow and covers his face with it again. If he's lucky, he'll suffocate before his friends come back. Alright, so what's this about? Hitoshi asks as he collapses onto Izuku's bed. Who did you kill and where do we hide the body? Izuku whacks him with a pillow, but there's a faint smile on his face, and Hitoshi feels himself relax just a bit. He glances around the room, but there's nothing to clue him in on whatever they're here for. Mike practically shoved him out of the door, and his dad promised to call Ectoplasm and explain why he didn't finish his homework. But for the life of him, Hitoshi can't figure out why the mere mention of Izuku's granddad got them so worked up. Is Izuku's grandfather All Might or something? Look, guys, it's just... Izuku takes a deep breath. This is all going to sound crazy, but I swear it's all true. Oh God, where do I even start? He looks like he's on the verge of tears, so Hitoshi tries to lighten the mood. Don't tell me, you're actually a lab-grown clone. No, it's not that. Izuku manages a smile. Your All Might's biological son and Uncle Hisashi adopted you when he married Auntie Inko. You're an idiot. I know. Tenya beams. Uncle Hisashi is in fact a retired supervillain. Something a bit like that. What? Hitoshi screeches. You're joking, right? Shoto gasps as his muffin falls, forgotten, from his hand. You have got to be joking. Look, just Izuku groans. There was this villain years ago called All for One. He wasn't known cause. Well, he was a terrifying villain capable of stealing anyone's quirks, seeking to destroy society as we know it. And the government didn't want people to panic, and, well, you obviously know I've got All for One, the quirk I mean, and, holy crap, Hitoshi gasps as he finally pieces it all together. Your grandfather is an evil supervillain? Are you safe? Shoto glances around the room, almost as if expecting to find cameras watching them, or a superpowered old geezer to blast through the wall, laughing maniacally. Is he going to come after you for telling us? Do you need somewhere to stay? Tenya joins in. If my house isn't secure enough, I am certain Mother would allow you to stay at Idate. Izuku stares at them all for a second, then he laughs and wipes his eyes. It's fine, he assures them even as he grabs some tissues. All for One was defeated a while ago. And anyway, you know what Dad's like. All three teenagers nod. Uncle Hasashi would be more than willing to take on an overpowered supervillain capable of destroying Japan if it only meant keeping Izuku safe. Dad and Mike know, don't they? Hitoshi realizes. That's why you said to tell them it was about your grandfather. Yeah, Izuku nods. So do Tensei and Detective Tsukachi, and Nedzu, and most of the teachers at UA. Why'd you leave so early last week? Shoto asks. Was it related to this? All for One. Yeah, Izuku sighs. All Might realized I'm related to All for One, and we kind of had to do damage control. He takes a deep breath. See, there's this quirk called One for All. It's capable of being passed on from hero to hero. All for it to one day be used to defeat All for One, and, well, All Might's the latest holder. And he's not exactly keen on us being people with the quirk All for One. Holy crap, Shoto breathes. So that is why Chronos will be teaching us. Tenya exclaims. To, I suppose, keep an eye on you. Yeah, that's why you're so anxious about your quirk, Hitoshi realizes. You're scared people will realize you're related to All for One. Izuku sighs. Hitoshi stares at him. He tries to ignore his hurt feelings, because he knows all too well why Izuku was reluctant to tell them. And there is still some worry in Izuku's eyes as he glances around at them, as he waits to see whether they'll reject him. Well, there is only one solution. Dumbass. He grabs the nearest pillow and smacks his friend with it. You think a freaking supervillain's enough to scare us off? Like it or not, you're stuck with us. Exactly. Tenya nods. I understand your unease, but we are your friends. We would never turn away from you in your hour of need, especially because of something so far beyond your control. Yeah, Shoto grins. I mean, it's not like you and Uncle Hasashi are villains. Oh my gosh. Hitoshi laughs. Imagine Uncle Hasashi as a villain. I know. Shoto nods and then pitches his voice lower. Prepare to die, All Might. But first, could you sign this limited edition poster for my son? You thought you could beat me. I shall. Oh crap, is that the time? I need to pick Izuku up from daycare. Could we please reschedule our epic showdown? I just managed to get Izuku to fall asleep. And then, as if summoned, the door opens and Uncle Hasashi pokes his head in. Hello, you four? He smiles at them as he loosens his tie. What's so funny? Is there something I should know about? Hitoshi stares at the man. Then he lets out a long snort and collapses sideways, laughing like a maniac. Shoto laughs so hard he has tears streaming down his face. Tenya is barely making any sound as he desperately wheezes. Izuku just buries his face in his hands. Izuku, what's going on? A very confused Uncle Hasashi asks. I just told them about the villain All for One. Izuku admits in a tone much like any teenager caught with a dirty magazine. Do not worry, Uncle Hasashi. Tenya is the first to recover, although he is panting rather heavily and his shoulders are still shaking. Whilst your family history is unfortunate, we know you both far too well to hold you responsible for something you had no control over. Indeed, you are both exemplary members of society and deserve a great deal of respect, considering your background. Yeah, Hitoshi grins. He understands better than most how difficult it can be when people judge you for your quirk, and he can't imagine how much harder it must be to share a quirk with a villain. And don't worry about your quirks. There's no such thing as a villainous quirk, after all. What matters is what you choose to use your quirk for. Thanks, Uncle Hasashi slowly nods. Well, there's something I need to do, so if you're staying over, don't stay up too late. They watch the man leave, and then Shoto sighs and slumps over to lean on Tenya's shoulder. Poor Uncle Hasashi. He remarks, it's never easy when your sperm donor's a bastard. Izuku, tell me the truth, Hasashi groans. Am I not scary anymore? Dad, you're asking the wrong person. Izuku sighs. You kissed my always better. And remember when we went to Zoo Dreamland and you threw up on the teacup ride? Don't worry, sir. Kirigiri comes to the rescue. I am certain All Might still has nightmares about you. Alright, the next matter is the upcoming sports festival. Nedzu looks around the room. I am of the opinion we should proceed as normal, but perhaps increase security. I doubt that will even be necessary. Hisashi sighs as he sets down his mug. Honestly, heroes can be so paranoid at the most inappropriate times. The number of attacks he successfully carried out because of lax security, and the amount of resources they wasted when there was no threat is, frankly, astonishing. There has only been one probable kidnapping in the past weeks up in Hokkaido, and a single sighting of a strange creature over in Kyoto. This group is not particularly visible and is probably still gathering its strength, and besides, the sports festival will be attended by thousands of people, most of whom are in the hero business. Frankly, the rest of Japan is more at risk. And don't forget that if UA is seen to have increased its security, it could shake public confidence. People will wonder why, since there is nothing they know of that would warrant such a precaution. Thank you for your insight, Hisashi. Nezu smiles. I'll bear that in mind. Chronos, is your father going to be in attendance? Yeah, Shimura Yagi nods, not even looking up from his doodles. He probably wants to make sure Cinnamon Roll doesn't detonate a bomb, or steal everyone's quirks. I don't know, some crap like that. I don't really pay attention to the strategy meetings. I'll try and keep him under control. That would be much appreciated. Nezu nods. His presence should go a long way to ensuring the event proceeds without disturbances. Hisashi, would that be? Fine, Hisashi sighs. But if he upsets Izuku, I'm punching him through a wall. Fair enough, Chronos smiles, and Hisashi mentally congratulates Shimura. Does anyone have anything else to add about the sports festival? Nezu looks around the room again. No? Alright. Then on to the matter of Class 2A and their unfortunate habit of destroying the cafeteria robots. Little listeners, what ya doing? Four very guilty teenagers slowly look up at present Mike. The voice hero is smiling at them, still dressed in his costume, apparently unaware of the grand conspiracy that was taking shape in his apartment. Well, Itoshi, the unofficial Mike whisperer, glances down at the large spreadsheet they're sitting around. See, and then, like a hungover angel descending from the heavens, Aizawa appears next to his boyfriend and tells him they're obviously asleep. Don't wake them. The four teenagers exchange glances. Izuku, you awake? Shoto asks in a monotone voice. New. Izuku answers even as he desperately tries to hide his spreadsheet under Hitoshi's maths notebook. Tenya lets out an impressive snore. Go away, Mike. Hitoshi groans and then reaches over, grabs a pillow and covers his face with it. See, Aizawa smiles at his very confused boyfriend. Come on, I'll make you a coffee and explain everything. And you four, don't do anything illegal. The four friends wait until the adults have left. Then they let out a collective sigh of relief. Well, that was close, Izuku groans. Tenya, you checked the rules, right? Absolutely. Tenya adjusts his glasses. There is nothing in UA's rules forbidding aiding other students during the sports festival if both parties are competing. Indeed, such a scenario is not addressed at all. However, I feel we should try and avoid being too obvious in case we are accused of cheating. Yeah, and if I make it to the individual matches, don't help me, Hitoshi adds. Then he takes a deep breath. And, if I come up against any of you, don't go easy on me. We won't, Shoto promises. Right. Izuku grins. Okay, so let's go over the plan again. Alright, everyone, remember to show everyone the burning passion of Class 1A. Ready? Let's go. Plus Ultra. Did you even sleep last night? Zero asks, glancing up from his shoes. Most of the boys of Class 1A aren't even paying attention to Urashi, accustomed as they are to his unbridled enthusiasm. Anyway, shouldn't our class president be hyping us up? Kaminari adds, even as Urashi slowly climbs down from the bench. Tenya, who had been glaring at the larger teen for the past 10 minutes, finally turns his attention back to his own preparation. Hey, Midoriya, any words of encouragement? I have a bad feeling about this, Izuku groans as he closes his locker. This is going to be bad. Terrible. After all, his dad is going to be in the audience, surrounded by heroes. Alright, fine, they've attended almost 10 sports festivals already. But Izuku was there by his side to make sure he didn't brutally murder anyone, especially All Might. And it's not like he can excuse himself in the middle of a round. What would he say? I think my dad is about to annihilate half the attendees. Hey, class prez, it'll be fine. Hiroshima flashes Izuku a grin and thumbs up. You'll do great. I don't think that's it, Shoto snickers. Uncle Hisashi is a very enthusiastic parent. Oh yeah, isn't Taoya tagging along with his boyfriend? Izuku frowns. If he is going to suffer, he is not going to suffer alone. God damn it. Let us be positive. Tenya, the lucky bastard, smiles at them, and both Shoto and Izuku level him with unimpressed looks. At least we are not Hitoshi. Izuku manages a smile at that, although he's still feeling sick. What if the plan goes wrong? What if Tenya overlooked some obscure statute and they're all expelled? What if the government realizes Izuku has All For One, kidnaps him and locks him up in a top-secret research facility? Hey, Midoriya, your dad has white hair, right? Yeah, Sato. Izuku slowly looks up, dread pooling in his stomach. I came to wish you good luck, Izuku. His dad beams from the doorway. And the rest of you too, of course. Tell Shoto I'll be cheering him on. Mum, Shoto hurries over to the door. What? I had a spare ticket, Dad shrugs. Anyway, Izuku, do you have a minute? I'd like to talk to you privately. Oh, sure. Izuku slowly stands up. As he passes him, Tenya reaches out and squeezes his shoulder as a silent show of support, and Izuku manages a weak smile. And then he's out in the corridor, following his dad until they've reached an empty room. Dad, what's? Come here. His dad sighs and pulls him into a hug. I know I already told you, but do your best. Don't allow for worry about All For One to hold you back. Besides, I'd hate for all your effort to be wasted just because All Might's an idiot. Itoshi deserves better than that. How'd you? His dad levels him with a look, and Izuku manages a smile. Sorry, Dad. Yes, well you had best be getting back to your classmates. The man smiles and ruffles Izuku's curls. Your mother would be so proud, Izuku. Pretend she's there with me, watching you. Show her the hero you'll become. Show her the incredible friend you are. And it helps. Izuku attracts a box of tissues off the table. Dad, he'll be fine. Auntie Ray should be able to stop him from engaging in anything too suspicious. And Izuku, he doesn't just want his mom to see him, he realizes. Dad, Auntie Ray, Kurogiri, Makia, Auntie Katsumi, Mandalay. They'll all be watching. They've done so much for him. He wants them to see him, wants to make them proud. Izuku, his dad asks when Izuku suddenly hugs him. Thanks, Dad. Breathe. In and out, in and out. Your quirk's not evil. Don't picture. Hey, Bakabret. Kronos. Katsuki manages a weak smile as he looks up at his teacher, mentor, friend. He's been struggling with the correct label for a while now. Wary of overstepping, afraid that the young hero will decide to step back if he comes on too strong. But he also doesn't want to be rude, and he wishes the smile on his face didn't feel so uncomfortable, so unnatural. Shimura Yagi doesn't seem to mind, though, as he moves to stand next to Bakugo, and Katsuki feels himself relax ever so slightly. The gesture is appreciated. It means he doesn't have to worry about maintaining the correct facial expressions, disguising the dread he can feel in the pit of his stomach. You'll do fine, Kronos announces, and somehow it helps calm the worst of Katsuki's fears. You're not wearing the gauntlets, so even if you have an accident, no one will be seriously hurt. Recovery girl will be on standby. You can go out there and just do your best, kid. Thanks, Katsuki manages. He doesn't think he's only grateful for that remark. He doesn't think he'd have made it past the first month if not for the young hero. Doesn't think he'd have made it through all the nightmares of wondering what would have happened if Midoriya had, if he hadn't. Are your parents watching? Yeah, Katsuki nods. Grateful for the distraction. They took the day off. Said that I don't have to win. Good, Kronos grins. They're right. No one will be disappointed if you don't win, Bakugo. Just do your best. Do your best. Yes, Bakugo reminds himself. The therapist was right when she pointed out, he doesn't have to be the best. It's not the end of the world if he doesn't win, he just has to do his best. And just then he spots a familiar mass of green curls, and takes a deep breath in. Before he can chicken out, he calls out, Midoriya, good luck. Thanks, Bakugo. Good luck. The other teenager waves and then turns back to the white-haired man he's with. And Bakugo feels a strange sense of pride. Yeah, Kronos chuckles. Good luck, Bakabret. Good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome once again to UA. As Sports Festival, I'm sure you're all excited to see what our talented students have to offer. Without further ado, now, please get ready to welcome the incredible Class 1A. Oh God, Shoto whispers. Who let Mike be the announcer? Izuku manages not to snicker as they line up. He feels a faint twinge of nerves as he scans the crowd. Then he spots a familiar figure and nudges his friend to point out their parents. And next up, we have the amazing Class 1B. Wait for it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here come the true stars of this festival, the wonderful, incredible. Hey, no, Shota, give me that. Everyone in the stadium turns to stare at the announcer's booth as the speakers broadcast the sounds of a scuffle. Then, finally, a new voice comes over the speakers. Present Mike is banned from announcing until he can remain impartial, Aizawa informs the stadium. But Shota, they hear in the background. He's so handsome. Hitoshi buries his face in his hands. Shoto and Izuku glance over at where Hasashi and Ray are sat in the front row, beaming and sigh. Seriously, Tenya is so fortunate. Right. Midnight hurries up on stage, obviously desperate to distract the crowd from Mike. She almost trips, but recovers admirably and strikes a pose. Well, it's time for the athlete's oath. This year's student representative is from Class 1A, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku winces. He almost wishes someone else was chosen, but Nezu had been right when he pointed out this would be the perfect opportunity. Izuku Midoriya can make a good impression, become a familiar face to the public. If he has a good reputation, becomes trusted by the people he will protect, it can help him in the future should anyone question his quirk. It doesn't help his nerves when he steps up to the microphone. Izuku takes a deep breath and looks down at his classmates, his friends, and, I know we're all very different people, he begins. We're all here for very different reasons. And some of us are just here because we have to be. But some of us are here to push ourselves, to find our limits and push past them. Some of us are here because we are grateful to those who have helped us get this far and want to show how much we've grown. And some of us are here despite others and now want to prove everyone wrong. So, whatever our reasons, consider why others may be here. And let's all do our best. Yeah, they'll all do their best. That's my son, Hisashi proudly announces to the hero sitting next to him. Well, pretty speech or not, he's still going down. Ray snickers. You take that back. Shoto may be powerful, but Izuku will still kick his butt. Izuku might be talented, but Shoto will wipe the floor with him. I knew front row seats were too good to be true. The hero groans. Jerk, Mike mutters as he glares at his boyfriend. Honestly, Hisashi, Shoto sighs as he mutes his microphone. Why did they let you be the announcer? I threatened to resign if they assigned me to a different year, Mike admits. But I don't want to miss anything. And I want to show Hitoshi my support. You shouldn't. What? Shoto. Mike jumps to his feet. There are many things he has compromised on for the sake of their relationship. But this is inexcusable. Just because you don't. Hisashi, think about it. His boyfriend levels him with a look and Mike slowly sits back down. We may be Hitoshi's parents, but we're also heroes and teachers. And how would people react if they knew? Do you honestly believe they wouldn't think we gave him an unfair advantage? Just think about Chronos. Right. Mike winces as he remembers everything the gossip rags had to say about All Might's son. This is the problem with dating someone smarter than him. His boyfriend can make him feel like a foolish teenager. Sorry, Shoto. And do you think Hitoshi would be happy with that? After all, he doesn't need us screaming ourselves hoarse to know we're here for him. Plus, Shoto finally smiles. It's not like he needs us. He's got a small army down there for him. Shoto, Mike sniffs and smiles. I think I've fallen for you all over again. Shut up and just take your binoculars. See, this is why I love you. Mike laughs and presses a quick kiss to his boyfriend's cheek. Then he grabs the binoculars and leans forward, ignorant of how red Aizawa flushes. Hitoshi. I see him. In the second row, next to Izuku. Oh, they're such great friends. They're adorable. Actually, Hisashi. I know I don't say it much, but and they're off. Go, Hitoshi, go. Hisashi, stop using your quirk. I want to watch, too. Mike reigns in his excitement, which isn't exactly difficult, because, Shoto, why do we always make the gate so narrow? It's kind of anticlimactic. Hisashi, oh, they're through. Hitoshi. There he is. Mike grins. Win Boy is in the lead, with Shoto close behind, but who cares about them? At least half the competition has been immobilized by ice, but most if not all of one have managed to avoid being frozen, and, next to Izuku's green curls, is a familiar mop of uncontrollable purple fuzzes gliding across the ice. Good thing we took him ice skating. Oh, Tenya's just overtaken them. Hey, oh my god, Shoto, the robots. The robots. Hisashi, you're being ridiculous, Aizawa groans, but Hisashi doesn't care. What if Hitoshi trips? What if he doesn't notice an incoming robot? What if? Yes, but... Oh, that was close. Windy clears the robots. Smart thinking, Shoto, freezing it like that. And down it goes, and we might need to send someone to dig students out. Oh, good moves, Izuku. That was close, looks like it's blocking him. What will? Holy crap. What was that? Looks like Izuku acquired a strength quirk, Shoto remarks as Izuku lands on top of a robot and then jumps again, almost losing his footing as he lands. He takes off immediately, trying to catch up to his classmates, and doesn't even glance back as Hitoshi appears in a mass of black goo just behind him. Least he'll be fine on the ropes, Hisashi chuckles as his son goes sprawling. Hopefully the sports uniform will prevent him from scraping his knees. What? Shoto, he was on the gymnastics team. I dragged you to regionals. Oh yeah, sometimes I wonder why I love you, Mike mutters. He laughs when he spots Tenya zooming across the rope. Looking like a total dweeb, Izuku is painstakingly crawling across. Hitoshi has only just reached the first crossing. Who's in the lead? Still Urashi, Shoto shrugs, but Shoto's close behind. Ooh, Mike swivels to get a better view and shrieks when a mine explodes. Holy crap, who designed this course? Hisashi Midoriya? I think I just lost hearing in my right ear. Shoto's caught up to Windy. Mike recovers quickly. Tenya's close behind, but, ouch, that's gotta hurt. Izuku, middle of the pack, but he seems to know where the mines are. And Shoto's gone flying. And Windy's in the lead again. Oh, Izuku's caught up to Birdie and... Why'd he step on that mine? What? Shoto perks up and leans forward. Even as the crowd cheers, someone has just won. Can you see anything through the smoke? Mike frowns, then he gasps. It's Hitoshi. Go, Hitoshi, go. Izuku did it so no one would see him use summon. Aizawa grins. Everyone's distracted, after all. No one will notice some kid appearing. Who won, anyway? Yorashi. Oh, good for him. Oh, they're so adorable. Mike grins when Izuku pulls Hitoshi left, obviously to avoid a mine. He cheers when they cross the finish line, and throws his arms around Shoto. They survived. Shota. Top 10, his boyfriend smiles. They're all moving on. Oh Shota, Mike sniffs. Hi, I'm so proud. Hazashi Yamada, give me that microphone. Best man, why doesn't Little Lord just kill them all? Why does he have to run around like that? Rock, paper, scissors, Fayumi suggests with a sigh, even as Detective Tsukachi slowly inches away from Maki. Oh no, I have a paper due. Natsuo hisses. I can't risk all my brain cells dying off like last time. It's simple, Makia, Kurogiri announces even as he warps back into the living room, a fresh jug of lemonade in hand. They're all his friends, and he's playing tag with them. And if they die, he'll be very sad, so he can't just kill them. Oh, the giant beams as he straightens up, like best friend and penguin and fuzzy. Little Lord has so many friends. I've just had a thought, though. Fayumi suddenly straightens up. How the fuck do we explain the battles? Right, the next challenge is... Midnight beams down at the assembled students. Cavalry battle. Seriously? Kaminari frowns. How's that even gonna work? Alright, let's show everyone. Shut up. YOARASHI. Half the assembled students from class wanna shout. I can't believe he's really like that. Hitoshi whispers to Izuku. He's kind of like a giant puppy. Hey, Izuku frowns, then he snickers. Actually, you're right. Gonna be hard for him, though, coming first. Everyone will be gunning for him. Sounds like the perfect opportunity for me. Hitoshi grins. TV Tokyo, here I come. Or, do you think? No, you've got a point. Izuku grins. Yorashi is competent enough he'll probably make it through. And if you're on a different team to the rest of us, no one can accuse you of cheating. Plus you're right about publicity. Hitoshi, you're a genius. Just don't go revealing your quirk. I was just channeling my inner Mike, Hitoshi admits with a wince. Then he takes a deep breath. Hey, big guy. Yorashi, want to team up? Izuku just laughs, because of course Hitoshi would gravitate to someone like Yorashi. He glances around at the other students, who are quickly teaming up, and spots Tenya and Shoto grinning at each other. He could go join them, or maybe. Oh, I know. Izuku grins. Bakugo, you wanna team up? Are you fucking insane? Hey, cool idea, Midoriya. Kirishima grins as Izuku hurries over, completely ignoring the death glare Bakugo has turned on him. You can help us with that black goo quirk. Actually, I can also disable people's quirks, Izuku admits. Suddenly not teaming up with his friends is not seeming like such a great idea, if only because he does not have the time to go into all the specifics of All for One in the little time they have left. Look, don't ask me how, I really don't have time to explain, and I'm not as good or experienced as Eraserhead, but your quirk is seriously weird, you know that. Bakugo finally allows himself to be distracted from trying to set Kirishima on fire with his glare. Yeah, I've been told that. A lot, Izuku sighs. And that's even before going into all the other quirks he possesses. Apparently his dad always had a thing for unusual and unique quirks, which, well, Izuku supposes that's something they have in common. He just wishes he didn't sometimes wonder about exactly where they came from. Oh, hey, Zero, over here. Don't you want to be with your loser friends, though? Hey, don't be a jerk, man. Oh, no, Izuku shakes his head and glances over to where Hitoshi is trying not to fall off Yorashi's shoulders. No, it's better like this. Bakugo, you be the rider. I can use summon to get you closer to the other team. Zero, you make sure he doesn't touch the ground. Kirishima, you're in the front. Midoriya, wouldn't it be safer for you to be the rider? Oh, no, Izuku hesitates, and then admits, again, I don't have time to explain, but I can't really use summon on myself right now. So, let's go. Plus Ultra. Hell yeah. Kirishima grins. Get on, Bakugo. We're winning this. You're both insane, Bakugo mutters, but he does climb on, and just in the nick of time. Alright, time's up. Midnight announces. Everyone get ready. 3. Izuku takes a deep breath. 2. Be careful, but don't hold back. 1. I love you, Izuku. Go. We're going after the 10 million points. Bakugo growls. On it. Izuku grins. They're not the only ones gunning for Hitoshi's team, but Izuku just laughs as he activates summon. Zero, you're up. Bakugo appears several feet above the ground and immediately throws his hands back, using the momentum from the explosions to propel himself forward. Zero snaps a length of tape towards him, ready to pull him back. Yorashi spots them, though. A massive wind whips up, pushing all the teams back and sending Bakugo skywards. Oh no you don't, Izuku mutters, and takes a deep breath. And then the wind changes, launching Bakugo back towards the group, hand outstretched, even as a gust seems to push Hitoshi's headband towards him. What the? Yorashi gasps, but Zero's already reeling Bakugo back. Izuku can't pay any attention to his team. The field is a missive confusion of quirks and sensations, and it takes almost all his attention to send Whirlwind back towards its original owner. They got our points. Bakugo growls as he settles back on their shoulders, already putting on the headband. Sure enough, Hitoshi is holding a strip of fabric, and Yurashi appears frozen in shock, even as a team from 1B is heading straight for them. Izuku just catches a glimpse of his friend smacking his classmate. Then Kirishima exclaims, and he drags his attention back to his own team. What the? Zero yells as their feet are immobilized. Izuku scans the crowd. He doesn't have anything himself that would work. But if he can spot Ashido and just borrow. The other team almost collides with them, and Izuku has to focus to keep to his feet. They can't get away anymore, but maybe. Not so strong, huh? The rider laughs as he easily dodges Bakugo, and Izuku feels his heart sink because Bakugo is hesitating. He's not using explosion offensively, just trying to keep the boy away, and... Or maybe your quirk is just wasted on someone like you. And then he activates his own explosion copy right in front of Bakugo's face. Bakugo flinches back, and Izuku realizes he's probably only seconds away from a panic attack. And Izuku knows why. And Izuku just... Something in him breaks. Izuku is fucking pissed. You bastard, he yells, and yanks copy away from the smug blonde. The blonde reels, obviously shocked. And Izuku seizes his chance to attract his headband. And then he activates Summon and sends Monoma's team all the way over to the far end of the field, just below where his dad is sitting. His throat is starting to itch, but Izuku doesn't care as he holds the headband up to Bakugo. Bakugo, man, snap out of it. Kirishima yells. It's not over yet. I need to take a break. Izuku rasps and then coughs. Let's play defensive. Sure thing, Midoriya. Kirishima nods. We're in the lead. Bakugo, come on. I'm fine, the blonde gasps, and Izuku winces as he hunches over. Fine, I'm fine. Damn it, Izuku mutters as he surveys the field. Several of the other teams are fighting, or running around. Hitoshi seems to have acquired another headband, and his team is surrounded by a strong wind, keeping others at bay. Tenya and Shoto seem to be holding strong, several headbands around Shoto's neck. Only a few minutes to go. To the left, Zero yells, Bakugo, come on, I'm fine. The blonde snarls, and then blasts the incoming rider in the shoulder. Izuku doesn't comment on how his hand seems to shake. Run, Kirishima declares. Hey, no, we're not. Majority vote, Bakugo. Zero yells as they leg it. No, it's a revolution. Izuku adds. The horses have taken over. You, Bakugo screams, chokes, and then he laughs. What do you know? Hisashi beams. Izuku won. It was a team effort, Ray grumbles. Hisashi has no right to look so smug. Shoto beat him in the first round, and yet Shoto lost to the big guy. Shut up, Hisashi. It'll be a while before the matches start. Hisashi chuckles as he stands and stretches. I'm going to get a coffee. Do you want your usual sugary abomination? Thanks. Ray smiles as she joins him. She glances around the stadium, idly wondering how many people are in attendance. I'll call Tanya, see if he wants to meet up. Hawks could probably use a break. If Tanya is true to form. By now Hawks has probably been forced to memorize an itemized list on why Shoto and possibly also Izuku are the most talented, incredible, kind, wonderful. Maybe she should buy the hero a coffee. She shakes her head as they split up, Hisashi taking a deep breath as he heads towards the inevitable queue of people waiting for drinks, and Ray finds a nice, quiet corner to dial her eldest. Mom, did you see that? Tanya answers on the second ring. Oh my god, who knew Izuku could kick ass like that? I saw. Ray laughs. Actually, I'm at the stadium with Hisashi. Front row seats. Seriously? Go Uncle Hisashi. Hey, Hawks, come on, let's go meet up with Mom. I'm not ready to meet your parents. She hears faintly and laughs. Poor Hawks. Then again, she doubts anyone can ever be quite ready to meet Hisashi Midoriya. My mom's nice. Now come on. Mom, where are you? We'll come meet you. All right, darling. Ray nods and gives her son the best directions she can. I love you. Love you too, Mom. See you soon. Ray smiles as she pockets her phone and leans back, intent on waiting for her son. Hisashi will be a while, but there's no rush. All of her boys will be moving on, and she doubts they'll participate in any of the games. She just needs to make sure she's back in her seat by the first match. Ray frowns, because she knows that voice, and slowly turns. Endeavor. It is so strange, Ray reflects as she examines her ex, Angie from her memories. Her nightmares is so large, so terrifying, and yet, the man before her is just that, a man, nothing more and nothing less. Ray frowns. Has her mind been playing tricks on her? Has Endeavor changed so much over the years? Or perhaps, could she have changed? How have you been? The hero asks. Could we talk? This whole situation feels so surreal. Ray cannot remember a single time during their entire marriage when Angie asked after her well-being. Not even during any of her pregnancies. She wonders how she is supposed to feel. flattered, touched. Surely she should feel something. I'm good, Ray answers hesitantly. But there's nothing for us to talk about. She doesn't know why Endeavor flinches at that, doesn't understand why he looks so shocked. She glances over her shoulder, wondering where Tanya is. She doubts he'd react well to seeing his father, and it would probably be rather awkward if he punched a licensed hero. But our family. What family? Ray blurts out as she turns back to him. And suddenly, as she stares at him, she realizes that this is her chance. Her chance to finally speak, her chance to vent, her chance to scream. So she clenches her fists and looks him in the eye and says, "We were never a family. It took me a few years to realize it, to accept it, but you never wanted a family." "I did." "No, you didn't." Ray yells. "She won't." Family means salvation, strength. Family is what kept her going in the darkest moments. What saved her? Family is her children, her friends. And G was never family. You wanted a quirk, a gene. That's why you married me. Why we had child after child, because of a fucking quirk. And you know what the worst part is? I loved you. I thought that it was my fault. That maybe, if I finally gave you the child that you wanted, everything would get better, maybe you'd finally love me. But it didn't get better, it got worse. Because you no longer needed me. I just kept getting in the way while you tried to create your ultimate hero. You almost broke me, Todoroki. Almost made me hate the only joy I had left in my life. Ray, I felt guilty leaving, Ray hisses. It took me years to realize it. But I may have left, Todoroki, but you were the one who destroyed your family. You could have been a father to 4 incredible, wonderful, kind children, but you chose not to. And that's not my fault. She's crying, she realizes. But strangely enough, she can't seem to care. She feels so light and so tired, and would you like me to punch him? Ray laughs as Hisashi, with his usual impeccable timing, steps over to her, 2 takeaway cups in his hands. She's almost certain he has not just arrived. Frankly, she's just relieved he didn't bring popcorn. Is he? He's just a friend. Endeavor, Ray sighs, suddenly tired. She doesn't have any energy left for silliness, for petty jealousy. Just a friend, Hisashi confirms, and then, because he is Hisashi Midoriya and loves drama and screwing with people, he adds, with a beaming smile, Hisashi Midoriya. I paid for Ray's divorce attorney. Ray can't quite contain her snort. Now, Hisashi hums. And Ray shivers as something in the air shifts. You'd best control yourself, Endeavor, what with all these cameras around. Wouldn't want them to get the wrong idea. Now would we? No sir. Excellent. Hisashi hands Ray her mug. Now, if you'll excuse us, we have to get going. Have a wonderful life. Ray turns to leave, but pauses when she hears Endeavor say, Ray. The kids. She doesn't quite know why she answers, doesn't understand the pity that prompts her to say, they're old enough to decide whether they want to see you or not. I'll tell them, but any relationship has to be on their terms. Understood. Hisashi purrs, and with that, they walk away. Ray barely makes it around the corner before all her energy seems to vanish. She almost collapses, only Hisashi's quick reflexes saving her, and allows her friend to manhandle her to a nearby seat. It's all right, Hisashi assures her as he crouches down next to her. You're safe. I won't let him. I'm not, Ray gasps, and then laughs. I'm not scared. Hisashi, that was Inji, and I wasn't afraid of him. I didn't run away. Oh my god. And then she bursts into tears. And Hisashi sighs and produces his customary box of tissues. Oh god, I'm a mess, Ray sniffs after she's calmed down a bit. I'm sorry, Hisashi, It's fine, her friend shakes his head. Actually, it was rather enjoyable. And besides, I think you needed this. Ray smiles, because she thinks Hisashi's right. She feels, oh my god, Mum. She hears and looks up to find Tanya barreling towards them, concern etched on his face. What happened? We ran into a certain ex-husband, Hisashi explains with a shrug as he stands. Your mother gave him a bit of a talking to. And I believe she just needed a bit of an emotional release, hence her tears. Completely normal reaction. What? Tanya gasps. Mum, are you sure you're okay? Do you want me to get security? It's fine, darling. Ray blows her nose and then stands. I'm not afraid of him. After all, I've got Hisashi. And, oh, you must be Hawks. It's an honor to finally meet you, ma'am, sir. A number 2 hero, who had been watching the whole exchange clearly unsure what he should do, bows low to her and Hisashi. Tanya has told me a lot about you. I just wanted to take the opportunity to assure you that I love and respect him very much, and shall do my best to prove myself worthy of him. Good. Hisashi nods and reaches out to shake his hand. Hisashi Midoriya, Tanya's uncle. Let me just say, if you ever hurt him, I will rip those pathetic little wings off you, skin you with a rusty razor, stuff you with your own feathers, so you back up and present you to the hero commission as a novelty body pillow. Are we clear? Ape. The number 2 hero squeaks. Ray laughs, because this is her family. These people that she has come to love and trust despite their peculiarities, who mean her life is anything but peaceful, they are her family, and she wouldn't change them for anything. As everyone checks the screens announcing the matchups, Izuku feels his heart sink, because his name is there in the second match, in black and white, and his opponent. Oh, come on, Shoto groans. Are you kidding me? It's not that bad. Izuku tries to argue as he glances over at Hitoshi. We're not petty enough to let. We know that, Shoto snorts. Exactly, Tenya nods. We are not foolish enough to think you would allow your friendship to be seriously damaged by competing with one another. We know neither of you are petty enough for that to occur. Then what's the problem? Who do we cheer for? Shoto asks. You're both our friends, but we can't cheer for you at the same time. You're both dumb, Hitoshi groans. How about one of you cheers for me, and the other for Hitoshi? Izuku suggests. A splendid idea. Tenya beams. Hey, Izuku, let's do our best. I am not talking to you from now. Izuku signs back. You're dumb too. Izuku just grins as they separate. But, as he heads backstage, he can't help his nerves. If he wins, Hitoshi will be out of the running. But if he throws the match, he knows Hitoshi will never forgive him. But if Hitoshi loses in the first round, he won't be able to transfer. Hey, cinnamon roll. Chronos. Izuku frowns. What are you doing here? Ensuring you don't brainwash us all using cybernetic slugs. The young hero rolls his eyes. I don't know what the conspiracy is for today. Seriously though, I'm here for free pep talks and maybe the occasional hair ruffle. Don't tell my fans. Being angsty pays my bills. Izuku manages a smile. So what's got you so depressed? Well, Izuku hesitates, then he sighs. I'm gonna be fighting my friend. Oh, the general studies kid Uncle Night-Eye wants to adopt. He what? Izuku pauses. Look, I may have let slip that this Shinso guy has a pretty neat quirk, Chronos grins, and that he's looking to get into heroics, but got stuck in general studies. I mean, I did kind of leave out the part about him being your best friend, but, well, I give it a year, max, before Shinso starts getting apprenticeship offers. He won't take them, Izuku winces. He knows Hitoshi far too well. He won't be willing to work for anyone who, in his mind, mistreats his friend. But maybe if Izuku talks to him, he'll consider at least a temporary placement, something to help him since he will just be falling further behind. Maybe not. But an offer from All Might's agency will look good. And that can go a long way. Shimura Yagi interrupts his thoughts. Appearances matter in this industry. But first, Shinso needs to be noticed. He needs to prove himself to people who have never heard of him. This is his chance. Even if he loses, if he puts up a good fight first, people will remember him. If you go easy on him, people, heroes who could give him a chance, will notice, but if he goes down fighting, he could still have a shot. Thanks, Chronos. You're welcome, cinnamon roll. The hero chuckles. Now, if you'll excuse me, I should probably find Bakabrat and give him an inspiring pep talk. You know, I think I'm really getting the hang of this teaching thing. Izuku smiles as he watches the young hero leave. Then he heads off to one of the waiting rooms. Everything is going to be fine. So it's come to this. Hitoshi sighs when they take their places in the ring. He's not taking up a fighting stance. But considering his family, slouching does not mean anything. Izuku resists the temptation to stick his tongue out at him. He needs to stay focused. Hitoshi is a strategist, and will almost certainly try and provoke him, something which could be easy considering how well they know each other. But his friend is also a skilled fighter, taught by the master of being unassuming, Aizawa himself. So, begin. Midnight announces. Hitoshi doesn't move. He stares at Izuku for a few seconds, even as Izuku watches him, waiting for the slightest sign Hitoshi is going to. This isn't gonna work. Hitoshi suddenly straightens up. I can't. After everything you've done for me, I can't fight you. I can't. I'm sorry, Izuku. And with that, he turns away. Izuku panics. This won't showcase Hitoshi's abilities, won't give him a chance to transfer. It will mean the end for Hitoshi until next year, and Izuku will be the one responsible. Fight forgotten, he rushes forward, arm outstretched, desperate to stop his friend from walking out of the ring. Hito. His mind goes fuzzy. Of course Hitoshi wouldn't give up so easily. Izuku wants to scream, because he was played. He needs to be ready for the moment brainwashing wears off. He watches through the fog as Hitoshi turns, mere steps away from the line. He looks Izuku straight in the eye, and then he nods, and, all traces of his earlier hesitation gone. Hitoshi grabs Izuku's outstretched arm and spins. Izuku tries to resist as his mind clears, but he's just a second too slow, and hits the ground hard, his breath escaping in a winded gasp, and Midoriya is out of bounds. Nobody is cheering. Izuku realizes as he stares up at the beautiful blue sky. A kid from General Studies won the first match, and no one is cheering. He wonders whether it's shock. Hitoshi won in a matter of seconds. Hey, Izuku. The sky is suddenly obstructed by Hitoshi's worried face. Sorry about that, but are you mad? Is he mad? Yeah, at himself for allowing Hitoshi to play him like that, but Hitoshi will be moving on. Hitoshi will have a chance to transfer to the hero course. If Izuku has to lose, maybe it's not so bad if it'll at least serve a purpose. He has next year to try again, and, you won, he says. And suddenly he's scrambling to his feet, laughing, and he throws his arms around his friend. Hitoshi, you won. You won. Yes, he's crying, but no one will ever quite know why. A touching example of sportsmanship and friendship. Mike's voice blubs over the speakers. Oh, no, Shota. This time I'm ready for you. The crowd finally seems to unfreeze and applauds, although for the most part it's rather subdued. Izuku nudges Hitoshi though and nods towards where Rei and Tauya are giving a standing ovation, and his dad is discreetly wiping at his eyes. Promise me you'll win. Izuku smiles as they part, ready to head back to their seats. Yeah, Hitoshi finally smiles. I promise. Oh, thank God. Fayumi exclaims. Missed man, why did? Friends, everyone choruses. Oh my God, how did this happen? Izuku groans as Tenya emerges, decked out with support gear. Shoto, why didn't you do something? Tenya needs to stop taking everyone at face value. Shoto grins. Besides, it's funnier this way. You just wanted to get back at him for not having a ridiculous stage parent. That too, Shoto sighs. Come on, Tenya. Just cause you're an idiot doesn't mean you can't win. Yeah, Tenya. Izuku joins in and then groans as Hatsune begins her presentation. Oh my God, my dad would love her. I think I want to get into support items. Hisashi sighs dreamily. Hatsune, a charming young lady with absolutely no respect for UA. As hallowed traditions, willing to use others for her own ends, self-serving though they may be, with a flair for the dramatics. Hisashi, I think you're about to start drooling, Rei remarks. Besides, wouldn't it mean competing with that? Detonaret, he corrects her with a sigh. Of course, the balding upstart strikes again. A shame, but he needs to stay close with Destro's brat just in case, and he can't risk it all for an amusing teenager. You're right. Shame, really. And I doubt Yatsubashi would appreciate her unique personality. Don't you mean insane? Hawks asks. Somehow, he managed to persuade the two heroes on either side of Hisashi and Rei to swap seats with him and Tauya, which means Hisashi now has to watch the matches in the company of the number 2 hero in the Shoto fan club. Well, at least he will maintain his dignity. He comforts himself and be a beacon of composure amongst this sea of vulgarity, even if he wishes Izuku hadn't somehow located his banner and burned it last night. Then again, he is also rather proud of Izuku for nicking that fire quirk when Hisashi wasn't paying attention. Oh, the dilemmas of fatherhood. Prepare yourself, he warns Hawks as Hatsune finally steps out of bounds, ending the amusing spectacle and forever securing herself a place in Hisashi's good books. Do you want earplugs? Why would I? Hawk starts, then the billboard flashes up the next contestants. Oh my God, yes, please, thank you so much, sir. They barely get them in time, because, come on SHOTO, show them how it's done, darling. Shoto's shoulders tense and Hisashi fancies he can spot a trace of a blush as he waits for the match against Zero, was it? The one with the freaky elbows. To begin. Ice shoots out from Shoto's direction, immediately encasing the other competitor in a massive glacier, and Hisashi chuckles as Hawk's jaw drops. Way to go, Shoto. That's my baby. Shut up, both of you. Shoto yells back. That was baby Shoto. Hawks croaks out, obviously in need of a stiff drink. Yep, Hisashi nods as he pilfers one of Hawk's chips. Come a long way. I remember when he was 6 and only creating glaciers half that size. Tauya, your whole family is fucking terrifying. Breathe. Hey, Bakabret, you okay? Can't, Katsuki rasps. I can't do this. Can't fight her. Hey, it'll be all right. Kronos crouches down in front of him. We're not dumb. No one would let you compete if they thought you could seriously injure anyone. Remember, I only ever competed in my 3rd year. And I promise, the minute I think anyone's in danger, I'll step in. Really? Katsuki takes a deep breath, holds it, lets it out. I'll stand right next to the ring. The hero nods. You'll be able to see me all the time. I promise I'll stop the fight the minute I think anyone's in danger, but I need you to trust me. Can you do that? Yeah, Bakugo nods. He trusts Kronos. Kronos is good, and understands, and doesn't think he's weak. Kronos will do as he promised. Don't forget, Uraraka's a student here too. She's here to fight, to give it her all. And if she fights you here, today, and you hurt her, she can use that. She can look at it and learn, and then, one day, when she's fighting for her life, it could make a difference. It could mean she survives. She gets to go home to her family. Kronos smiles. That's our ultimate goal here. Not to create the next symbol of peace, not to teach heroes how to place in the hero billboard. Our goal is to make sure you can survive out there. Katsuki takes a deep breath and allows Kronos to help him to his feet. Even if he's unsure about himself, he trusts Kronos. That's why he follows the young hero out and takes his place in the ring, across from Uraraka, Kronos visible over her shoulder. He clenches his teeth as she comes at him, because it's clear she's not a fighter. Why should she be, when her quirk isn't suited for it? People care so much about their quirks. He realizes as he lets off the first explosion. and the second, the third. His palms itch, and the smell is making him anxious, but Kronos hasn't stepped in, so it's alright. It's fine. He can do this. Stop toying with the poor girl. Toying? Bakugo barely dodges her. He doesn't think he's toying with her, is he? What if he is? What if he's going back down that path? What if he doesn't even realize it? What if? No, Kronos wouldn't let him. Kronos believes he can be a hero, is allowing for the match to continue even as Bakugo fires off explosion after explosion. Katsuki trusts Kronos, and then Uraraka finally unveils her master plan. The dozens of chunks of rock floating above the ring, and Katsuki could cry, he's so relieved, because he played right into her hands. And that means she planned for this. That means she wanted him not to go easy on her. And that means he didn't do anything villainous. He glances over to where Kronos is watching them, a small smile on his face, and then he takes a deep breath and raises his hand. The blast he sets off is probably the largest he ever has. He can feel the skin on his hand blister and crack. But it does the trick, reducing the rocks to little more than pebbles. He turns back, unsure if he can continue, but Uraraka has collapsed, clearly exhausted, and suddenly Katsuki can't stand anymore. Kronos barely catches him in time as his legs give out. He doesn't even hear Midnight declare the winner as he desperately struggles to breathe. He does hear Kronos, though, when the hero smiles and says, "Good job, Bakabret. I'm proud of you." Ajiro Kirishima, Quirk, hardening. Close-range fighter. Good strength and reflexes, but not a tactical thinker. Watch out for Shinso, right. That's me. Hitoshi sighs as he looks up from Izuku's cheat book. He really would rather be preparing for his next match, but it would probably be rude to pretend he'd suddenly gone deaf. Oh, Urashi, right. Is there something you wanted? He isn't sure why the big guy is glaring at him. He was pretty sure they got along all right during the cavalry battle, and besides that, have they ever even spoken before? He frowns as he tries to remember, and you should be ashamed of yourself. What? You say you want to be a hero? Urashi clenches his fists. Don't make me laugh. A true hero is someone who inspires passion and hope. And yet Midoriya considers you a friend, wanted to fight you, and you used that against him. You manipulated him, and all for an easy win. Was it truly so important you win? Do you truly have so little confidence in your own skills? If so, I cannot accept someone as cold as you could ever become a hero. You, a hero? You've got to be kidding. Shinso, you need to be realistic. Boys with naughty quirks can't be heroes. Itoshi, you should be a hero. Could do a lot of good with a quirk like that. Course you can. ... is pissed. Are you done? He asks as he snaps Izuku's cheat book closed. It's taking everything in his power not to lash out, but he knows how this goes. If he lashes out, it will just show Urashi he got under his skin. It will give him the satisfaction of knowing he hurt Hitoshi. Cause I want to go see how my friends are doing. Did you simply befriend them so they could help you cheat your way into the hero course? Hitoshi is going to rearrange this fucker's face. He shoves his way past Urashi. He's not a crier, but he can feel tears pricking at his eyes. He hates this, he hates this, he hates this. Urashi doesn't know what he's talking about. Doesn't know Hitoshi wants to win so badly precisely because of his friends, his family, the people who always believed in his dream. Urashi doesn't. And then an idea appears in his mind, and he stops. He hesitates for a moment. I promise. But Izuku will understand, he assures himself. And with that, Hitoshi makes up his mind, takes a deep breath, and heads out to beat Kirishima's ass. The redhead is good and strong, but Hitoshi was trained by a racerhead. He channels his frustration and dodges, blocks and ducks, focusing on speed over strength. If Kirishima hits him, it's all over. But the boy is so focused he doesn't notice Hitoshi moving them ever closer to the edge of the ring. And then Kirishima throws a punch that scratches Hitoshi's cheek. He twists, uses the momentum of his opponent against him, and even as he struggles to regain his footing, Kirishima steps out of the ring. Hitoshi Shinso wins. Present Mike cheers as Hitoshi looks up at the stands and zeroes in on Urashi. One down, one more to go. Hitoshi wishes he could be more disappointed when Urashi wins against Tenya. Good luck. Izuku grins. For just a second, Hitoshi considers telling his friends about his plan. But then he takes a deep breath and steps out, ready to face Bakugo. He doesn't know why Kronos is hovering by the stage, doesn't really care. Bakugo is only a stepping stone, another obstacle on the way to the final, and an easy one at that, because Hitoshi knows exactly which buttons to push, knows how best to play Bakugo. So the minute the match begins, he takes a deep breath, swallows his discomfort, and yells, with the smuggest smile he can manage, "Hey, Deku." And that is how Hitoshi progresses to the finals. He accepts his friend's congratulations, the inevitable hugs, and then hurries off towards the stands where the support course is sitting. His plan is almost foiled as Shoto puts up a fight, and the match against Urashi drags on far longer than any of the previous. Shoto throws up ice block after ice block, desperate to keep himself in the ring. using his fire to try and disrupt Urashi's wind current. But eventually the big guy seems to give up on long-range attacks, because he drops down behind Shoto and throws his whole weight into a vicious punch. Hitoshi winces as Shoto is knocked unconscious, but at least his plan will go ahead. He tries to comfort himself as he adjusts the microphone and steps out of the tunnel. He can almost feel his friend's gaze on his back. Doesn't have to look to know both Uncle Hisashi and Auntie Ray are beaming at him. Dad has undoubtedly wrestled the microphone away from Mike. There are all these people cheering him on, hoping he'll be able to achieve his dream. And Hitoshi is willing to let them all down just because he's feeling petty. But as he glares across at Urashi, he can't seem to care, because he can feel anger, red hot and boiling, and uses it to keep his nerves in check. He licks his lips and waits for the moment. All right, midnight. Another person he's about to disappoint beams. But gee, fuck you. Everyone falls silent and just stares at him as Hitoshi adjusts the microphone he borrowed from Hatsume. Urashi looks stunned, mouth agape. But Hitoshi knows it's only a matter of time before he recovers. This is Hitoshi's only chance. He needs to use it. Fuck you. You don't know a thing about me. He snarls. You don't know what it's like to be told you can't be a hero. You don't know what it's like when people call you a villain. You don't know what it's like when your teacher won't answer your questions cause she's scared of your quirk. You don't know what it's like for adults to give up on you. You don't know what it's like to wear a muzzle. You don't know. And it would be easy to give up. Prove everyone right. Become a villain. But guess what? Quirks don't make villains. Choices make villains. And I choose to be a fucking hero, and if you or bitchface or stupid Mr. Sato don't like it, you can go suck a bag of dicks. I'm gonna be a hero. Shove my license in your fucking face and then go celebrate with the friend who believed in me even when I didn't. So you know what? Fuck you. And fuck everyone who thinks quirks can be evil, cause they fucking aren't. UDUMBASS. Hitoshi finishes his tirade and, with a scream, launches himself at the other teen. Urashi proves himself a worthy opponent. He seems to react purely on instinct. A strong wind whipping up and throwing Hitoshi back, out of the ring, tumbling head over heels as he crashes into the grass. For a moment, everyone is absolutely silent. Then the crowd goes wild. Hitoshi sighs as he climbs to his feet, suddenly feeling incredibly tired, and turns away. The walk back to the tunnel suddenly seems far too long, especially when he can hear the crowd applauding Urashi's victory. He knows what they must be feeling. The rising star of the heroics department finally put in place the upstart from general studies. The little kid who thought he could challenge the status quo. Hitoshi doesn't even want the silver medal. He wants to go home and hide away from all these people who saw him fail, saw him snap. But he still needs to face his friends and family. The only people who supported his ridiculous dream. He needs to face them knowing he let them down. He hopes at least Izuku won't be mad he broke his promise. Hopes Mike won't be too disappointed. Hopes Dad won't call his actions irrational to his face. Oh my god, Hitoshi. Izuku cheers as he sprints out into the stadium and launches himself at him, sending Hitoshi staggering backwards. That was so awesome. Shoto grins as he joins them. I wish you had refrained from quite so many vulgarities. You loved it, Tenya. Izuku laughs. You're still smiling. Well, I suppose I agree with the sentiment, Tenya chuckles. Sorry, Hitoshi manages a weak smile. It's good his friends don't seem too upset, but he still failed, still let them down. I failed, I shouldn't have. Oh, you should have. Shoto grins and glances up at the stands. Take a moment and listen to what they're actually saying. Hitoshi listens. Well said, kid. A strong quirk and an inspirational story like that. He's perfect. And did you see his moves earlier? He obviously identified a weakness and learned hand-to-hand combat. Seriously, sticking someone like that in general studies. What are they thinking? We'll fucking fight you for him. Hitoshi. He hears a familiar voice and finally moves, walking the last few steps before he's back in the tunnel. The minute they're out of view, Mike sweeps him up into a bone-crushing hug, sobbing uncontrollably. Oh, I'm so proud of Yao. Shota, did you say? I saw. Hitoshi feels his dad ruffle his hair. You did good, Hitoshi. I couldn't have put it better myself. Oh, Mike suddenly lets go of him, turns, and sprints off. Mike, where are you going? I need to get that recording. Mike yells. Mom will kill me if I don't transcribe it for her. Oh god. Hitoshi groans at the thought of his gran. He can't help but smile, though. Talia, don't take this the wrong way, but I think I'm in love with that kid, Hawks gasps. Drama queen. The police officer sighs, smiling, as he lowers his phone. I wonder if I can set this as my ringtone. While that was certainly memorable, Ray shakes her head. Do you think we could meet the boys? I rather feel like I should give Hitoshi a hug. Oh, I'm sure it'll be fine. Hisashi glances down at her. His hands are sore from how hard he's clapping. But fuck that, Hitoshi earned the standing ovation he's receiving. It's astonishing. Hitoshi has more reason than many villains Hisashi knew to resent the system, and yet he is determined to fight for law and justice and all that shebang. It's almost sad to see all that villainous potential go to waste. Well, at least Hitoshi seems to have decided to take a dramatic stand against the status quo on a national stage. Hisashi firmly approves and would like to believe he influenced the lad in some way. His phone buzzes and he frowns as he finally stops applauding and fishes it out. Hopefully it's not Kurogiri warning him Makia is planning to avenge Fuzzy's defeat. Katsumi, what? Calm down, I can't understand. Course I can look after Tenya. Why? What do you mean? Tensei's in the hospital? Well, would you look at that, if it isn't little Hitoshi. Any news yet? Still nothing. Hisashi sighs as he opens the cupboard. He realizes he's run out of clean mugs and groans. He's exhausted, running on an absurd amount of caffeine, and wishes more than anything he could just sleep. And yet, every time he closes his eyes for more than a second, he ends up desperately searching for his phone. The three boys standing in the doorway don't look much better, and that probably sums up the situation perfectly. There should be 4 boys up way past their bedtime, 4 boys waiting anxiously for news. It doesn't seem right without Tenya. This whole situation is so unfamiliar, so wrong. Hisashi is unaccustomed to waiting for news. He's unsettled by the unfamiliar uncertainty, by the worry he feels. Back when he was still all for one, his followers were little more than pawns. He was always prepared, always ready with a suitable replacement to ensure his plans could proceed uninterrupted. And Tensei should not matter, should not warrant such concern. He is little more than a nuisance, an annoyance Hisashi tolerates for Izuku's sake. Hisashi should not care whether he lives or dies, whether he stays the same cheerful idiot Hisashi hates. It's not like there. His phone buzzes. Hisashi snatches it up and 3 teenagers crowd around him as he reads. Stable. Intensive care. Out of immediate danger. Visiting hours 11 minutes 2, 4 minutes 8. Oh, thank God. Shoto breathes and sways alarmingly. That's good, right? Izuku asks anxiously. It means Tensei will be fine, right? Come on, Hisashi sighs. Let's get some sleep. What about? Hitoshi trails off and gestures to where Kurogiri is snoring softly, sprawled across the kitchen table, surrounded by macarons. Leave him, Hisashi sighs. He'll have to figure out what to do with all their new baked goods tomorrow. Hi, Auntie Katsumi. Izuku. The woman manages a weak smile and hugs the boy before moving on to the rest of their party. Shoto, Hitoshi. Thank you for coming. We brought muffins, Hisashi informs her as he holds up his bag. He considered stopping by a florist along the way, but they're running low on space in the kitchen, and flowers always remind him a little too much of funerals and cemeteries. It's probably best not to tempt fate. Also macarons and a lemon drizzle cake. If you'd prefer brownies, an apple pie or something called a black forest gatto, I can call Kurogiri. Thank you. The woman nods and then yawns, not even bothering to cover her mouth, and Hisashi makes a mental note to call Kurogiri and have him drop of a thermos of coffee. How about you head over to the cafeteria? He offers. That's the proper thing to do, isn't it? She looks tired, exhausted. She looks like a worried mother. I can stay with Tensei. No, it's fine. Ida shakes her head. He's asleep right now, but he'll be so happy you came to visit. When they follow her into the room, the figure in the bed looks nothing like Tensei. His head is bandaged, the covers pulled up to his chest, a tube hooked up to his nose. The room's not even quiet. Not with the beeping and whirring of the various machines Tensei is hooked up to. Izuku manages a watery smile when the young hero's eyes flutter momentarily. Hitoshi is clutching his silver medal so tightly his knuckles are white. Shoto might as well be carved from ice, and it's only through experience that Hisashi knows it's the only way the boy has to avoid breaking down completely. And Hisashi realizes he has no right to be here. He slips out of the room and leans against the wall outside, desperately fighting back tears. How many times was he responsible for ending a promising career, cutting short a young life? How many people has he put through the same agony Izuku is now suffering through? He glances up and spots Tenya sat at the end of the corridor, head in his hands. For just a second Hisashi doesn't see the young man he's watched grow up. He sees the little boy from so long ago who helped Izuku regain his confidence, who believed his big brother to be the greatest hero ever. Hisashi wants, more than anything, to be able to comfort Tenya as he watches the lad's shoulders shake with silent sobs. But he doesn't know how. Definitely avoiding us. Hitoshi sighs as he lets himself into Izuku's bedroom. Dad checked the security tapes. Tenya snuck out the west entrance. Then plan is a go. Shoto nods. Auntie Katsumi gives us the green light. Izuku takes a deep breath as he locks his phone. Hitoshi, guard the door. Shoto, you're on window duty. You guys ready? Ready, Shoto nods. Ready, Hitoshi confirms. All right. Izuku takes a deep breath. For just a second he hesitates. He doesn't want to push Tenya, doesn't want to make him feel worse. But then he remembers how he felt after the whole all-for-one revelation. How just knowing he had friends helped, how he didn't even have to talk to them. And Tenya is far too used to worrying about others. He's all too likely to view opening up as burdening them. And Izuku, He wipes at his eyes angrily, because friendship goes both ways. If Tenya can worry about him, he can worry about Tenya. Izuku activates summon. Wah! Tenya looks around as he appears in the room, chopsticks in hand. Izuku, we really must talk about your unfortunate habit of summoning people without warning. Yeah, it's unfortunate, Hitoshi sighs dramatically. But then again, we couldn't warn you since your phone's not working. No, it's… Tenya pulls his phone out and then freezes, realizing he's been caught red-handed. Oh, so you've just been ignoring us. Look, Tenya, Shoto speaks up. You don't have to talk if you don't want to, but we're a team. We're here for you. You do not need to worry. Tenya smiles, although there is something off about the expression. I appreciate your concern, but I am fine. You're not, Izuku blurts out. And suddenly it's all too much. You're not fine, he sobs. Course you're not fucking fine. This is Tensei. He's not even my brother. And I'm not fine. He didn't deserve this. He's a fucking awesome hero, and he's known about All for One for years, and he still told me I could be a hero. He was the second person to ever tell me I could be a hero, Hitoshi whispers. He showed me what it means to be a true hero, Shoto adds, wiping angrily at his eyes. Tenya hunches his shoulders and looks down. He chokes out. I just want my brother back. It all devolves from there. Dinner should be ready in 5 minutes, Kurogiri announces, poking his head into the room. Are you boys staying over? Yes, Hitoshi sniffles. I will call my mother. I can do it, Kurogiri smiles. It's good to see you, Tenya. For a while after the door closes, they all stay where they are, sprawled out around the room, then Shoto shifts. I don't want to leave, he mumbles. I get the point of the internships, but… I get it, Izuku sighs. I don't want to be alone. Maybe you shouldn't. Hitoshi speaks up. You could go to Nezu and explain you want to be together. It'd limit your choices, but there's also the whole All for One situation. Izuku sighs. I have no idea how they're gonna solve that. It's still worth a try, Shoto shrugs. What do you think, Tenya? Yeah, Tenya croaks, and then blows his nose. I'm in. Afternoon, Katsumi. Hisashi. Katsumi Ada sits up, startled, and Hisashi winces. Normally the acting head of Idaten is the picture of a consummate professional. Today, however, her makeup is smudged, her hair a mess, her shirt wrinkled and voice hoarse. What are you doing here? I thought you might want to go home for a few hours, Hisashi offers as the woman searches desperately for her glasses. I can sit with Tensei for a bit. Oh no, Katsumi shakes her head. I couldn't possibly. And besides, Katsumi, you've been here for 3 days straight, Hisashi states bluntly. Go take a shower. Get some rest. I promise I'll call you the minute anything changes. Well, I tell you what, I'll have Kurogiri warp you back, Hisashi smiles. Someone wise once told me I can't do everything alone. Didn't I say that? Yes, but you weren't sleep deprived. The woman laughs. She leans over and presses a kiss to her son's forehead and then stands. On her way out she hugs Hisashi. Thank you so much. Hisashi doesn't comment on how she could really use that shower. Instead, he sees her out and then returns to Tensei's bedside. The young man is still dead to the world, breathing softly. It is strange seeing him like this. Strange not to hear the all-too-familiar Uncle Hisashi. Fantastic. Hisashi sighs as he settles into the chair Katsumi vacated. Despite medical advances, hospitals have apparently not considered investing in comfortable furniture. I hope you appreciate how much I do for you. Then he pulls out his latest financial reports and settles in for a long wait. Uncle Hisashi. I'm not your uncle, you annoying brat, Hisashi sighs as he sets down the file. Shouldn't you be asleep? Uncle Hisashi. Tensei snickers. Hisashi shakes his head and checks the time. He winces. It's past midnight, and as he examines Tensei, he decides there's no point calling Katsumi. Tensei is smiling goofily, eyes unfocused, likely liable to fall asleep any minute. Just go back to sleep, you pest, Hisashi says as he stretches. Long hours in a hospital chair are never good for his spine. Your mother should be back in the morning. Don Juana, Tensei grumbles. I missed you. Well, you didn't have to run into the hero killer to get me to visit, Hisashi remarks and then winces. He's pretty sure he's just committed some great social faux pas. Hero Killu. Tensei rolls his eyes, obviously unimpressed. Scary, Sky. I bet you'd kick his ass. I don't see how, Hisashi rolls his eyes. Remember, I'm not a hero. Yeah, Tensei snickers. We'd have a loot of dead villains. Alt 41 to the rescue. Shut up, brat. You know, it's weird, Tensei frowns. You're my best friend. My bestie's an ex-villain. What? Hisashi freezes. This? What? How? Why'd you pick that, anyway? All for one, I dunno, sounds kinda dumb. And then, like the fucking bastard he is, Tensei falls back asleep. Hisashi stares at the brat, wide-eyed. It sounds like somehow he knows, like he figured it out. And that means he needs to go. It would be so easy. 2. Tensei is in intensive care recovering from life-threatening injuries, and a sudden relapse, an adverse reaction to one of the dozen medications coursing through his system would not be the least bit suspicious. The safest solution would be to induce sleep, wait until someone takes his place, and then. But this is Tensei, who helped Izuku recover from the trauma of losing his mother. Tensei, who is Tenya's beloved big brother. Tensei, who is Hisashi's. Damn it, he swears as he makes his decision. It's a matter of a minute for Hisashi to eliminate the side effects of the painkillers, to clear Tensei's mind of the fog, and then he crosses his arms and waits for the young man to wake up. Oh, hey, if you tell anyone, I will raise Idaten to the ground and kill every last one of your puny sidekicks, Hisashi hisses. Then, prompted by something that feels unpleasantly like a conscience, he sighs and begrudgingly adds, apart from Tenya. I don't know what you're talking about. Please don't insult my intelligence, Tensei. Hisashi leans forward and allows for a touch of All for One to bleed into his voice. Or would you prefer I enter your mind and take a look around for myself? I suppose it's only fair to warn you, though I'm a bit out of practice. I might be a little rough, muddle a few memories, knock off a few IQ points. All right, fine, Tensei winces, but you don't have to worry. I mean, I've kept it secret for years. You've what? Well, no offense, but it's kind of obvious when you know what to look for, Tensei sighs. You're kind of terrifying and have a few villainous tendencies. You know how villains operate better than any pro I've ever met. And also, Alt 41 never made sense to me. Like, you adore Izuku. If you hate All for One as much as you claim, why would you let him be present in your life? In Izuku's. And then I thought, well, if this Shimura had already passed on One for All, I'll just stop talking now. But, why? Hisashi frowns as something occurs to him. Why wouldn't you warn anyone? Because it doesn't matter. Tensei shrugs and winces as the movement obviously aggravates his injuries. Because All for One is dead. You're just Hisashi. You're a dad. You're a Quirk nerd. I know you don't feel the same way, but you're my friend. I've known you for years, so of course I'd trust you over All Might. You're not evil, Hisashi. And I don't think you've been truly evil for a long time. There must be something wrong with the hospital ventilation system. That's the only reasonable explanation Hisashi can think of as he wipes his eyes. Thank you. Also, I'm pretty sure you could just raise Tartarus to the ground, take over Japan and declare yourself president for life. I'm starting to rethink not brutally murdering you. Yeah, well, Tensei laughs bitterly. Not like it matters anymore. My career as Ingenium is over. Perhaps, Hisashi hesitates. Then he makes his decision and smiles. But it doesn't stop you from being a hero. Think about it. Right now, somewhere out there are 4 heroes in training. And you shaped them. You showed them what a hero should be. What happened to you was tragic, but it can't erase all you've accomplished. And it can't change the fact that for those 4 boys, Tensei will always be their hero. Thanks, Uncle Hisashi. I told you, you brat, I'm not your uncle, Hisashi chuckles. My name is Hisashi. You sit. Come in. Izuku takes a deep breath, steels himself, and then pushes the door open. Izuku, Principal Nedu beams. How wonderful to see you. I know it's a little late, but well done. It was wonderful, seeing you use your quirk during the sports festival. Hey, Cinnamon Roll, Kronos, sat in front of the desk, waves. Then he grows serious. How's Ingenium doing? He's okay. Izuku manages and swipes at his eyes. It's getting easier, especially now that Tensei has woken up and can talk when they visit. But no matter how much he tries to act like nothing's changed, there's a shadow in his eyes. His smile isn't quite the same. And every time they leave, Izuku feels like Tensei is missing that carefree spark that made him unique. I can come back later. No, Nedu shakes his head. We're practically done here, anyway. Sit down and tell me. What can I do for you? Do you want me to leave? Shimura Yagi offers. No, it's fine. Izuku shakes his head. He sinks down into the chair, takes a deep breath, and blurts out, it's just with Tensei hurt. Could me and Tenya and Shoto do our internship together? Nedu winces. That may be difficult. Most agencies aren't willing to take on more than 2 first years at a time. And, considering your unique circumstances, what about my idea? Oh, yes, that's a possibility. Nedu perks up. You see, Izuku, Kronos was just asking whether you and Bakugo could intern together. What? Izuku frowns as he glances from one hero to the other. Why? Well, Bakubrant's still uncomfortable with his quirk. Shimura Yagi sighs. I pulled a few strings and got him an offer from Gang Orca. He doesn't look it, but he's experienced with dealing with quirk-related trauma. I can attest to that. Only, it'd be good for Bakubrant to be with a friend, someone who can keep an eye on him, help him loosen up a bit. Does Bakugo have a friend? No, and that's the problem, Kronos groans. But he respects you, and I think he'd like to be friends. Plus, maybe seeing up close that you're not afraid of him could help. So what do you think? Orca's pretty cool about weird and dangerous quirks. He's number 10 and he's a member of the Kurogiri fan club. Could I think about it? Izuku asks, mind already going a mile a minute as he tries to think of all the pros and cons. He'll call his dad first chance he gets. Dad is a wonderful source of information about heroes, especially now that he doesn't have to bother about pretending he obtained said information legally. He will have to keep his possible fellow intern's identity a secret though. Dad has opinions about Katsuki Bakugo. Of course, Nedu nods. It'll take me a few hours, but I'll ask around and compile a list both of agencies willing to take all 3 of you boys and agencies willing to take an Yukiyama. You can come pick it up after class. Thank you, sir. Now, you had best get going, the principal chuckles. After all, I believe today is the day you get to choose your hero names. Don't want to be late for that. Oh, right. Izuku perks up. He packed his second ever notebook specially for the occasion. With the 47 names he's managed to narrow his shortlist down to over the years. Said notebook also includes several pages of critique of said names by his dad, including such remarks as, Izuku, if you choose the name small might so help me God I shall level New York. Several I thought I taught you better than this and where did I go wrong? A whole page of NO, and quite a lot more constructive criticism, except for All Might Jr., which never got a single line written about it. Izuku found his dad curled up in bed looking miserable after he saw that particular name. And do you think you could stop by class 1 degrees Celsius on the way? Nedu holds up a large stack of papers. I may not be legally allowed to send him out on an internship, at least not yet, but Shinso might still like to have a look at all the agencies willing to take a chance on someone with a so-called villainous quirk. The white space is taunting Katsuki. He forces himself to take a deep breath and looks up. His classmates are excitedly debating various names, scrawling stuff on their own boards and wiping them off. Katsuki glances over his shoulder and finds Midoriya staring down at a page filled with tiny text, busy crossing out line after line. A few students look like they've already decided on a name, and Katsuki can understand, cause he came up with his when he was 8. But now he doesn't want to be King Explosion Murder. The very idea of that name makes him sick, because he can't help but remember Midoriya right after that blast, and no, Bakabrat, don't think about it. Everyone makes mistakes and everything worked out, just don't do it again. Katsuki wishes Chronos were here so he could talk it over with the young hero. After all, the young hero could probably come up with a few cool ideas. Katsuki wonders whether he should simply turn and ask Midoriya for help, cause he's sure to come up with a few suggestions. But then he dismisses that idea. The white space is still taunting Katsuki, whispering that maybe Chronos is wrong, maybe you're not cut out to be a hero, maybe you're a villain, just look at Midoriya. No, Katsuki trusts Chronos. He didn't mean to hurt Midoriya. He can do this. But when the 15 minutes are up, Katsuki is no closer to figuring out his hero name. And watching his classmates just makes him feel more and more hopeless. The sparkly guy is first up, announcing his name with a certainty Katsuki can only envy. Pinky gets her name rejected. Frog Girl had her name chosen since elementary school. And Katsuki wishes he could just slam his head into his desk, because this shouldn't be so hard. This is me, Red Riot. Katsuki blinks and looks back up. The guy with the hardening quirk, what was it, Kikishima, is staring at them proudly, his name written in big, bold letters. Red Riot. Midnight smiles. Could this be in homage to the chivalrous hero, Crimson Riot? Right, the redhead grins. I know it's from back in the day, but Crimson's the kind of hero I wanna be. Haha. Midnight chuckles as she takes the board. Just know that bearing the name of your personal hero comes with a lot of pressure. The kind of hero I want to be. Katsuki picks up his pen. Being a hero means my quirk can save people. Kaken, that's mean. Who do you want to be, Katsuki? And suddenly, Bakugo knows. He scribbles down the characters and jumps up before he can chicken out, cutting in front of Tail Boy. He can feel everyone staring at him, but he takes a deep breath, focuses on a freckled face near the back of the room. Remembers that same face 10 years ago, when he was still a stupid brat. He is going to save people. He is going to show his parents, show Midoriya that he has grown, has changed, that he knows what he did wrong, that he can be a better person than he was. I want to be Kaken, right, Izuku? I'll call you every day, Izuku promises with a sigh. And, I'll be careful. He shifts his rucksack and glances around the train station, hoping his classmates don't see him. He's pretty sure Kirishima isn't getting lectured by his parents. And, I won't only eat junk food. Izuku groans. Dad, I'm 15. I'll be fine. I know, his dad, who apparently doesn't quite understand Izuku is not about to die the minute he leaves his sight, sniffs. I'm sorry, Izuku, but both my boys are leaving home at the same time. I'll be all alone with Makia. I'm sorry, sir. Kurogiri finally looks up from his phone. Did you just adopt me? Inko adopted you over 10 years ago and I know better than to piss off her ghost. Dad retorts. And he complains. I wouldn't dare, sir. Kurogiri chuckles. Welcome to the family. Izuku manages a smile despite the situation. You're stuck with us now. Izuku, I've known your father's past since I first met him. I've been stuck with you for years now. Not really, Dad shrugs, and the proceeds to say, Enko wouldn't approve of me murdering you. Although wiping your memory wouldn't really go very well. There's rather a lot I'd have to remove, and that tends to cause some rather unpleasant side effects. Dad, please stop saying terrifying things while we're out in public. Izuku sighs. Seriously, all they need is to be overheard by some poor person just going about their day. But then he feels that familiar worry return, and he looks at his dad and asks, You'll be all right, won't you? I'll be fine, Izuku. His dad huffs and ruffles his hair. Tensei made me promise I'd visit him every day, and I'll just keep busy. I'm thinking about taking a crash course in neurology. Why? Because All Might is annoying. So I want to find some toxin that will allow me to take control of his body and walk him off the roof of Might Tower. Dad rolls his eyes. Seriously though, considering my vast assortment of various quirks, I might be able to do something for Tensei. You mean it's not as simple as slipping him a healing quirk? Izuku frowns. He mentally starts going over the quirks he knows his dad possesses. It's been several weeks since the injury, so a simple healing quirk might no longer work. Perhaps a regeneration quirk paired with some other quirk that would allow Dad to focus the regeneration specifically on the spinal column. It might be, Dad admits, but I have several healing quirks, and they all work differently and have their own drawbacks. Plus, Tensei didn't just have his spine severed but underwent a long operation that undoubtedly involved a lot of cutting and prodding. And I know next to nothing about all the very complicated thingamabobs that make up the spine. And anyway, if I don't have a replacement prepared, I prefer not to experiment on people until I'm reasonably sure I won't turn them into a vegetable. You can't replace Tensei. My point exactly, Dad chuckles. Don't worry, Izuku. If all goes well, I'll stop by a pet shop sometime next week and pick up a few rats. Unless you'd prefer I start on human test subjects. Rats are fine, Dad. Izuku smiles and hugs his father. It's hard, sometimes, to believe he was once a villain. Just don't tell Nezu. Gosh, you really are a good guy deep down. Perish the thought. Dad winces. I would like it noted for the record I am not in fact doing this out of the kindness of my heart. I just want the annoying brat to stop looking so miserable all the damn time. And the real reason, sir? Kurogiri asks. It's been a while since I've had a friend and I thought I should do something nice for him, Dad admits with a sigh. And with Izuku out of the house, I need to do something to keep busy. Nezu was pretty clear that I'm not allowed to rent the flat next to Gang Orca's agency and spend the whole week following him around. How do you know the flat next to Gang Orca's agency is available? Izuku questions, although he's not quite sure he wants to know the answer. Izuku, please, Dad huffs. I was once a feared figure in the underworld, whose intelligence network eclipsed that of the Japanese government. I could access computers, cameras, bank records, nothing was safe. Something like this is no challenge for me. Okay, Izuku nods, because that makes a lot of sense. He wonders what else his dad knows. Plus I found it on Airben when I was still considering following you around. Dad shrugs. Seemed like a nice, convenient base of operations. Izuku buries his face in his hands, because his dad is fucking insane. Oh, I do believe I see your classmates. What? Izuku shrieks. He snatches his case up. That's it. He is not going to get caught being seen off like a little kid. ILOVEYOUGUYSTAKCAREGOTTAGOPY. He turns to dash off, makes it about 3 steps and then goes barreling straight through Warp Gate and into his dad. Only his father's quick reflexes save him from going sprawling. And Izuku turns bright red as he spins round. Kurogiri, say goodbye properly, the Warper tells him. We raised you better than this. Besides, you know he's just going to sulk all week if you don't hug him goodbye. I do not sulk, All Might's nemesis complains. Whatever makes you feel better, sir. Midoriya, what are you doing here? The familiar deadpan voice of Aizawa has Izuku groaning. His fate has been sealed. He glances over and realizes with a sinking feeling that all his classmates are staring at him. Seeing Kurogiri off, Dad shrugs. Take care, Kurogiri. Give our regards to the pussycats. Kurogiri is taking the train. It gets me into the holiday mood. I listen to music, watch the scenery. It's all rather enjoyable, the Warper explains with a smile. He pockets his phone and ruffles Izuku's hair. I had best get going. If either of you require my assistance, just call or text me your coordinates. Bye, Kurogiri. Izuku manages to get over his embarrassment to hug the man. And then the Warper vanishes off into the crowd, and Izuku is left in the presence of the greatest villain to ever live and 20 oblivious heroes. Midoriya, right? Dad clears his throat. If you get homesick, I'll be fine, Dad. Izuku hugs him. Then he grabs his case and hurries over to his friends. This is probably one of those Band-Aid moments. Best to get it over with. And you two take care of each other. I do not want to have to comfort your mothers because you decided to try for a Darwin Award. Yes, Uncle Hisashi. Tenya and Shoto chorus. Midoriya. I'm going. Dad rolls his eyes. He treats Izuku to one last smile, and then turns and, pulling a white handkerchief out from somewhere, leaves, sniffing. Izuku makes a mental note to call him that evening, and maybe Auntie Ray would be willing to keep him busy. Eraserhead doesn't say anything until Izuku's father has vanished from view. Then he sighs and turns to face the class. Right, you've all got your costumes, don't you? Wearing them in public is strictly prohibited, but don't drop them. YAHH. And don't slur your ya, Ashido. All of you, be on your best behavior. The hero surveys the group and then winces when his eyes settle on Izuku and his friends. Try not to get into any situations. Why'd he say it like that? Kaminari whispers. And remember you are representing UA. When you're out there. Now, off you go. Everyone begins to slowly disperse, heading towards their platforms, and Izuku realizes he has one more goodbye before he can leave. And, suddenly he wishes they were at least catching the same train, because, I'm gonna miss you guys, he sniffs. We will miss you too, Izuku. Tenya smiles. Thank God for group chat. Shoto grins. Don't do anything too dumb. Yes, do try and avoid any situations. Izuku rolls his eyes, because he's pretty sure everything will be fine. Gang Orca sounds far too responsible to let him and Bakugo get anywhere near anything dangerous. He takes a deep breath and prepares to leave. Not for the first time he wishes Hitoshi had answered his phone. Oh, good, you haven't left yet. Hitoshi. Izuku grins and spins round, almost smacking Shoto with his case, and Hitoshi manages a smile. I came to wish you good luck, he explains with a shrug, hands in his well-loved present Mike hoodie. It feels strange, standing here with his friends. They're all dressed up in their school uniforms, with their shiny cases with their very own costumes inside. They're all about to leave on their internships, and Hitoshi. Some of his emotions must show on his face. You'll be coming with us next year, Izuku smiles, with a certainty Hitoshi wishes he could feel. Yeah, he manages a smile of his own. You'd better get going. Don't want to miss your train. They hug one last time, and then, then Hitoshi is left alone. Hitoshi, he hears his dad. You okay? Yeah, Hitoshi lies. They're gone. His friends, his greatest supporters, they're gone, off on the next step towards their ultimate goal of becoming a hero. And Hitoshi is left behind, wishing he could get on that train too. He wonders whether, if he'd played his cards differently at the sports festival, he'd have his own internship. Maybe he'd already be preparing to transfer. Maybe, if he hadn't blown it, he too could be a... Oh my gosh, you're that guy from the sports festival? You're Hitoshi Shinzo. Huh. Hitoshi frowns as he turns to the speaker. Who are you? Oh, the girl, a short middle schooler with short black hair and a purple face mask bows, almost upsetting her backpack. My name's Sakura Takahashi, and I'm a huge fan. I think you were really awesome in the finals, and will you sign this? Please, please. Sure. Hitoshi hesitantly accepts a notebook and a pen. And could you write fuck you on it? I guess. Hitoshi nods, and then his brain finally reboots. Why? The girl hesitates, then she hunches her shoulders. People say I've got a villainous quirk, too. School. It's not fun. But, then I saw you on TV. And you're right, quirks aren't evil, cause I've never used mine to hurt people. So fuck everyone at school, I'm gonna be a violinist. Are you alright? He's fine, Dad nods as Hitoshi wipes at his eyes. Thank you, though. It means a lot to him, to hear that. There's nothing a hero wants more than to be able to help someone. Actually, there's 12 of us. The girl glances away, suddenly shy. I'm part of a support group for quirk discrimination and, well, we'd all seen it already, but Kagami still played your speech at our last meeting. Everyone's gonna be so jealous when they find out I met you in person. 12, Hitoshi chokes. The very idea there might be 12 people who saw his speech and felt encouraged by it is astonishing. Do you have a phone? His dad asks. Cause I could take a photo of the two of you. Oh my gosh, yes. The girl gasps. Could we, Mr. Shinzo? Please? Sure, Hitoshi slowly nods. It feels surreal, posing with her, and he desperately racks his brain to try and come up with something to say. How does Mike do this? He's always so encouraging on his show, and he's been the one Hitoshi has turned to over the years whenever he's worried about his quirk. Thank you, Mr. Shinzo. The girl beams. Thank you. You'll be such an awesome hero. Thanks. Hitoshi smiles and finally comes up with something. And, fuck your classmates. You'll be a fucking awesome violinist. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The girl squeals. Oh my gosh, wait until Chiyo hears about this. And with that, the girl rushes off, barely making it onto her train. Hitoshi, you okay? Hitoshi sniffs and doesn't answer. He just pulls out his phone and dials a familiar number. Hitoshi. Watcha. Shut up, Mike, he chokes out. Thank you. Thank you. Hitoshi, what? I'll explain later. Aizawa takes the phone. We'll head over to Fluff City. You can meet us there. We need to celebrate Hitoshi becoming a hero. Oh, that's Hush. Her quirk lets her manipulate the volume of certain sounds. Midoriya, Katsuki can't help but smile. They've been waiting in the lobby of Gang Orca's agency for 10 minutes already, and it's been perhaps the most educational 10 minutes of his life. Did you memorize the quirk of everyone at this agency? I dunno. Midoriya frowns as he fiddles with his cuff links. Maybe. No, I don't know the receptionist, and I'm not sure about that guy over there, although he looks rather like Makirna from Hokkaido. Katsuki wonders briefly whether he should ask how Midoriya even knows about what must be a minor local hero from Hokkaido. Then he decides it's probably quirk-related. He has established, over their short train journey, several key facts about Midoriya. He has access to the best muffins Katsuki has ever tasted, his smile can probably cure several illnesses, and he is some sort of quirk genius. Katsuki now knows an incredible amount about Float, which apparently belonged to Chrono's grandmother, who was apparently a hero who mentored All Might. How did Midoriya find that out? Katsuki is still torn between being impressed and absolutely terrified at Midoriya's research skills. You're correct, he's visiting for a few days. A booming voice announces, Gang Orca. Midoriya beams as he jumps to his feet, and Katsuki feels himself relax ever so slightly as he stands up. Oh my gosh, congratulations on making the top 10. And thank you for giving me a chance, I'm so excited. Thank you, the hero, dressed in his costume, chuckles. It's good to see you haven't changed. What? Tokyo Aquarium, 10 years ago. I believe you were with your best friend and your new friend. Katsuki winces at the reminder of Four Eyes and Frosty. Oh, Midoriya blushes. You remember that. It was a rather pleasant surprise, seeing you in the sports festival. The hero chuckles, then he turns, and Katsuki snaps to attention. So you're Katsuki Bakugo. Yes, sir. Katsuki nods and almost winces at how uncertain he sounds. He wants so badly to make a good impression. Chrono's got him this chance, and he doesn't want to embarrass his mentor. You know, I wasn't planning to offer you an internship based on your performance in the sports festival. Katsuki flinches. Of course not. He's seen footage of his fights, and he looks terrifying. Like a villain. It's obvious a top-ranked hero wouldn't, but Chronos seems to believe you have potential, and that lad has a good head on his shoulders. Katsuki perks at that. Really sorry, Hitoshi, but they canceled my flight, and it's fine, Mike. Hitoshi smiles as he steps out onto the pavement. Gran left us enough food for at least a week. I'll just reheat something, watch some TV. Don't stay up too late. Mike immediately commands, and Hitoshi snickers. I'm so sorry, Hitoshi. I promise I'll bring you back something nice. Just bring yourself back. Awa, Hitoshi. There's a suspicious sniffle on the other end of the phone. I love you so much. I love you too, Hitoshi answers, and quickly hangs up before Mike can get all mushy or he gets too embarrassed. He feels weird sometimes, with how open he tries to be with his affection. But then he reminds himself of those first few years, when he had no one that cared whether he liked his cares or not. Maybe he should stop by Fluff City. SHINSOOO. Hitoshi was raised by motherfucking Eraserhead. He spins round, falling into a battle stance, ready to fight as a hero comes crashing down from the sky. I am so sorry. The large hero yells and proceeds to slam his head into the pavement with enough force Hitoshi is sure he broke something. Hitoshi takes a step back. He glances around, trying to locate an escape route. Dad is working at UA. But if Hitoshi calls him about an insane hero, hey, Gale Force, you can't just run off like that. Another hero hurries over. Oh, hey, you're that kid from the sports festival. That's me, Hitoshi sighs. He wonders if he's about to be asked for another autograph. Then the large insane hero straightens up and, oh, you're that insane Urashi. Actually, it's an Asad, Urashi corrects him. I dunno. The hero, probably a sidekick overseeing his internship. Hitoshi is sure Izuku would recognize him, snickers. I think it's pretty accurate. Seriously thought, Gale Force, you can't just run off like that. I am sorry. Urashi booms, and Hitoshi wonders whether he should sneak off while the teenager's distracted. But I need to speak with Shinso. Wait, what? Yeah, I know, you mentioned it. A few dozen times, the hero sighs. Hey, tell you what, since we're almost done anyway, how about I finish patrol on my own, and you boys go grab lunch? Yes, thank you. Shinso, as part of my apology, I will buy you lunch. Could we back up? Hitoshi asks, because this is not making any sense. What are you apologizing for? Don't you hate me? No, Urashi exclaims. No, of course not. I am here to apologize for my shameful conduct during the sports festival. You deserve to win much more than me. Why, your passion. Yeah, well, I lost. Hitoshi interrupts him. You won. There's nothing else to say. But there is. Urashi explodes. You worked so hard to get so far, despite the numerous obstacles you had to overcome. You showed such passion, such determination, and I judged you despite knowing nothing about your struggles. If I could give you my spot, I don't want your spot, I want my own. Hitoshi snaps. Exactly. Urashi beams. And Hitoshi wonders how someone so much taller can look like he's looking up to Hitoshi. You are so dedicated, have such a burning passion, yet you will not accept anything you have not earned. I can only stare in awe. Hey, Shinzo, come back. If you want to go on about burning passion in the middle of the street, be my guest. But I've got my Grand's Katsuden waiting for me at home, Hitoshi declares, and then winces. Katsuden, I miss the guys. Of course, your friends are away on their own internships. Yorashi exclaims, excited. Well then how about we hang out? Hitoshi turns to stare at the larger teen. Maybe, if he makes a break for it. Don't you have an internship? We can meet up after I'm done. And I still have class. Wonderful. The agency I'm interning at is close to UA. You're not going to give up until I agree, are you? I believe that with enough determination, anything. Yeah, quick PSA. Sometimes no means no, Hitoshi sighs. But he feels his phone buzz, and it reminds him of a friendship that started with a similar dynamic. A friendship that changed Hitoshi's life for the better. But I guess we could grab lunch together. Yes, Yorashi beams. Allow me to treat you. And since you're doing me a favor, you can pick where we eat. I want to go to a cat cafe, Hitoshi declares. He's starting to feel a lot more sympathy towards his dad. All right, Yorashi grins. And if you scare Pumpkin, they'll never find your body. The Purple Fuzzinator, 2 days to go. I miss you guys. Littlest Lord, we miss you too, Hitoshi. How are you doing? The Purple Fuzzinator, my bruises have bruises. I am never training with dad again. The Purple Fuzzinator, has Sparky tried to murder you yet? Ingenium 2.0, Hitoshi. Ingenium 2.0, I am certain Bakugo would not harm Izuku. Ingenium 2.0, after all, he is a hero in purple washroom pink banana. The Purple Fuzzinator, hi Shoto. Ingenium 2.0, I miss muffins. Ice Hero Penguin, Shoto, please give me back my phone. Ice Hero Penguin, at least unlock the bathroom door. Ice Hero Penguin, what if something happens to Tensei? Littlest Lord, 4/5 for manipulation. Good job Tenya. Ingenium 2.0, I am not sure whether to be pleased or not. Littlest Lord, manipulation solves a lot of problems. Littlest Lord, trust me, I know. Ice Hero Penguin, how many murders have you prevented? Again. The Purple Fuzzinator, gotta be double digits. Littlest Lord, sorry, gotta go. Midoriya, sorry. Midoriya pockets his phone and hurries to catch up to him. He shifts the shopping bag on his shoulder. And Bakugo wonders whether they should have just cheated and bought fast food. It's already dark and the streets are mostly empty. They stayed later than planned because Orca decided to explain how different hero agencies team up. Katsuki doesn't have to ask who Midoriya was messaging. The other teen has been keeping in contact with his friends, but at the same time he seems to have been trying to be friendly towards Katsuki, and Bakugo doesn't quite know how he feels about that. On the one hand, he's jealous Midoriya has fit right in with Gang Orca's agency. He's willing to listen, always ready with a suggestion. And when they're out, he looks so approachable. But then again, Katsuki's not stupid. He's read about what happened to Ingenium, seen how subdued Midoriya and his friends were after the sports festival. But he has no idea how to approach the matter, has no point of reference. And, truth be told, Katsuki still hasn't figured out what sort of hero he wants to be. He kicks a nearby stone, hands stuffed in his pockets, and wonders what he'll tell Kronos when he next sees him, because he's heard the whispers around the agency, and, hey, you. It takes Katsuki a few seconds to realize that the voice he just heard was Midoriya. Then he spins round and doubles back, just in time to spot Midoriya dash down a dark alley and throw their grocery bag at a very suspicious figure. What the fuck? The figure exclaims and turns, and Katsuki suddenly gets a terrible feeling in the pit of his stomach, because the man's wearing a weird mask, appears to be missing a nose, is decked out with a fuckton of knives and is pointing a motherfucking katana at Hush. You kids had better scram. Katsuki thinks that is a very good idea. Midoriya apparently does not, because he takes a step forward. He takes a deep breath and then straightens, and something about him changes. You must be the hero killer, Stain. I said scram. The villain turns away from them. And what sort of heroes would we be if we did that? Midoriya lets out a dark chuckle. Why would you tell him that? Katsuki can't help but gasp. He glances over his shoulder. If he makes a break for it, surely he'll come across someone on patrol. But that would mean leaving Midoriya with the hero killer, Midoriya who at present seems to have a death wish. Heroes. Stain shakes his head as he looks back at them. Don't make me laugh, kid. Get out of here. Hush manages to shout, although there are tears in her eyes. Run. Again, in Katsuki's opinion, a very good idea. Well, we're not heroes yet, Midoriya shrugs, but I can hardly pass up such a perfect chance for revenge. Crap. Revenge. Stain lets go of Hush, allowing her to slump to the ground. For Tensei, Ingenium, Midoriya clenches his fists. My inspiration. You ended his career. You sent him to hospital. This is my chance to avenge him. Avenge him. Stain laughs as he takes a step towards him. And you say you want to be a hero. You're just like him, a fake. Katsuki edges forward. If Midoriya won't run, he'll have to grab him and drag him along, even if they'll be in danger of Stain catching up easily. He's not about to let Midoriya get murdered in front of him. If you want to be a hero, Stain chuckles darkly and gestures towards Hush, then what the fuck? Run, Bakugo. Midoriya yells as Hush vanishes in a mass of black goo. Katsuki doesn't have to be told twice. He turns and makes a break for the street. But then he hears a cry behind him and turns to find Midoriya on the ground, Stain standing over him, katana at the ready, and get away from him. Stain jumps back as Katsuki launches himself at him. He's got a short knife in his other hand, with blood on it. And then, as if things aren't bad enough, his creepy tongue licks it. It's official, they've stumbled into a horror movie. Fuck everything, they are getting the hell out of here. Midoriya, get up. Katsuki yells and risks a glance over his shoulder. I can't. Midoriya gasps. I think it's his quirk. What? Katsuki turns to stare at him. If Midoriya is paralyzed, then Bakugo, watch out. Katsuki dives out of the way in the last second to avoid the very spiky things coming out of Stain's shoe and scrambles to his feet. He immediately launches himself at the villain. If Midoriya can't move, he's dead. Katsuki can't just leave him. But whatever the villain's quirk is, surely it can't last forever. Time, that's all they need. Stain jumps back, and Bakugo scrambles into position between him and Midoriya. Explosion is not suited to long-range attacks, but Stain seems to prefer close range anyway. Katsuki just has to. He ducks out of the way of a very sharp knife and amends his assessment. Stain doesn't seem to mind long range after all. They are so fucked. Can you use that black goo? He screams as something occurs to him. If Midoriya can teleport. Not on myself. Izuku yells back. If you want. No, Katsuki yells, because he's not leaving Midoriya. And then instinct has him twisting, and he barely ducks under Stain's katana. The villain has a knife in his other hand, coming down, and Bakugo grits his teeth and flings his hand forward, firing off explosion and sending the villain tumbling back. Katsuki stumbles himself, accidentally stepping on Midoriya, and glances down to check on him. Bakugo, watch out. Stain, apparently recovered, is bearing down on him again, and Katsuki grabs a nearby trash can lid and barely manages to block the katana. Not bad, kid. Stain cackles, his long tongue like something from a nightmare, and Katsuki feels no guilt about drawing back and setting off explosion in his face. The villain reels back with a scream. Can you move yet? Katsuki yells and flings the lid at the villain, who just dashes it aside and levels him with an unimpressed look. No, Midoriya yells. Did you notice anything when you first attacked him? Just his creepy tongue. Bakugo shudders, and his weird blood kink. Bastard licked it off his sword. Hey, blood, that's it. Midoriya shouts. Bakugo, he licked my blood off his sword. That's how he gets you. What? Katsuki twists to stare at the teen, because that has to be the creepiest quirk he's ever heard of. Kacchan, move. Bakugo barely dives out of the way of Stain. He hits the ground hard and then forces himself up, because Stain's between him and Midoriya, his sword coming down. Kicchan. Midoriya screams as he throws himself at Stain. The villain, twisting, and the sword slices into his shoulder. He grits his teeth, aims, and fires explosion straight at the villain's wrist, and with a scream, Stain lets go off the katana. Any ideas, quirk nerd? Yes, Midoriya screams, but it'll probably hurt, probably less than dying. He retorts, and then ducks as Stain swings for his head with a knife. What do I do? Just, Midoriya grunts, and Katsuki winces as a new wave of adrenaline washes over him. Blast him, Kacchan. Katsuki reacts on instinct. Bracing himself, he can see the rage in Stain's eyes, see the knife coming down. And then the force of the explosion sends the villain flying back. The noise deafening. The force of the recoil sends Katsuki crashing back into Midoriya, his ears ringing, and then, Midoriya groans. What the fuck was that? Katsuki slowly sits up. Stain is lying motionless several meters away. Some parts of his costume are smoking. Did we just kill the hero killer? You okay, Bakugo? Think so. Katsuki groans as he slowly sits up. His head is ringing, and he must have done something to his chest, because there's a weird burning but not quite that has him rubbing at it. But then again, he reflects as he looks around. They just fought the hero killer. This is nothing compared to how bad it could be. How about you, Midoriya? Well, I'd appreciate if you got off me, the teenager replies. Bakugo scrambles to his feet, or at least tries to. It's hard to balance, and almost as soon as he's standing he falls sideways, colliding hard with a wall. Shit, my head. Oh crap. He hears Midoriya mutter as he scrunches his eyes up, desperate for the ringing to stop. And then, blessedly, it eases up, it gradually fades, and he lets out a long sigh of relief as the burning vanishes. Bakugo, you alright? Do you know who I am? Of course I know. He snaps back and then winces. Sorry, Midoriya, just my head. Does it still hurt? Midoriya insists. Anything else hurt? I'm really sorry about this. I'm alright. Katsuki manages a weak smile as he turns back to the teen. Just tired. Oh, thank God, Midoriya breathes. There's a faint moan from further in the alley. We should probably get someone to deal with him, Katsuki decides as he pulls out his phone. He dials the agency number, looks up and almost has a goddamn heart attack. Midoriya, get away from him. It's alright. Midoriya calls from where he's crouching over Stain. I don't think he can move. Bakugo. What is it? He hears a voice in the receiver. He opens his mouth, tries to think of what he should say, and decides there is no way he can make this sound believable. Look, me and Midoriya ran into a situation, he sighs. We need Gang Orca and preferably several other heroes over here ASAP. Oh, I can help with that. Midoriya smiles. What? Bakugo begins and then shakes his head. In a swirling mass of black goo, Gang Orca appears in the alley. Of course, the weird teleportation quirk is working now. Never mind, we've got Gang Orca here. If you could send those other heroes, that'd be great. Midoriya. Gang Orca sighs as he caps his pen. I was in the middle of. That's the hero killer Stain. Midoriya interrupts him, pointing to the unconscious villain. He tried to kill us, so we used our quirks in self-defense, as allowed by the law. I think he might need medical attention. Oh, and I took his quirk, but I can give it back. Katsuki smiles as he pockets his phone. Now that they're out of danger, he can laugh at how nonchalant Midoriya seems about the whole situation, even if it has him wondering what his classmate's childhood was like, that he doesn't even appear shaken. That's the hero killer. Yep, you fought the hero killer. Yes, sir. You currently have, in your possession, the hero killer's quirk. Yep, it feels kind of creepy. You were such a cute child. Wait, Katsuki suddenly realizes something. What do you mean, you took his quirk? Oh, right. Midoriya suddenly gasps. And Bakugo needs to get checked out by a doctor. I slipped him amplified during the fight. Midoriya, what the fuck? Bakugo, Gang Orca interrupts him. I understand you have a lot of questions, but I would like to know what exactly happened here. How did you run into Stain in the first place? We were coming back from the store. Katsuki shrugs, even as he tries desperately to figure out what's going on. Midoriya spotted him first. He was threatening Hush. Hush. Gang Orca's calm demeanor slips at the mention of his sidekick, and he looks around the alley. Where is she? Midoriya used his weird teleportation quirk on her. Bakugo answers. He turns to where the teen has pulled out his phone and is dialing someone. Midoriya, where did you? Izuku. A voice suddenly shrieks from the smartphone. Where are you? Can you summon me? Dad, I'm fine, Midoriya groans. Just a few cuts. Stain's unconscious and probably pretty hurt. Stain, that pathetic, little. Izuku, summon. Dad, you're on speakerphone and Gang Orca is right here. What did you do with Hush? Who? Oh, her. I'm sure she's fine. I was visiting Tensei when she appeared, so I just left her with him. Dad, I passed several nurses on the way out. I'm sure someone found her and took care of her injuries. Oh my God. Midoriya groans. Mr. Midoriya, my deepest apologies for this incident. Gang Orca clears his throat. I will take the boys to be checked out, and I'll instruct my lawyers to meet us there. Midoriya groans. So, what you mean when you said you took his quirk? Izuku freezes. He can see people swarming about outside the car window as Stain is loaded into an armored van to be transported to a secure facility. He hears the door shut behind Bakugo as the teen settles in for the short journey to the hospital. He's too tired for all this, but at the same time, Bakugo deserves an answer, especially since Izuku, seatbelt, Detective Tsukachi reminds him from the front seat, and Izuku automatically obeys. He racks his brain for what to say, and finally makes a decision. Perhaps simple is best. What I said. He sighs as the car slowly begins to move. He glances over and finds Bakugo staring at him, and quickly glances away. This uncertainty is unpleasant. Everyone who matters has known about All for One for years, has known Izuku for years. My quirk. The quirk I was born with. It allows me to transfer quirks between people, and I have more than one quirk. I kind of picked them up over the years. But my original quirk, the quirk I was born with, is called All for One. Right? Bakugo slowly nods. So, that's why no one in class can agree on what your quirk is? Yeah. Izuku manages a smile as he remembers the discussions he sometimes overhears. They're all right and they're all wrong. That's why I couldn't use summon. The teleportation quirk, on myself, it doesn't work on the user. When I want to teleport myself, I just switch quirks with Tenya or Shoto. Mostly Shoto. It's less obvious if his quirk goes missing for a few minutes. If you're keeping it secret, though, Bakugo frowns, why bother with the whole switching thing? Why not just slip 4 eyes this, summon for a few seconds and take it back? Well, Izuku winces. He glances away, feeling incredibly guilty for what he did earlier. It's dangerous to have more than one quirk at a time. It's kind of like, my dad says it's like when you overload a server, it overloads the brain and, well, Me and Dad, we're alright cause we have all for one, but others. He scrunches his eyes closed. I'm sorry, Bakugo. I slipped you another quirk earlier, during the fight. In the driver's seat, Tsukachi can't quite hold back a horrified gasp. Dad has been quite clear with everyone, over the years, just how dangerous it can be, and despite his curiosity about all things quirk-related, that was the one line Izuku had been too afraid to cross. Hey, he feels a hand on his shoulder and glances over, and Bakugo is smiling. It was worth the risk. I mean, neither of us is dead, right? Yeah, Izuku manages a relieved laugh. And at least Bakugo still seems able to form sentences, although remembering the pain on his face. Izuku shudders. So, do I still have that? What was it? Amplify? No, Izuku shakes his head. I took it back when you fell over. I didn't want to risk you getting hurt more than you already were. You should let my dad take a look at you when we get to the hospital, just to be safe. He knows a lot more about All for One than I do, and probably knows the warning signs. Maybe Izuku should ask him for more details about quirk overload. Now that he's older, there might be more situations where he is forced to give someone a second quirk, and knowing how to treat them afterwards would certainly help. Bakugo suddenly lets out a loud snort, startling Izuku out of his thoughts. What? The blonde laughs. When I bullied you, I used to call you quirkless, and you've got, a dozen quirks. Izuku can't quite hold back his own laughter. Even Detective Tsukachi snickers in the front seat. Maybe everything will work out after all. Izuku. Hashi practically sprints out of the hospital doors the minute he sees his son, leaving several very relieved nurses in his wake. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Do you know who I am? Do you need to sit down? Do you feel faint? Dad, Izuku hisses, his cheeks bright red, as he pushes the car door closed. I'm fine, really, fine. Hashi almost has a stroke right then and there. You ran into the hero killer. You could have died. By the way, where is he? Dad, no. I just want to have a nice little chat with him about being more selective when it comes to his victims. Hashi shrugs. Just a nice, friendly little chat between retired villains. Sir, no. Nobody asked you, you Weasley traitor. Hashi snaps as Kurogiri joins them, and Izuku takes the opportunity to nudge him away from the car so Detective Tsukachi can finally get out. Why are you? I was just getting ready for bed when your father called. The traitorous bastard, whom Hashi was kind enough to give a home to, explains with a sigh. He's wearing a baggy Wild Pussycats t-shirt, black sweatpants, and a single flip-flop. I've been on Midoriya duty ever since. Excuse me. Hashi growls. He does not appreciate being referred to like some irresponsible child. And anyway, he knows hypocrisy when he sees it. He is damn sure Kurogiri was not actually in the toilet when that policeman excused himself. Thank you, Kurogiri. Izuku manages a smile. Your sacrifice was not in vain. I don't know where I went wrong, Hashi remarks to Tsukachi as he eyes the two. Can I at least get my phone back now? Of course, sir. And my SIM card. I don't even want to know, Izuku mutters. And you can stop laughing, you freeloading bastard. Hashi snaps at the detective. He is just remembering that the police are, as a general rule, all annoying, useless, and a waste of taxpayers' money. Why else do they rely so heavily on overly dramatic idiots in skin-tight leotards? Where were you when my son almost died? Dad, I didn't almost die. Seemed pretty close to me. Bakugo, what's he doing here? Hashi snarls as he finally notices the third arrival. Katsuki Bakugo may have grown over the years, but Hashi has not forgotten his little boy's tears over how mean Kaken was, the call from Recovery Girl about Izuku's injuries. If anything, the blonde is probably in more danger now than he was from Stain. Hashi is over-emotional, tired, and would very much like to vent his frustrations. If he can't get to Stain, he'll just have to find another target. Alright, fine, but Bakugo saved my life. What? Hashi stops imagining what it would feel like to crush the little bastard's skull and slowly looks back at his son. Well, Stain hit me with his weird paralysis quirk, so I couldn't run, Izuku explains, and Hashi barely resists the urge to grab hold of him because of the terrifying vision that pops into his mind. Bakugo refused to leave me, though. He fought Stain, trying to keep him away from me, until finally we managed to defeat him. Although that was mostly Bakugo, too. I couldn't have done it if you hadn't slipped me that amplify quirk. Bakugo interrupts. Katsuki Bakugo. Hashi steps forward and grabs the blonde's hand. Scrap murder plans. Katsuki Bakugo is officially a godsend. Thank you for saving my little boy. Dad, I will personally pay for your medical expenses and legal representation. Why do we need legal representation? The blonde frowns. We were defending ourselves. Because politics doesn't care. Hashi sighs. You'll learn, young man, that villains are nothing when compared to politicians. Izuku, are you? Dad, I'm fine, Izuku groans. He's not sure how many times he's repeated the exact same line. But he's starting to wish for a thesaurus just to change it up a bit. The doctors have cleared me. You've given me a full checkup. I'm fine. There's muffled laughter from the other bed. and Izuku turns to glare at his classmate. Shut up, Bakugo. Sorry, the blonde says with an unapologetic grin. Is he always? Yes, Izuku sighs, glancing up at his dad. Lucky me. Excuse me for worrying about my little boy. Dad huffs, but then he gently ruffles Izuku's hair. Thank you, Bakugo. It was nothing, the teenager mumbles, glancing away, and Izuku grins. Nothing. He fought the hero killer single-handed and won. It was awesome. Izuku laughs, but then he remembers exactly how the fight ended, and the smile slips from his face. He takes a deep breath and turns back to his father. Crap, I slipped him amplified during the fight, Dad. Could you? I don't know. To his credit, Dad doesn't question Izuku's reasoning, doesn't ask for any specifics. He immediately grows serious. He hurries over to Bakugo's bed, a frown on his face, and presses a hand to the blonde's forehead. Bakugo, look to your left, he orders the teenager. Now you're right. Focus on me now. How many fingers am I holding up? 3. I want you to count backwards from 10. Bakugo obeys. All right, Dad hums. Name 3 members of staff at UA. And their quirks. You can use civilian or hero names, whichever is easier. Chronos, Decay, Principal Nedu, High Specs, Eraserhead, Erasure. Midoriya. What's going on? There's no obvious damage. Dad smiles as he straightens up. I'll arrange for a CT scan before you're discharged, and speak to Nedu. You'll need a more detailed test than this to make sure you're alright. But as far as I could tell, you seem to be doing alright, Bakugo. It really isn't that big of a deal, is it? The blonde frowns as he looks from father to son. I mean, Bakugo, Dad sighs, suddenly serious, and Izuku once again feels a wave of guilt. It's one thing to grow up knowing he shouldn't give people multiple quirks. It's another to see just how serious his dad is treating this. There is only one person I know who does not possess all for one, receive multiple quirks, and is not currently a vegetable. Fuck. A very apt descriptor. Yes, Dad chuckles and then ruffles the teenager's hair. Like I said, I'll call Nedu later, just to be safe. If anything changes, even if it's just a migraine, or your vision is a little blurry, or you can't sleep, anything at all, tell a teacher immediately and go to recovery girl. It's better to be safe than sorry. Yes, sir, Bakugo nods. Then he spots Izuku's concerned look and smiles at him. Hey, Midoriya, I still think it was the right call. Izuku smiles. You know about all for one, and you saved my life. It's only fair you call me by my first name. Katsuki, the blonde answers. Then he glances away, blushing, as he adds, or you can call me Kaken, if you. Where is that brat? Someone screams and the door crashes open. Izuku flinches back instinctively and is surprised to find his dad already by his side, glaring at the intruder. You, how dare you scare me? We're in a hospital, hag. Katsuki screams back. Izuku stares in shock as a woman storms in, clad in a red dressing gown and blue slippers. Katsuki has a point. A middle-aged man with glasses, wearing a t-shirt and wrinkled slacks hurries in after her. Then he spots Izuku and stops dead in his tracks. Midoriya. What's that got to do with? Hello, Mitsuki. Masaru. Dad smiles charmingly. Oh god, he's not about to eviscerate anyone, is he? Long time no see. The woman freezes, then she slowly turns to stare at Izuku. You know, Katsuki doesn't look like he's seriously hurt. I quote him fine. Fine. The woman screams and rounds on her son. I got a call you ran into a fucking villain, and you say you're fine. Well, she's not changed, Dad mutters. You know them. Izuku hisses as he watches, wide-eyed, as the woman and Katsuki continue to argue. Well, we were Inko's friends, the gentleman approaches. Well, to be honest, Mitsuki was closer to her than I was. Masaru Bakugo. Oh, Izuku hesitantly shakes the man's hand. Izuku Midoriya. I'm her son. I guessed as much. Bakugo Sr. chuckles. Then he quickly removes his glasses and wipes his eyes. But it's wonderful to see you again, truly. Mitsuki, come say hello to Izuku. The woman freezes. I'm fine, Mum, Katsuki sighs. Mitsuki, come on, her husband continues. Didn't you want to say something to Hisashi? Izuku notices his dad stiffen as the woman turns, and braces himself. If need be, he can use summon and send Dad to Officer Tsukachi. It would be rather awkward if Katsuki's mom was murdered in front of him. I'm sorry. Dad's jaw drops, and Izuku snickers. Izuku, Midoriya, Mrs. Bakugo sniffs, and Izuku sits up straighter. Your mother, Inko, she was the greatest friend I could have ever asked for. She was there for me when I needed her without fail, day or night. She was the sister I never had. And I failed her, because all she would have wanted me to do was be there for you. And I wasn't. Katsuki. He was just a child. His actions towards you were a reflection of my failure as a mother. I should have seen the signs and intervened, should have put a stop to it. I can only apologize for that and ask you to not blame my son for my mistakes. I'm sorry. And you, she turns to Dad. Hisashi, we both know I never supported your relationship with Inko. We both know I never liked you. So I won't offer you an apology. But, thank you, she bows. Thank you for doing what I failed to. Thank you for protecting Inko's son. He's my son too. Dad. Izuku hisses as he elbows his dad in the ribs. Be nice. Oh goodness. Mr. Bakugo laughs. Sorry, just. Inko used to say that, too. Really. Me and Mitsuki never quite got along. Dad mutters. That right there, Mr. Bakugo chuckles. That is a massive understatement. Mitsuki hated him on sight. She even tried to get Inko to leave him on their wedding day. What? Seriously? Izuku cackles at the expression on his dad's face and leans forward. What happened? Well, I only heard it from Mitsuki, but she tried to beat me up with her bouquet. Katsuki's mum smiles at the memory. Called me several names, too. Then she saw the time, screamed and rushed out. Lost one of her shoes in the process. Masaru had to drive back to fetch it. So that's why her flowers looked so awful. Could you tell me some more about her? Izuku asks, excited. Please, unless you and Bakugo, I mean your son. Oh, hell no. Katsuki grins. I want to hear it too. I guess. The woman smiles as she glances around. Is there anything in particular you want to know? Izuku considers the question carefully. He's heard a lot about his mum over the years. Her favorite foods, color, her favorite hero, how she always forgot her keys. But there is one thing, more than anything else, Izuku needs to know. Was she as terrifying as Dad says, or did she just have him wrapped around her little finger? As the train pulls into the station, Izuku takes a deep breath. He prepares himself. And then, the minute the doors open, he bolts out of perhaps the emptiest carriage in the history of the Tokyo transit system. Morning commuters freeze and stare as a huge figure squeezes out of the doors behind him, not quite managing to avoid denting the metal a little. Fuck, Izuku mutters when he realizes the closest exit is blocked off due to a villain attack. He mentally thanks Tenya for forcing him to memorize all the different routes to U.A. and leads Makia out onto the street. Seeing U.A. again, even if it's only been a week, warms something deep inside. Izuku smiles and picks up the pace. He can't wait to see his friends again, is even looking forward to Eraserhead lecturing him about situations. All right, Makia. He glances over his shoulder and realizes Gigantomachia isn't there. Makia. He sprints back to where the giant has stopped and grabs his hand. Sorry about him. He calls over to the poor man Gigantomachia was staring at. Come on, Makia. We'll be late. Yes, little lord. Makia beams, waves at the guy and allows himself to be tugged along. It is always rather strange, since he is so much stronger, but Izuku learned at a young age that Gigantomachia loves holding hands. In fact, the giant is beaming as he follows along obediently, and would probably start swinging said hands if not for the very real possibility he would send Izuku flying. Now, what did Dad tell you? Izuku asks as they near the front gates. He wants to make sure the giant is clear on the rules before he is, inevitably, distracted. I don't kill anyone, Makia replies happily. And a few of the nearest students stop and turn to stare as he continues, oblivious, and Class 3 is full of puny weaklings, so I must go easy on them. Izuku does his best to ignore the stares as they increase. They pass the gates without incident, and he starts looking around for a member of staff. And I must listen to Mousy, and best friend. And with that, the giant takes off, scattering students left and right as he rushes up to the front door and sweeps Tenya up into a bone-crushing hug. Oh crap. A familiar voice mutters behind Izuku and he just barely ducks out of the way. Penguin. Makia beams as he grabs Shoto. I have missed you. Where is Fuzzy? A valid question. Tenya manages to free his arm and pushes his glasses back up his nose. If Hitoshi does not come soon, he may be late. You're so smart, best friend. Izuku, what the fuck is that? Oh, hey, Bakugo. Izuku sighs as he turns to the blonde. He wonders how best to explain Makia, and settles on, that's just Makia. He's my dad's bodyguard. Little lord, who is that? Oh, that. Even without looking, the smile is evident in Shoto's voice. That's Kaken. Izuku cuts him off and pulls Bakugo forward so Makia can get a good look at him. He does not think Katsuki would appreciate being nicknamed Sparky, or, heaven forbid, Deku. This is my friend, Kaken. He saved my life. Makia promptly drops Shoto and Tenya and rounds on Bakugo. You are wonderful, Kaken. The giant wails. Little lord makes lord so happy. He must be protected. Put me down. The blonde screams. Izuku, sorry. He kind of needs to get it out of his system. Izuku calls up to him. On the plus side, he'll protect you with his life. Yes, Makia beams. You are little lord's friend. You make him happy. I will protect you and best friend and Penguin and Fuzzy. What's Makia doing here, anyway? Nedzu wants him to help some of the older classes with training. Izuku explains with a sigh. Plus Kurogiri's still on holiday. And Dad's still a bit touchy about the whole stain business. You mean you got grounded? Shoto snickers. Yep, only you could get grounded for almost being murdered by a serial killer. Actually, he grounded me for not using summon on Stain. Izuku winces. That had certainly been an interesting conversation. Where would you send him? Shoto frowns. I mean, you couldn't just let him run off. I think we had best change the subject, Tenya announces, even as Shoto's eyes widen in understanding. Makia, please set Bakugo down. We really must get to class. Yes, best friend. Makia sighs as he finally sets a very rumpled blonde down. Bye-bye, Kaken. Remember to listen to Principal Nedu. Izuku reminds the giant. And don't kill anyone. Yes, little lord. Gigantomachia nods and then spots present Mike. Parrot, I am here to crush Class 3A. What the fuck was that? Bakugo mutters as he watches the giant rush off, leaving shocked students staring after him. I mean, I know. Izuku sighs as there's a faint crash. He can be a bit much, but he means well. Your whole family's insane. I dunno. Izuku frowns as they head into the school building. Kurogiri turned out pretty alright. Is that the weird fog guy from the hospital? Yep. His name is Kurogiri. Yes. He also has a fan club, Shoto adds with a grin. All Might's a founding member. Fucking insane, Bakugo nods. Please refrain from such vulgar. Hey, fuck you, 4 eyes. Oh, don't be like that, Kaken. Shoto laughs and then ducks out of the way. It's not nice. Don't call me that, Frosty. Isn't it your hero name? Izuku frowns and Bakugo freezes. I mean, yeah, but what, Kaken? Izuku smiles. You're gonna have to get used to people calling you that. And besides, we're never getting away from our embarrassing childhood nicknames. Yeah, Shoto sighs. I'm forever cursed with the name Penguin. At least your name isn't directly tied to your parent. Izuku groans. It can get so confusing when he's excited. Tenya's the only one with a decent name. Oh yeah, Bakugo frowns. Wise. I got pretty excited when he called me his best friend. Izuku explains with a groan. He may not remember it clearly, but unfortunately his dad taped the whole thing and regularly enjoys rewatching it. Makia didn't quite understand what friends were, so I spent an hour explaining it to him and why Tenya is the bestest friend ever. I think I might have repeated the word one too many times. To be fair, it would have been rather confusing if he called me Ingenium. Tenya shrugs and then grimaces. Although not so much now. Sorry about that, Bakugo winces. How is your brother? Not too bad, Tenya sighs, especially now that Stain is off the streets. And, apparently Uncle Hisashi somehow acquired Stain's medical records. Tensei seemed to enjoy them quite a bit. Yeah, well, Stain deserved it, Izuku declares as they reach their classroom. Fuck him, thinking he knows what makes a good hero. He obviously has terrible taste. He slides the door open. Oh, hey. Hiroshima grins as they enter. Man, Bakugo, congrats on taking down the hero killer. Yeah, talk about having a blast. Kaminari chortles. Oh, Gyro, are you and Midoriya alright? Yae Arazu speaks up, obviously concerned. Oh, I'm fine. Izuku grins and throws his arm around Bakugo's shoulders. After all, I had Kaken to protect me. How the fuck did you lot hear about that, anyway? Ashito wordlessly pulls up a video on her phone. For U.A, students encountered Stain during their internship. Despite their best efforts to get away, one of them was injured and unable to escape, showing great personal courage. The other minor, who shall only be identified as Kaken, refused to leave his friend. He did his best to protect his classmate against this so-called hero killer's savage attacks, and finally managed to subdue the villain, whilst both boys used their quirks. This is a clear case of self-defense. Indeed, I very much look forward to the day when these brave young men join those that protect us. Oh, it's Mrs. Akashi. Izuku smiles. She's good. Who the fuck is that? Bakugo frowns. Why, hello there. Everyone turns to where Kronos, with a bandage wrapped around his forehead, is smiling in the doorway. Mind if I borrow Bakabrat for a bit? Hey, relax, Bakabrat. Kronos chuckles as he closes the door. You're not in any trouble, I swear. Katsuki isn't convinced. He glances around the teacher's lounge. Present Mike is sitting at his desk next to Eraserhead, rubbing his temples. 13 is stood by the printer, but apart from them, the room is empty. He wonders whether he's about to get told off for what happened with the hero killer, and clenches his fists. No matter what, he decided at the hospital he would never apologize for his actions. Come on, sit down. Kronos sighs and gently nudges him towards a small coffee table flanked by 2 sofas. Bakugo perches on one, back straight, and Shimura Yagi settles down opposite him. You all right, kid? The hero asks, the smile gone from his face. I'm fine, Katsuki immediately replies. One of the doctors had a healing. That's not what I mean, Kronos sighs. Look, you faced a fucking serial killer. That would give anyone nightmares. Hell, I've never met the guy. I still have nightmares about him. Oh, Katsuki frowns as he tries to examine his feelings. How does he feel? Is he traumatized? Is he afraid Stain might break free? Or afraid that next time he won't be so lucky? Or perhaps, I guess I'm relieved. For a second, Kronos stares at him. Then he bursts out laughing. Sorry. He chokes out when Katsuki jumps to his feet, offended. And you said you weren't cut out to be a hero. I'm not, Katsuki growls. What he did, it wasn't heroic. He didn't do it because it was the right thing to do. He did it because Izuku was right there. And he couldn't bear to watch him die, to abandon him. I just fought off a fucking serial killer, risking your own life to protect a friend, Chronos supplies. He takes a deep breath and smiles up at the blonde. Look, Bakugo, I don't know what kind of hero you wanted to be growing up. When you're little, being a hero seems all glamorous and flashy and like you'll always be able to save everyone. Reality isn't like that. Even All Might can't save everyone. When we decide what sort of hero we want to be, we have to be realistic. But, just between you and me, he takes a deep breath. If Kaken is the sort of hero who refuses to abandon a friend in need, who is willing to put his life on the line to protect someone, well, he sounds pretty cool to me. The world seems to sway in front of Katsuki's eyes and he collapses back onto the sofa in shock. Chronos chuckles and shakes his head as he leans forward. There's something I want you to do for me, though. What? When you walk back into your classroom, I want you to take a look around. I want you to look at Midoriya smiling with his friends. I want you to watch your classmates catching up, laughing, and I want you to tell yourself, I did that. Chronos grows serious. When someone dies, it isn't just that person affected. Midoriya has a father who would be devastated to lose him. He has friends who would be absolutely heartbroken. Teachers who would wonder if they failed him. Classmates who would have to look at an empty desk. My philosophy is, when you save a life, you're not only saving that person, because there are so many other people whom that action will affect. They can just continue as normal. And you never know how precious normal is until you lose it. Katsuki stares at Chronos. He thinks back to the hospital, to Mr. Midoriya frantically checking Izuku was all right, and then grumbling at his son's exasperation. He thinks about Frosty and Four Eyes, joking about as they reunited with their friend, remembers the giant who seems to absolutely adore Izuku. He remembers how his mom's eyes glistened, even as she recounted story after story of her best friend, Izuku Midoriya. I want to be a hero, he admits quietly as he stares down at his hands. I want to protect people. Well, Chronos chuckles. There's no better place for you to learn that than here at UA. The next few weeks pass relatively peacefully, an achievement in itself for the Midoriya family. Hirajiri returns from his holiday and immediately fills his room with books on child psychology. Tensei is released from the hospital and asks Meihatsune to design him a wheelchair. A request quickly shut down by the combined efforts of Power Loader and Katsumi. Makia accidentally destroys one of the gyms, thus forever securing himself a place in UA history. As soon as the building started collapsing, he curled around all of Class 2B to shield them. Then he shrugged off several tons of debris and hurried off to apologize to Izuku. Half of Wana almost fainted and the maths quiz had to be postponed. Hitoshi is officially banned from sparring with Yurashi after the larger teen sends him flying into a wall for the third time in as many days. And Bakugo comes as close as possible to burying the hatchet when he allows himself to be dragged to the nurse's office to visit and goes off on Yurashi about being more careful with his quirk. All in all, the students of Class 1 settle into a routine of sorts as exams draw ever closer. I haven't studied at all. Kaminari groans. Between the sports festival and the internships, it totally slipped my mind. What? Yurashi exclaims. Are you kidding? I can't believe. Yurashi, you're in the top 5, Shoto sighs, barely glancing up from his phone. You lecturing them is really not going to help matters. If it's academics you need help with, I could lend a hand, Yaoyorozu offers. Then she winces. The practical exam, on the other hand, is another story. Well, if you know what you want to work on, we could ask Nezu to let us use the training grounds during the weekend. Izuku speaks up. He glances around at his classmates. He could still turn us down, but if we say we're preparing for exams, that's an option. UA encourages its students to work hard and go beyond. Tenya immediately jumps in with an explanation. Indeed, extra training, when done in moderation, is looked upon favorably. We shall of course have to find a member of staff willing to supervise us. Doesn't Fuzzy train here with Eraserhead most weekends? Katsuki points out. He flushes as everyone turns to stare at him. But he continues, if you just need a teacher present, wouldn't it be alright to just train somewhere near them? Hey, good thinking, Kaken. Shut up, Frosty. Izuku laughs and makes a mental note to approach Hitoshi with the offer. It certainly sounds like a good idea his friend could do with sparring with 1 or 2 people he's not familiar with. And, as he surveys the room, there are a few students who could probably benefit from Hitoshi's more strategic approach. I just wish I knew where to begin, Yaoyorozu sighs. Yeah, Gyro nods. Like, I'm sure I've got stuff I could work on, but I dunno, I haven't got a clue. Maybe we just need someone to come in and point out our weaknesses. Uraraka asks. I mean, the sports festival was really helpful, but sometimes you don't notice your problems till it's too late. You know, Izuku frowns. I think I might know someone who could help. Absolutely not. But why? Izuku asks. He resists the urge to pout, because he is here in a professional capacity, as a representative of Class 1A, seeking assistance with their training from a specialist. Izuku, I am a retired supervillain. His dad sighs as he sets down his mug. I may no longer be in active conflict with heroes, but I cannot, in good conscience, tutor a whole class of aspiring pros. It is simply not done. But you helped Mai and my friends, Izuku points out, and Tensei, and the Pussycats, point Izuku. Dad levels Kurogiri with an unimpressed look. Kurogiri just treats him to a beaming smile and turns back to the washing up. That was different, Dad explains. You boys are family. It is my responsibility as a parent to ensure you are all as ready as possible to face whatever the world throws at you. Plus you're paranoid. Plus I'm. The point here is that I have no such obligation towards most of your classmates. Dad glares at Kurogiri, who has developed a mysterious cough. It is a matter of professional pride. But that's precisely why I'm asking you. Izuku beams. Who better to give us a few pointers than the fearsome All for One? I mean, I'm pretty sure there isn't a single villain out there who could hold a candle to you. And, if you help us avoid basic mistakes, it'll mean a higher class of heroes, which in turn will mean most of the incompetent villains will get locked up pretty quick, and only the creme de la creme will be left. So in a way, flattery will get you nowhere. Dad interrupts him and picks up his paper. No, Izuku, that is my final answer. The situation looks dire, so Izuku plays his trump card. I'll let you take photos of me in my costume. I'm free all day this Sunday. Well, you certainly don't do anything by halves, do you? Shut up, Tensei, Hisashi growls as he closes his briefcase. Don't think I won't murder you just because we're friends. And anyway, why are you tagging along? How could I call myself your friend if I passed up such a wonderful opportunity to laugh at you? Hisashi sighs. He resists the temptation to triple-check his files and straightens up, because he might as well get this over and done with. All right, Kurogiri, wipe that damn grin off your face and open a gate to UA. As front entrance, Kurogiri, the bastard, just laughs. Hisashi grumbles as he steps through. Izuku is obviously a terrible influence on the warp user. Where are the good old days, when he shivered in fear every time Hisashi so much as looked at him? Of course, that was rather impractical, considering he was too afraid to voice suggestions, and such an attitude would also look rather suspect to outside observers, and Hisashi may have developed a certain fondness for the man, and would miss some of the small gestures he never pays attention to, but are the result of Kurogiri showing initiative and actually caring about his well-being. Oh, how his life has changed, he reflects with a wince as he stares up at UA. Once he would not have hesitated to kill Kurogiri for his cheek, just like once it would have been nigh on impossible to set foot inside the school grounds. Now it's as simple as calling Nezu and asking for permission, an act that is more out of courtesy than anything else. And what is he here for? To teach a class of would-be heroes how to fight his former brothers in arms, to reveal his trade secrets to these children. Is he truly so despicable that he is willing to betray his comrades for something so trivial? By the way, what does Izuku's costume look like? Yes, he certainly is. I don't know, Hisashi sighs as he adjusts his spare camera. Izuku gets flustered and changes the subject anytime I ask. And Nezu is an annoying bastard and just laughs. Good morning, Hisashi, Ida, said annoying bastard greets them. I thought I would show you to the PE grounds. You mean Katsumi Ida called you and threatened to do unspeakable things to you if Tensei so much as caught sight of Miss Hatsume? Hisashi shudders as he remembers his own conversation with the woman. He is rather glad he is retired and not planning to return to professional villainy. A pissed-off Katsumi Ida is only slightly less terrifying than a pissed-off Inko, and he's fairly sure she would be furious if he ever. Well, if she found out the man that had watched her youngest for so many combined hours happened to also have a rather large bot account. You are absolutely correct. Nezu winces. What? Tensei hurries to keep up with them. Why, look, Tensei, this may be hard for you to understand. Hisashi takes a deep breath. This whole friendship thing is rather tiring, not least because of Tensei's. Well, the word idiocy springs to mind, but you do not need a supersonic wheelchair or a built-in flamethrower. You don't know that. The young man insists. Now that I'm out of commission, some of the villains I put away might be out for revenge. I need to be able to protect myself. If you give me their names, I could look into them for you, Hisashi offers with a smile. See which might be possible risks. They're hypothetical, Tensei immediately responds. Totally hypothetical, not real at all. Nothing for you to worry about. Oh, look, I think I see the kids. Hi, Tenya. Tensei. His brother hurries up to them. What are you doing here? He came to point and laugh, Hisashi mutters as he sets his briefcase down. Don't mind him. Tensei smiles at the gathered teenagers. He's just a little prickly, heart of gold, though. And as for me, I am a retired hero with many years of experience, so I thought I should come impart my wisdom upon you youngsters. What experience? Hisashi asks as he pulls out his files. You're only about 30. I am the son of 2 prominent heroes, and have been in the business for 15 years. Tensei insists, and I've known you for 12 of them. By the way, which of you kids is Katsuki Bakugo? That would be me. The blonde steps forward after a moment's hesitation. Great to finally meet you. Tensei grabs his hand and shakes it. Thanks for fucking staying up. Really appreciate it. You ever need a favor, us at Idaten would be happy to help. And that, dear children, is a truly heroic attitude, Hisashi remarks. Tenya, Izuku, here, help me hand these out. I'm retired. Tensei shrugs. I'm allowed to be a little vindictive. Besides, you do not get to lecture me. Hisashi rolls his eyes. He surveys the gathered students, dressed in their gym clothes. He waits until all of them have received their files, and then clears his throat. Right, good morning. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and I am Izuku's father. What you have just received is a quirk analysis report. They're quite common. Larger agencies may have dedicated quirk analysts, but many smaller hero agencies or freelancers will contract a consulting firm to prepare such a report. The goal is to highlight possible strengths and weaknesses, perhaps provide a new perspective or some new ideas. I apologize, by the way, for those that are a little more speculative, but I was basing my knowledge on Izuku's observations and publicly available information. If you find any serious errors or misconceptions, please report them to me and I'll be sure to amend my suggestion. This thing's like 6 pages long. A blonde boy with an odd zigzag in his hair says, flipping through his file. Yes, I apologize for that, but it was getting rather late and I wanted to get some sleep. Why doesn't Ada have one? A muscular teenager with very odd lips speaks up. Or Yukiyama. Because Uncle Hisashi knows our quirks inside and out, Shoto explains with a sigh. Every month we have to sit down for a quirk review, so he can suggest possible improvements. Speaking of which, Bakugo, I apologize, but the report I'm working on for you is taking a little longer than I expected. Hisashi sighs. I should have it completed by Wednesday. But in the meanwhile, I provided a few general suggestions. What? It's his way of showing he cares. Tensei lets out a long-suffering sigh. You're looking at someone who got a 50-page long report for his birthday every year. Hang on, the girl with the earphone quirk speaks up. Why's my report say learn to fight in capital letters? Gyro, correct. Hisashi glances around at the gathered teenagers. This, right here, is his primary concern. The first thing he considered when he began this task. What will you do if you encounter a deaf villain? Well, or a villain damages your speakers. Or a villain possesses the ability to steal quirks? Hisashi asks. I want you all to think seriously about what you'd do if you couldn't use your quirk. Saying it will never happen is foolish and short-sighted. Consider, if you will, Eraserhead. True, he is a hero, but there is nothing to say there does not exist a villain with a similar quirk. You don't know what's out there. Villains, true villains, like Stain, will not hesitate to kill you. And as heroes, you will always be at a disadvantage. Your quirks are part of public record. You will be broadcast on news stations using them. You will be expected to hold back. I am not a hero, not a member of staff here at UA. I'm not here to give you all the speech about going beyond, or the greater good, or obeying the law. If anything, I am here representing your families, the people who will watch you out there and pray you will come home safe. And if there is one thing you owe them, it is to prepare for the worst now, so that said worst isn't fatal. Any other questions? For a moment everyone is silent. What would you suggest I work on, Uncle Hisashi? Tenya finally decides to break the tension. Figure out a way of disabling your opponents that doesn't involve high-speed impacts to the head. Hisashi shrugs. From what I understand, acute subdural hematomas are generally frowned upon. Look, Hiroshima, just because your quirk makes your head hard doesn't mean you should literally try breaking through walls with it. You can't be a complete moron if you made it into UA. So stop and think. Ashido, you seem like a charming young lady, but work on your aim. None of your teammates will appreciate it if you accidentally dissolve their shoes. Capes are dumb and a recipe for disaster. That's all I have to say to you. If your big discharge fries your brain, consider investigating the effects of smaller charges and whether you have any limitations there. But be careful, you don't want to be the literal heart attack hero. Uraraka, you are my new favorite. See, everyone, she identified a serious weakness and took steps to eliminate it. Gold star, keep up the good work. Urashi, a little advice. A grand speech is a wonderful opportunity for your opponent to blast you. Don't do that, or save it for when they're safely in handcuffs. Or even better, your shower. Don't just stand there like a huge human target. They're villains, they don't believe in fair play. Bakugo, if you want to practice blasting human targets, I could bring Gigantomachia along. The teenager hesitates. I'm not sure that's a good idea. Trust me, Makia is pretty much indestructible. Hisashi smiles. Not sure he'd even feel it. And besides, he'd love to help you out. After all, the stronger you are, the better you can protect Izuku. I'd appreciate it. Right, Hisashi surveys his surroundings. Most of the kids are hard at work. Hitoshi and Eraserhead are conducting an impromptu combat lesson. Izuku is talking with the blockhead trio of Kirishima, Sato, and Kaminari. There, he takes a deep breath and heads over to his next target. Yaoyorozu, correct? He smiles at the young lady. Quirk, creation. Anything you'd like to ask me? The girl hesitates, then she shakes her head. No, sir. Oh, Hisashi hums. He can practically feel her uncertainty, her lack of confidence. He knows the signs all too well. She is the weakest link in this class, the first one a true villain would target. A powerful quirk, yes, and intelligent, but a weak mind, a mind that could so easily be turned, twisted, broken. And she may not know it, but that lack of confidence can easily be used not only against her, but against her classmates, her friends. Izuku. Hisashi needs to eliminate that risk, so he chuckles as he glances around, carefully not paying her too much attention. Well, I suppose you are the smartest here. Heck, you probably know the drawbacks of your quirk far better than I could ever hope to. I'm not sure about that, sir. No need for false modesty. Hisashi shrugs. No, Gyro, don't use your quirk. I know it can be difficult at first, but you need to learn to fight without it. Miss Yaoyorozu, that reminds me, how are you when it comes to combat experience? Judo, karate? Nothing like that, sir, the girl winces. I mostly rely on my quirk. Well, I'd suggest a few weeks with Hitoshi and Eraserhead. Hisashi shrugs. You'll be taking down black belts in no time, even if they'll insist you cheated. I apologize for not including any such suggestions in your file, but, well, Takoyami showed great presence of mind, attacking you like that, if he let up for even a second. But then again, it just shows how serious a threat he considered you. What? Hisashi barely resists the urge to laugh. After all, against most of your classmates, you would be the obvious victor, and even against him. If he let up for even a moment, you could create a mirror to reflect the sun, or perhaps a torch. Are you capable of creating working batteries? Or a flare, or a very large firework, or some sort of sleeping gas, or, well, a gun would be a little violent for a school festival. Or would a net work? There are probably more effective methods. A stun gun, tranquilizer darts. Do you mind if I stop there? I am starting to feel very uneasy, standing in such close proximity. The young lady giggles and then pauses, surprised. Thank you, sir. What for? Hisashi frowns. And you can stop snickering. Tensei. You brat, I can hear you. All right. Izuku hurries over to them. So, Dad, want to come see my costume? Yes, Hisashi immediately nods. Let's go. No, wait, I need my cameras. I got them. Tensei grins as he wheels himself over. Now come on, Izuku, costume time. Hisashi barely manages to stand still as the teenagers bid him goodbye. Then he only manages to keep his pace slow as Tensei. The boys and him head inside through sheer force of will. He may be retired, but he still has a reputation to uphold. It's strange, he reflects. This should just be another ridiculous hero costume. And yet, wait, he pauses as a horrifying thought occurs to him. Is your costume based on All Might? Dear Lord, if it is, he will have to brace himself and make sure to force his most convincing smile, because he is a supportive parent and it is only a costume and he completely earned the ultimate betrayal that would feel like. No, it's not based on All Might. Izuku flushes. Izuku took inspiration from a different hero of his. Tenya informs them with a cheeky smile. I see, Hisashi sighs. Well, at least Tensei is somewhat tolerable, even if he will no doubt gloat about it for many weeks. In fact, Hisashi reflects as he glances down at his friend, he probably already knows. That's probably why he has such a wide smile on his face, ready to tease them all about it. He waits outside as Izuku gets changed, trying to ignore Tensei and Nedzu's excited smiles as he triple checks his backup camera. And then the door opens and, why are you dressed in a suit? Hisashi asks with a frown. There's nothing he can see about the costume that is reminiscent of Ingenium, perhaps the mask, but a lot of hero costumes have masks because jaws and noses make for very tempting targets, and you're an idiot, Izuku groans. Hisashi, think carefully, Tensei laughs. Who does Izuku know that always wears a suit? Nedzu. No, someone taller than me, the principal chuckles. You know him quite well, though. I don't. Hisashi trails off. Oh, bonus. I'll bring it up with Midoriya next time I see him. Yatsubashi nods. That might take a while, his assistant comments. I could arrange a meeting for you. All right, Detnerat's CEO sighs. But no earlier than next week. I need to prepare myself. Oh, is he as intimidating as the rumors say? Yes, Yatsubashi groans. Plus he has new photos of his son. Bonus ended. All right, Izuku downs the remains of his juice and jumps up from his seat. Wish me luck. Oh, little lord, may I? No, Gigantomachia, Hisashi chuckles. You need to help Kirigiri around the house, remember? Yes, Lord, the giant sighs, his shoulders slumping in disappointment as Izuku hurries past him. Hisashi smiles as he finishes off his coffee, because there is something strangely heartwarming about his bodyguard's enthusiasm. Don't worry, he decides to be kind and comfort his loyal follower. Summer holidays are coming, and you know what that means. Yes, Makia perks up at the thought of more time to spend with Izuku and his friends. Little Lord has such fun followers. Not like Doctor. You're right there. Hisashi winces at the unpleasant memories that brings up. He stares down at his mug, wondering what. Bye Dad, bye Makia. Be good. Bye-bye, Little Lord. He's probably fine. Hisashi shrugs as he stands up. It's likely he's retired by now. Didn't he have a grandson around Izuku's age? How do you feel, Bakabrat? I think I'm gonna puke. Oh, shit, Chronos winces. Want to get changed into your gym clothes? I can go talk with Nezu. I'm sure he... What? Katsuki looks up from where he's been fiddling with his belt, trying to remember what all the junk on it is. Oh, no, it's just... I'm kind of anxious about the exam. Don't scare me like that. The young hero elbows him in the ribs. But, you're okay wearing your costume again. Especially the... You know, I guess. Katsuki grimaces as he lifts his arm to examine his gauntlet. Don't know what I was thinking. Yeah, they are kind of bulky, Chronos admits. But hey, we're all young and dumb at some point. I mean, I once drew up a costume with all these creepy hands attached, including one over my face. Wouldn't that obscure your vision? Yeah, that's what Uncle Night Eye said when he saw it, Chronos sighs. But you could ask for a bit of a revision of your costume. I mean, I know it's been rough, but you've got the excuse that you know what to expect and want to make it more practical. And the whole sweat collecting thing. It's a neat idea, but I was wondering if it would be possible to adjust the size of the explosion, Katsuki admits. After Stain, he knows now he might have to use his quirk against villains. But if he had his gauntlets and Stain had dodged, it would have been game over. Larger explosions would still be useful against robots. But smaller blasts would both make him more mobile and have a smaller chance of killing. Good thinking, Bakabrat. Shimura Yagi grins. We'll draw up an application first thing tomorrow. Now, come on, to the exam site. Katsuki rolls his eyes at the young hero, who just laughs. Don't suppose you're willing to tell me what the exam is? He asks as they step out of the locker room. My lips are sealed by special order of Principal Nedu. Shimura Yagi sighs. But don't worry, Bakabrat, you'll do just fine. You looking forward to summer camp? Yeah, Katsuki smiles. He is actually kind of excited. He was never particularly keen on school trips before, but he thinks it'll be different this time. He'll have the chance to hang out with Izuku, and a few of the other students seem to have warmed up to him since the Stain incident. Then he winces. Just hope I don't flunk this exam. Bakugo walks another few steps and then realizes Chronos has stopped. He turns, confused, to find the young hero frowning at him. Chronos, everything all right? Just, the young hero hesitates. Thought you should know that even if you fail this exam, you'll still be coming to summer camp. Wah, come on, Bakabrat. Chronos darts past him. We don't want to keep Nezu waiting. All right, so, Midoriya, any ideas how to deal with 13? Midoriya, are you okay? Izuku groans and buries his face in his hands. He feels slightly sick at the prospect of the upcoming exam. He understands the reasoning behind it, but still, he can't help but wish he had been paired with Tenya, or Shoto, or even Kaken, someone who already knows about All for One. Someone he doesn't have to tell. Izuku looks up and Uraraka treats him to a confused, if slightly nervous, smile, and it twists the knife in Izuku's gut, because his exam has already begun. The staff at UA, they're not watching him to see how he'll perform against 13. They want to see whether he's willing to sacrifice Uraraka. And Izuku, he doesn't want to have to make that choice, doesn't want to be responsible for the consequences. With Kaken, that was easy, a split-second decision in a life-or-death situation. This, sitting in a school bus, driving out to take an exam, it's so mundane, so normal. If he chooses not to tell, Uraraka will likely never know, never blame him. And yet, why should he be afraid? Why should he have to hide something so crucial? And not even from the general public, but his classmates, the people whose very lives may one day depend on him. If he is always scared, always keeping All for One hidden, there will come a day when he will have to make a choice between letting someone die and exposing his quirk. And that someone may not be a stranger. It could be Uraraka, or Jiro, or Kirishima. Izuku Midoriya is not a villain. He is not All for One. Izuku Midoriya is going to be a hero, and heroes sacrifice themselves to save people. Actually, Uraraka. Izuku looks up and treats his teammate to a rather shaky smile. His hands are shaking, he knows. But he tries desperately to ignore it, because everything worked out with Kaken. It'll be fine. There's something you should know about my quirk. Alright, come on, Yaoyorozu, let's show Eraserhead our burning passion. No, Urashi freezes, mouth open and arm outstretched, and Momo almost takes it back. But the larger teen has a nasty habit of rushing into things, of over-reliance on his quirk, and against Eraserhead. Their quirks will be practically useless. They need to plan first, make sure they're prepared for when they face their homeroom teacher. And Momo has realized that Mr. Midoriya was right. There were so many ways she could have taken down Takoyami. She allowed herself to be convinced she needed to act like the rest of the contestants, show her fighting skills, when that was clearly not the right approach. If she had created a gun or a torch like he suggested, instead of a silly shield, she might have won. So starting from now, she will be more decisive. She will be more confident. She was elected as vice president for a reason. She must show her classmates they were not wrong to trust her. I am sorry, Urashi, but we must think carefully about Urashi. She resists the temptation to throw something at the boy as he takes off. Instead, she hurriedly focuses on creating a tranquilizer gun. Would they fail her if she shot Urashi? Katsuki gets it. 4 glances over at him and then swiftly turns away. And Katsuki has to resist the urge to groan, because of course they've been paired together. Who else would UA select for him, if not the guy he basically tried to murder a few short weeks ago? What could possibly go wrong? It's not like 4 will have some completely justified reservations about teaming up with the guy who hospitalized his best friend. And Katsuki isn't ashamed to admit he's jealous of Ida. And now, here he has the perfect opportunity to fuck him over. He just has to sit here and wait out the clock, and they'll both fail the exam. They'll still get to go away to camp, but he'll have the satisfaction of knowing Mr. Perfect Student has to attend extra classes. But Ida is Izuku's best friend, and Katsuki wants, more than anything, to make their childhood dreams a reality. He wants to be a hero, yes, but he wants to face down villains alongside Izuku, like they imagined before he got his quirk. He wants Izuku to be able to think of Kaken as a friend, a comrade, and not a bully. And if he wants to team up with Izuku, that'll mean teaming up with Frosty and Fuzzy and 4 He has to decide whether his resentment is worth more than his dreams. Any ideas? 4 turns to face him. Oh, I was thinking that, perhaps, it would be best to retreat and summon help. Yeah, Katsuki nods. Not sure how far you're going to get, though. I'd bet Power Loader has dug up at least half that field by now. Yes, but that will make no difference if we are airborne. Right, Bakugo slowly nods. Thing is, I can't make it all the way to the gate without touching down once. Not with just my hands. And I land on shaky ground, or Power Loader grabs me, it's game over. Well, then the solution is simple. Ida exclaims. All we have to do is get you closer. Great, Ajiro groans. Why'd we have to get stuck with Chronos? There's a faint crash as the hero decays another building. If I came up against a villain with decay, I'd leg it, Shoto admits. Agreed, let's run. Another crash. This time closer. Problem is, he's between us and the gate. Shoto winces. This would be so much simpler with Izuku, who would undoubtedly already have at least 3 plans. One of us has to distract him, while the other goes for help. Yeah, but which one of us faces that? Hang on, something occurs to Shoto, and he perks up. He's still a teacher. He can't just decay us. That's our key advantage. He has to hold back. We don't. Right. Ajiro smiles. Still, we gotta be careful. What if I fought him? I'll have an advantage in hand-to-hand. Yeah, Shoto grins. He has these special gloves for when he wants to avoid accidentally using his quirk. He puts those on, he's basically quirkless. I could put up a nice wall, too. When I get past him, it would slow him down a bit. Unless, there's another crash and the ground shakes. I think we should still run. Good. Recovery Girl hums as she watches the screens. She chuckles when she spots Bakugo and Ida seemingly discussing the best course of action and makes a mental note to send a screenshot to Chronos. As someone who had to regularly deal with his quirk-related anxiety attacks, she really should have retired long ago, she knows, but whenever she considers it, a new student will come along and remind her why she loves this job so much. Saving people is incredibly rewarding, of course, but there's nothing that can compare to getting to know students, watching them grow and overcome obstacles. No, there's no feeling like it in the world. And, speaking of overcoming obstacles, Midoriya and Uraraka are making their move. 13 wisely took up a position just in front of the gate. As she watches, Uraraka dives out from where she was hiding and makes a mad dash for the gate. 13 just reaches out their hand, snaps the cover on their finger open, and nothing happens. Oh my. Recovery Girl laughs as the hero looks down at their hand, obviously surprised, but they're a pro and familiar with Izuku's quirk, so they snap out of it quickly, and as soon as Uraraka is within reach they reach out to intercept her, and, well, it looks like Uraraka learned a lot from her time at Gunhead's agency. Recovery Girl reflects as 13 hits the deck and the girl snaps the handcuffs on. Uraraka and Midoriya have passed. This is a terrible idea. Yes, we have already ascertained how you feel, Four Eyes repeats. Now please close your mouth, or else you might bite your tongue off. Katsuki resists the temptation to tell Ida where to shove his advice, and tries to make himself more comfortable. It's not exactly an easy feat. Whoever designed the bastard's costume clearly never expected a situation where a teenager would be riding on his shoulders. Then the bastard takes off at full speed, and Bakugo latches onto his helmet with a scream, almost tugging the bloody thing off. He almost closes his eyes against the unrelenting wind. But that of course would not help their plan whatsoever, so he forces them open wider even as they start to tear up. He braces himself when they reach the field, but nothing happens. They start crossing it. And then, about midway across, Four Eyes seems to falter. Katsuki doesn't hesitate. He kicks off Ida's shoulders, propels himself up into the air with the force of explosion. He needs to stay airborne, to stay out of Power Loader's reach. He forces himself higher, higher than normal. He can see the gate ahead coming closer and closer. And then he narrowly avoids slamming into the bloody board on top of the thing. He barely has time to brace before he crashes into the ground, rolls another couple of yards, and finally comes to an undignified stop flat on his face. Fucking hell. He groans as he rolls himself over onto his back. He's pretty sure he's broken something. Bakugo and Ida have passed. No, I think that counts as a pass. Yes, I know he didn't go through the gate, but fuck you, of course it's a pass. Bakugo yells. Bloody hell, I think I need a stretcher. Guess what? Bakabret passed his exam. Tenko cheers as he lets himself into his home. He's in a great mood and can't wait for Dad to get home to boast to him. He's already shared the wonderful news with a receptionist, security guard, 2 guys from legal and the head of accounting. Oh wonderful, Grandpa Torino responds. Who's that, again? It's his favorite student, Uncle Night-Eye Supplies. The rhythmic thuds make it clear he has not even slowed down stamping whatever massive paperwork Dad left for him. Tenko considers being very offended. Then he remembers Uncle Night-Eye would probably keep doing paperwork if the building caught fire. Is he allowed to have a favorite student? Shouldn't he be impartial? I don't want to hear that from you. Tenko huffs as he joins the 2 men in the living room. He throws himself down onto the sofa and pilfers one of Torino's takoyaki. Not that it's not great to see you, but what are you doing here? What am I doing here? What am I doing here? All for one's grandson is a student at UA. What do you mean what am I doing here? I want to know what he's up to. Also, he missed you, Uncle Night-Eye adds. He holds up a report with a wince, and Tenko can't help the twinge of sympathy he feels. It looks like Dad filled the form mountain with a pink highlighter, whilst also dripping copious amounts of blood. He snuck a bar of chocolate into your room. Shut up, pencil neck. Aw, thanks, Grandpa Torino. Tenko laughs. He is used to Torino's tsundere tendency, and suspects the elderly hero is an expert at electronics considering the number of times he arrived at Might Tower because his damned microwave exploded again. But you don't have to worry. There's nothing suspicious going on. Yes, but what if he's playing the long game? What if you've missed? Oh, ye of little faith, Tenko chuckles. I've been keeping notes. Cinnamon roll observation log. Seriously, Tenko. Look, if you don't like it, you can go spy on the kid. Tenko sticks his tongue out at his dad. Oh wait, Nezu threatened to do unspeakable things to you if you so much as looked at him funny. At least he's been keeping notes. Uncle Night-Eye, ever the peacekeeper, points out as All Might opens the notebook on the most recent entry. Perhaps we will be able to draw some conclusions based on his observations. BAKUBRA2 passed. I am the greatest teacher ever. Go Tenko, you're number 1. Also, CR, passed his exam. Good for him. Who's CR? Oh, it got a bit annoying writing cinnamon roll all the time, so I just write CR. Tenko shrugs. Hey, where's the pizza menu? I told you this was a bad idea, Grandpa Torino mutters. 20 June, CR. Brought in muffins. I think he's trying to poison the teachers. We'll test for poison. Later, still no effects. Poison may be slow acting. Will nobly sacrifice myself and eat as many muffins as I can. If I die, give my limited edition All Might pin collection to Katsuki Bakugo. Uncle Night-Eye laughs. Ran into Midoriya Sr. today, coming out of Nezu's office. Apparently they have a monthly chess game, which is low-key terrifying, because it means Nezu has access to a massive arsenal of quirks. I don't think we should worry so much about AFO as our new rodent overlords. He was really nice, gave me a quirk analysis report and a box of macarons. I checked with Nezu, and he said they mostly just talk about quirks. He also said if I was suspicious of the macarons, he would dispose of them safely. Those were from Midoriya. Zizime. I wonder if I could get Bakabrat to call me Nai-chan. Tenko, you need to take this seriously. I am, and I think I've figured out Cinnamon Roll's evil scheme. What? What is it? He's waiting for Dad to die of old age. Tenko rolls his eyes. I'm ordering takeout. You guys want anything? Could I at least pay you half? Itoshi groans. Sorry, no can do. The stall owner shakes his head. My mother would kill me if I took your money. Oh, the challenges of fame. Shut up, Shoto, Hitoshi snaps. I can make you walk off the mall roof, you know. Shoto just laughs and returns to examining the merch. And Hitoshi glances over at his friends and seriously considers just ditching them all. He didn't even come for anything specific. He just tagged along with one at Takeyashi Ward shopping mall, cause it beats sitting at home. Unfortunately, though, since Tenya is basically Mr. Boy Scout, none of his friends need to buy anything for summer camp either. Which is how Hitoshi has found himself in the slightly awkward position of desperately trying to persuade someone to let him pay for a Quirks Aren't Evil t-shirt. Fine, he relents, because he knows Grandpa. A little embarrassment over a t-shirt is nothing, compared to how happy Ryo Yamato will be when he receives it. I'll take it. And I will take the purple phone case. Tenya adds, I am sure Tensei will appreciate it. Hey, how much is this mug? The four friends all turn to stare at Bakugo. What is it? You're buying your parents a set of Quirks Aren't Evil mugs for their anniversary. Izuku checks. What? No. The blonde flushes. No, it's just, I thought Chronos might like it. Indeed, Bakugo. Tenya beams. I am sure Chronos would appreciate the gesture. Hey, fuck off, Four Eyes. Are they all right? Yeah, Izuku, ever the, well, in this case manipulator, smiles at the stall owner as the two start to bicker. We'll take the 2 phone cases, 5 t-shirts, 3 mugs. Anything else? Takeaway mug. Shoto holds up the item in question. What he said, Izuku nods. How much in total? Look, since you're UA, students and Shinso's friends, I'll give it to you half price. Just get those 2 away from my stall before they scare away all my customers. All right. Izuku cheers as they leave with their purchases. Hitoshi pulling his hood up to hopefully avoid any more run-ins with admirers. Way to go, Kaken, Tenya. I must admit, I feel rather conflicted. Tenya sighs. Is it truly? Look, no one forced the guy to give us a discount. Bakugo snaps. Hey, Quirks Aren't Evil merch. They hear a familiar voice back in the direction they came from. Seriously? That's so awesome. Should we save him from Kirishima and Yorashi? Izuku asks. No, Hitoshi shakes his head. Let's just quietly walk away. And with that, they hightail it to the other end of the mall. Do we need anything else for summer camp? Shota frowns once they've found a safe space to hide. Far enough they can no longer hear even Yorashi's exclamation. I'm all set. Hitoshi grins. He's rather looking forward to the trip. He might not be transferring, but Nezu allowed him to tag along on the basis that he shouldn't fall any further behind. I got all the crap I need, Bakugo shrugs. Then he glares when they all turn to stare at him. What? I go camping with my dad. Quick question, Kaken. Izuku pauses. When exactly is your parents' anniversary? September. The blonde mumbles. Shoto can't quite hold back his laughter, and even Hitoshi smiles. The whole reason Bakugo agreed to join the rest of Class 1 at the mall was because he claimed to need an anniversary gift for his parents. This, however, well, it certainly explains a lot. Then I suppose there is nothing else we need. Tenya beams. It is time to, as they say, let loose and have some fun. Especially since we are celebrating the end of our exams. To the nearest arcade. Does he seriously always talk like that? Yep, Izuku laughs as he pulls Bakugo along. You get used to it after a while. Was pretty funny when we were little, Shoto adds. Picture a little kid using words like felicitations or innovative, and lecturing other little kids about why, even if they're yucky, you need to eat all your peppers. Could we perhaps change the subject? Tenya asks. Oh no, Tenya. There is no way. Bakugo, have you ever heard the story about how Izuku's quirk first manifested? Don't you dare. Hey, look, Purikura. Hitoshi points out, desperate to distract his friends. He doesn't mind teasing most of the time, but most of his embarrassing childhood stories are a bit more awkward. He doesn't quite feel ready to share with Bakugo how he first met Izuku, or any of the dozen other tales that point to his less than stellar years in foster care. How about we take a picture? I'll just go wait. Oh no you don't, Kaken. Izuku, obviously happy to change the subject, grabs him before he can make a getaway. It'll be fun. Despite his protests, they manage to maneuver Bakugo inside the booth. It's still every bit as fun as when they were younger. And soon enough even Bakugo has loosened up, they pull ridiculous faces, and at one point Hitoshi steals Tenya's glasses for a picture. Then Shoto and Izuku get into an argument about which effects best represent the spirit of summer, an argument that only ends when Tenya selects a third option, thus uniting them against a common foe. There must be something about the magic of Purikura, Hitoshi reflects, or they pumped some weird gas in, because Bakugo asks whether they could send him a digital copy. Of course they do, they even let him keep the printouts. I'd better get going. Hitoshi excuses himself after their photo shoot. He glances at his watch and winces. He wishes he could hang out a bit longer, but I want to drop the t-shirt off, and the hospital's literally in the opposite direction. Give our regards to your grandfather. Tenya smiles. Tell him we wish him a speedy recovery. Hitoshi waves goodbye to his friends and then hurries off towards the train station. Thinking about his grandfather brings a smile to his face, because Ryo Yamada is incredibly like his son. Within 3 days of being admitted, every nurse on the ward knew his grandson came second during the UA sports festival, and although they all giggle whenever they see him, and Hitoshi low-key wishes the ground would swallow him whole, he tries to visit every day because Grandpa just lights up when he sees him. Hitoshi just manages to slip onto the train at the last minute. The compartment is almost completely empty, and he knows the hospital is a fair distance away, so he sits down and pulls out his phone. He can't quite remember which stop he needs to get off at, and focuses on searching for directions. Someone sits down next to him and he shuffles away a bit to make more space for them. Then he freezes when they throw an arm around his shoulders and exclaim, "Hitoshi, long time no see. I am going to be all alone again," Hisashi grumbles. "You have gigantomatia, sir," Kurogiri points out with a sigh, not even looking up from the washing up. "And anyway, Izuku and I will not be away that long." I know, Hisashi gallantly resists the temptation to pout. You've both grown up so quickly. What am I going to do when you both move out? Adopt a cat? No, gigantomatia would step on the poor thing. Hisashi winces. Then his phone rings, and he groans. God, if it's Tensei with another harebrained scheme, friend or not, I swear. He frowns when he picks up his phone, though, because it's an unknown number. He takes a deep breath, prays it isn't someone calling to report Izuku has run into another serial killer, and answers. "Uncle Hisashi," a familiar voice wails. "I'm so sorry." Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.